Chapter 51 Princess Zhou Yusen. The area of this illusion is not very large. If a person exerts themselves to the fullest, they can traverse the entire illusion in just half a day. However, it is fortunate that there are quite a number of phantom beasts within the illusion, otherwise there wouldn't be enough for the contestants to hunt. As soon as Yang Lingchen stepped into the illusion, he began searching for traces of the phantom beasts without stopping. He had not forgotten the warning from Dongfang Yunbing. If he failed to achieve a satisfactory ranking, Dongfang Yunbing would definitely not let him off easily. Since everyone had just entered the illusion, no one had accumulated any points yet, so there were no fierce battles taking place for the time being. Perhaps due to Yang Lingchen's extremely bad luck, he had only just encountered a phantom beast after more than an hour in the secret realm, which left him feeling incredibly frustrated. Am I really going to resort to robbing and killing? Yang Lingchen murmured to himself. Meanwhile, on the outer peak of Beixian, the mirror image of the illusion was fully displayed outside, and every move of everyone inside the illusion was clearly visible to the outside world. At this moment, the contestant with the highest score was the 18th prince of the Beixian Empire, Zhou Yuming, with a score of 20 points. In second place was the 19th princess of the Beixian Empire, Zhou Yusen, with a score of 19 points. The top 10 spots were almost entirely occupied by contestants from the Beixian Empire. In 11th place was Nangong Xiao from the Jianyuan Pavilion, with 10 points. The highest-ranking contestant from the Tianyuan Palace was Secong Jie, who had successfully hunted 3 phantom beasts and was in 60th place. Yang Lingchen had only hunted 1 phantom beast, earning 1 point and ranking last. Dongfang Yunbing, it seems that this time, your Tianyuan Palace will have to give up quite a few territories. Huang Dingtian said with a cold smile on his face. Humph, the trial isn't over yet. Being so proud now is a bit premature, don't you think? Dongfang Yunbing snorted coldly. She wasn't anxious at this moment, because she firmly believed in Yang Lingchen's strength. Dongfang Yunbing, you aren't still hoping that your disciple can turn the tide for you, are you? That kid's strength is decent, but unfortunately, his luck is too bad. He has only encountered 1 phantom beast so far. It seems that your Tianyuan Palace's last place ranking is a foregone conclusion, sneered Feng Xueqing, the leader of the Outer Sect. After 2 hours of frantic running, Yang Lingchen finally entered an area where phantom beasts frequently appeared. Swish, swish, swish. After an intense battle, Yang Lingchen successfully hunted 5 more phantom beasts, and his score had risen to 6 points. Half a day's time quietly passed. At this moment, Zhou Yuming, ranked first, had an astonishing score of 124 points. Zhou Yusen, in second place, had reached 120 points. The top 10 spots were still dominated by contestants from the Beixian Empire. On the Tianyuan Palace side, Yang Lingchen had accumulated 80 points and had risen to 33rd place. Secong Jie had 60 points. Dongfang Jie had 57 points, and Ling Yanyun and Lin Yanyun each had 50 points. Yang Lingchen's score of 80 points was mainly due to the fact that the area he entered at the beginning had no phantom beasts, causing him to waste a lot of time. At this moment, Yang Lingchen finally encountered a disciple of the Outer Sect, who was none other than Feng Xueqing, the person he had previously beaten into a pig's head. Feng Xueqing had quite good luck after entering the illusion and was currently ranked 20th with exactly 100 points. Cough, finally found a fat sheep, Yang Lingchen said, looking at Feng Xueqing with great excitement. Yang Lingchen, it's you. Upon seeing Yang Lingchen, Feng Xueqing was also taken aback. Without hesitation, he turned to run, fully aware that he was no match for Yang Lingchen. If he didn't run, he would definitely be killed by his opponent. Although he wouldn't really die in the illusion, 30% of his points would be taken away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In less than a breath's time, Yang Lingchen quickly blocked Feng Xueqing's path. Brother Feng, where are you running to? Yang Lingchen, I advise you not to act recklessly, or you'll suffer a terrible fate, Feng Xueqing said sternly. How dare you threaten me? I initially just wanted to rob your points and send you out of the illusion, but now it seems necessary to give you a lesson you'll never forget, Yang Lingchen said with a sinister smile. What do you want? I don't like men, Feng Xueqing said, trembling at Yang Lingchen's eerie smile and involuntarily taking a few steps back. Damn it, I don't like men either. Yang Lingchen couldn't hold back any longer and charged forward like a whirlwind. Bang, bang, bang. Ah! Feng Xueqing let out a terrible scream, covering his groin with both hands. After a frenzied beating, Yang Lingchen smashed Feng Xueqing's whole body to pieces, even obliterating his lower half. Although one wouldn't really get hurt in the illusion, the feeling of pain was incredibly real. Yang Lingchen, you pervert. I'm begging you, just kill me. At this moment, Feng Xueqing was filled with hatred. Yang Lingchen had crazily beaten him in his groin with dozens of blows. Such excruciating pain was something that ordinary people couldn't endure. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Beixian Peak, Feng Wuji stared grimly at the mirror image of the illusion. His son had been beaten so badly by Yang Lingchen, and at this moment, he wished he could rush in and tear Yang Lingchen to pieces. TSK. Feng Wuji, it's hard to say who is in last place now. Dongfang Yunbing said with a cold smile on her face. Feng Wuji, you. Humph. Feng Wuji snorted coldly, his face turning ashen with anger. Seeing that he had dealt with Feng Xueqing sufficiently, Yang Lingchen sent Feng Xueqing's head flying with a single blow. In the following time, Yang Lingchen went on a rampage, successfully hunting dozens more phantom beasts, and his ranking had risen to 15th place. At this point, the people in the illusion had begun to fight each other, as everyone had accumulated quite a few points. Just then, a plump young girl dressed in luxurious clothing walked slowly towards Yang Lingchen. Not only was the girl overweight, but she also had buck teeth that made her look quite frightening at first glance. At this moment, the plump girl looked at Yang Lingchen with a clearly malicious gaze. The girl was none other than the 19th princess of the Beixian Empire, Zhou Yusen. Kid, what's your name? You look so handsome, Zhou Yusen said with a hint of malicious intent in her smile. Yang Lingchen sensed a faint aura of danger from her. Her strength was definitely above the 4th level of the entry realm. Cough, cough. Miss, I am Feng Xueqing of the Outer Sect. May I ask why you have stopped me? Yang Lingchen said, lightly coughing. Feng Xueqing. Nice name, no wonder you look so handsome. Zhou Yusen continued. Feng Xueqing, I now give you 2 choices. At this moment, Yang Lingchen realized that the other party was the princess of the Beixian Empire, which explained her formidable strength. Fortunately, he hadn't revealed his true name. Please, princess, go ahead, Yang Lingchen replied. First, from now on, stay by my side as a male pet, Zhou Yusen said, looking at Yang Lingchen with a flirtatious gaze. Cough, cough. And the second? Yang Lingchen asked. Second, I will kill you now, and after the first round of the illusion trial ends, I will capture you to be my male pet, Zhou Yusen said. Cough. Yang Lingchen felt a headache coming on. This woman was indeed a bit difficult to deal with. Feng Xueqing, which one do you choose, the first or the second? Zhou Yusen asked with a smile. The princess is so beautiful and charming. Xueqing is simply smitten at first sight. So of course, I choose the first, Yang Lingchen said, suppressing his inner disgust and speaking against his conscience. Smart choice, come quickly to this princess, Zhou Yusen said with a flirtatious smile, revealing her crooked teeth, which looked quite frightening. Beautiful princess, I'm coming, Yang Lingchen said, appearing eager as he quickly walked towards Zhou Yusen. Xueqing, as long as you obediently follow this princess in the future, I will definitely not treat you badly, Zhou Yusen said with a smile. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Yusen eagerly reached out to Yang Lingchen. Ugh, Yang Lingchen almost vomited. Junjun, what's wrong with you? Zhou Yusen asked. I'm fine, I must have overeaten. Princess, you are truly beautiful. Can I hug you? Yang Lingchen said. Bad guy, Zhou Yusen pouted playfully. Yang Lingchen slowly moved in for a hug, and at the moment he was about to touch Zhou Yusen, he suddenly struck her stomach with all his might. Bang! Oh, you little brat, you're dead. This princess will. Zhou Yusen's words were cut off as Yang Lingchen unleashed a flurry of furious blows. Bang bang bang. Ah. At that moment, Zhou Yusen let out a series of chilling screams. Bang! You dead witch, get lost. Yang Lingchen struck Zhou Yusen heavily with his stick, sending her flying away. The world finally became quiet. Ugh. After killing Zhou Yusen, Yang Lingchen's ranking rose to 5th place. Chapter 52, The Brother-in-Law Nangong Shao. Beixian Peak, outskirts of the illusion. At this moment, everyone present was shocked. For so many years, it was the first time anyone from another force could break into the top 10. Just now, everyone thought Yang Lingchen would be charmed by the princess. Who could have expected the situation to reverse so quickly, with Yang Lingchen daring to kill the princess on the spot? Bang! At that moment, Zhou Yusen was teleported out, her eyes filled with endless rage. Without a second thought, she rushed towards the earthine gate. Feng Wuqing, you must deliver Feng Xueqing into my mansion tonight, or don't blame me for being rude. Zhou Yusen glared fiercely at Feng Wuqing, leaving that harsh statement before departing the scene. Since the second round wouldn't start until tomorrow, Zhou Yusen headed straight back to her mansion. Junjun, when did you get involved with the 19th princess? Feng Wuqing asked. Father, I don't know, Feng Xueqing said, looking bewildered. This, Junjun, tonight. Feng Xueqing looked at his son. Father, you can't do this. If you send me to the princess's mansion, I will be completely ruined, Feng Xueqing said, his face filled with fear. He had long heard of the 19th princess's peculiar tastes. Many talented young men had been forcibly taken to the princess's mansion, and none had a good ending. The most famous incident was that of Wu Tianxun, the young master of Tianyi sect. Wu Tianxun was a prodigy, famous in the Beixin domain at a young age, but after visiting the princess's mansion, he soon became a monk at Baiyun Temple. Junjun, as long as you serve the princess well tonight, our earthen gate will surely soar to great heights, Feng Xueqing earnestly advised his son. As time passed, Yang Lingchen's points had already climbed to third place. At that moment, he encountered a young man dressed in the robes of Jian Yuan Pavilion. This person was extraordinarily handsome, with an exceptional demeanor, and bore some resemblance to Nangong Yan. This person was none other than Nangong Xiao, the #1 genius of Jian Yuan Pavilion. Kid, are you Yang Lingchen? Nangong Xiao asked, fixing his gaze on Yang Lingchen. That's right, and you are? Yang Lingchen replied. Jian Yuan Pavilion, Nangong Xiao. He introduced himself. So you're my brother-in-law. Nice to meet you, Yang Lingchen said with a smile. Kid, if you want to marry my sister, you must first pass my test, Nangong Xiao said seriously. Is it really necessary? Brother-in-law, we're all on the same side, Yang Lingchen said with a smile. Stop wasting time, let's fight, Nangong Xiao said loudly. All right, brother-in-law, I'm going to make my move. Before his words faded, Yang Lingchen charged forward like an arrow, swinging his stick. Nangong Xiao was extremely powerful, having reached the 3rd level of the entry mysterious realm, so Yang Lingchen did not dare to be careless and chose to strike first. Facing Yang Lingchen's rapid assault, Nangong Xiao also swung his sword fiercely at him. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the two fought for dozens of exchanges, with neither gaining an advantage. Good kid, you really have some skills. No wonder Yanyun talks about you every day, Nangong Xiao said. Brother-in-law, since we are evenly matched, why don't we team up to hunt other talents? Whoever kills the most wins. I wonder if you dare. Yang Lingchen proposed with a smile. All right, let's team up and see who can kill the most, Nangong Xiao said, his competitive spirit igniting. In the upcoming illusion trial, 2 figures went on a rampage, crazily hunting down others from different forces. Meanwhile, the leaders of other forces outside the illusion wore serious expressions, deeply concerned. This time, an unexpected dark horse had emerged, Yang Lingchen from Tianyuan Palace. Without Yang Lingchen, Tianyuan Palace would likely have been at the bottom again. At this moment, the rest of Tianyuan Palace had already been eliminated, leaving only Yang Lingchen still standing. Although Tianyuan Palace had only Yang Lingchen left, his points far exceeded those of other forces. Father, why is my brother with Yang Lingchen? Nangong Yan asked in confusion. Those two must have reached some kind of agreement, which is why they teamed up, Nangong Ting explained. Meanwhile, on Tianyuan Palace's side, Dongfang Yunbing's tightly furrowed brows finally began to relax. Over the years, Tianyuan Palace's situation had become increasingly difficult, and the pressure on Dongfang Yunbing had been immense. Several hours passed again. With their coordinated efforts, Yang Lingchen and Nangong Xiao's points continued to soar. At this point, Yang Lingchen's points ranked 2nd, while Nangong Xiao's rose to 8th. Their partnership attracted the attention of many, including the northern king Zhou Xianzhong, who furrowed his brow slightly. Inside the illusion, brother-in-law, I wonder if you dare to hunt the royal family members, Yang Lingchen said with a serious expression. Kid, you don't really want to hunt princes and princesses, do you? Nangong Xiao said, surprised. Do you dare or not? Just one word, Yang Lingchen said firmly. After a moment of contemplation, Nangong Xiao's eyes suddenly filled with determination, saying, as long as you dare, I will accompany you to the end. Here's the plan. We'll go from this side. You attract firepower from the front while I attack from behind and take down that royal princess, Yang Lingchen said. Why do I have to attract firepower from the front? Nangong Xiao said, looking displeased. Big brother-in-law, haven't you noticed how handsome you are? This royal princess clearly indulges too much, and only a handsome guy like you can lower her guard. Yang Lingchen said with a serious expression. Am I really that handsome? Nangong Xiao said while tousling his bangs. Absolutely. Your family genes make the men handsome and the women beautiful, Yang Lingchen affirmed. Yang Lingchen wasn't wrong. Nangong Xiao was indeed quite good-looking. All right, leave this princess to me. Only with my looks can I keep her in check. Nangong Xiao continued. But next time, you have to attract the firepower. We need to take turns, or I'll be at a disadvantage. No problem, big brother-in-law. but you have to be careful. The opponent is a fourth-layer expert in the entry profound realm, Yang Lingchen reminded him. The two then moved towards the 26th princess in a coordinated manner. The 26th princess, named Zhou Yutong, was at the fourth layer of the entry profound realm and ranked 6th in points. At that moment, she was busy hunting phantom beasts. Just then, Nangong Xiao elegantly flipped his bangs and swaggered over to her. I am Nangong Xiao, pleased to meet Princess Yutong. Nangong Xiao revealed his confident smile. Zhou Yutong, troubled by her low points, immediately brightened up upon seeing Nangong Xiao approach. Could it be that I'm really this handsome? Seeing the joy on Zhou Yutong's face, Nangong Xiao secretly felt pleased. Just as he was feeling smug, Zhou Yutong suddenly struck out with a palm towards him. Bang! Nangong Xiao was knocked back by the sudden attack, quickly rolling on the ground to barely dodge Zhou Yutong's second strike. At this moment, he was cursing Yang Lingchen in his heart. Bang bang bang. Before long, Nangong Xiao was left with a bruised face. Just as Zhou Yutong was about to finish him off, Yang Lingchen shot out from the side and accurately slashed Zhou Yutong's throat with a sword. Yang Lingchen, you bastard, why did you only show up now? My face. That damn woman actually made my handsome face look like this. Nangong Xiao shouted angrily. Big brother-in-law, there was no other way. She's so strong if you hadn't attracted her attention, I wouldn't have been able to take her down so quickly, Yang Lingchen replied with a smile. Looking at Nangong Xiao, who had been beaten into a pulp, Yang Lingchen couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 53, The Misfortunate Feng Xueqing. At this moment, King Jintian, Zhou Xianzhong, was frowning tightly because just now, Yang Lingchen and Nangong Xiao had teamed up to hunt down several royal disciples. This situation had never occurred in previous competitions. The reason was that Yang Lingchen's points had surpassed the 18th prince, Zhou Yuming. Although there was still a significant gap in total points between Tianyuan Palace and Beixin Empire, Yang Lingchen had successfully snatched the first place in the personal points ranking. This was undoubtedly a significant slap in the face for the Beixin Empire. For countless years, no one had ever taken away the top 5 rankings from the hands of the Beixin Empire. However, at this moment, Yang Lingchen had achieved it, and he did so with the dazzling first place. At this point, both Yang Lingchen and Nangong Xiao were bloodthirsty. Anyone they encountered from other forces was killed without mercy. The other princes from the Beixin Empire had chosen to give up continuing the hunt because they were all exceptionally strong, making it extremely difficult to hunt them down hidden. At this point, Yang Lingchen's points far surpassed Zhou Yuming's, and Nangong Xiao's ranking had successfully reached 5th. Finally, after a long day, the first round of the illusion trial was declared over. When Yang Lingchen and Nangong Xiao were teleported out, the participants they had hunted down glared at them with angry eyes, as if they wished to swallow them whole. According to the total ranking of the force's points, the Beixin Empire still ranked 1st. Miraculously, Tianyuan Palace ranked 2nd, and the 3rd place belonged to Jianyuan Pavilion. Dongfang Yunbing was very satisfied with this result. At this moment, her gaze towards Yang Lingchen was filled with pride because he was not only her disciple, but also her man. Although this man was still quite weak, Dongfang Yunbing firmly believed that as long as he was given enough time, he would definitely become the best man in the Beixin region and even the entire Tianwu continent. Good lad, this king has high hopes for you. I look forward to your personal ranking battle tomorrow, Zhou Xianzhong said as he walked over. Greetings, King Jintian. Dongfang Yunbing respectfully bowed. Greetings, King Jintian. Yang Lingchen and the others also bowed in unison. I didn't expect that the palace master Dongfang could train her disciples so excellently. Zhou Xianzhong laughed heartily. Your Highness flatters me. Chun'er is still young and cannot bear such praise, Dongfang Yunbing humbly replied. At such a young age, possessing such strength, you definitely deserve my praise. After chatting for a while, Zhou Xianzhong turned to leave. At this moment, Nangong Xiao and Nangong Yan also approached, smiling. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. I didn't expect your points to rank 1st. I thought you wouldn't have more points than me. Nangong Yan even hugged Yang Lingchen's arm, looking at him with admiration. It's just luck, Yang Lingchen said with a smile. Luck, my foot strength is strength, but I admit you as my brother-in-law, Nangong Xiao laughed. Not far behind Yang Lingchen, Ling Yanyun softly said to Ling Yanyun, Sister Yanyun, if you don't take the initiative soon, Brother Lingchen might be taken away. If he gets taken away, so be it. Who cares about that fickle guy? Ling Yanyun gritted her teeth and said, an excellent man will definitely have all kinds of women around him. If you don't make a move soon, the women around him will only increase, and he might forget you one day, Ling Yanyun said. After Yang Lingchen said goodbye to the Nangong siblings, everyone followed Dongfang Yunbing back to the Tianyuan Palace's base. In the evening, the Tianyuan Palace group returned to the base smoothly. Yang Lingchen went back to his room and began to cultivate. Meanwhile, at the residence of the 19th princess, Feng Xueqing brought a very unwilling Feng Xueqing to the princess's residence. After delivering Feng Xueqing to the princess's residence, Feng Xueqing excitedly returned to the base of the Outer Sect. Your name is Feng Xueqing? Zhou Yusin frowned and asked. Zhou Yusin was speechless. Everything was prepared. She was just waiting to deal with Feng Xueqing tonight. Who would have thought that Feng Xueqing was not the person she was looking for? This made her quite frustrated. Princess, I am Feng Xueqing, Feng Xueqing said nervously, bowing. You've made this princess furious. Zhou Yusin's face turned pale with anger. However, she couldn't care less at the moment. She was filled with anger and needed someone to vent it on. Well, this kid seems to look decent enough. He will do. Zhou Yusin scrutinized Feng Xueqing for a moment before dragging him into the room. The next morning, Feng Xueqing trembled as he walked out of the princess's residence, looking utterly despondent. Meanwhile, the news that Yang Lingchen had won the first round of individual points championship spread through the entire Beixian imperial city like wildfire. Zhou Yusin and Zhou Yutong finally learned about Yang Lingchen's true identity. Especially Zhou Yusin, who became increasingly interested in Yang Lingchen and vowed to win this man for herself. After a night of cultivation, Yang Lingchen stepped out of his room, full of energy. Under the leadership of Dongfang Yunbing, everyone returned to the top of Beixian Peak. Today, Beixian Peak was bustling with people, with far more spectators than the day before. This was because today was the individual ranking battle for the younger generation of the Beixian domain, which was far more popular than the first round. At that moment, King Jintian Zhou walked to the center of the stage and announced loudly, the rules for today's individual ranking battle are as follows. Once on the stage, life and death are determined by fate. However, if the opponent surrenders, no killing is allowed. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. He then detailed various aspects of the competition. A total of 70 participants would compete in the individual ranking battle, and rankings would be determined by win rates. This meant that each person would need to fight 69 matches, and the one with the highest win rate would be the overall champion. Due to the lengthy time required for 69 battles, the individual ranking battle would span 7 days, with each person needing to fight about 10 matches per day on average. Just as Yang Lingchen was studying the rules carefully, he suddenly felt as if a fierce beast was intensely watching him. He quickly looked up and saw Zhou Yusin in the distance, staring at him with a sinister smile. Looking at Zhou Yusin's prominent teeth, Yang Lingchen felt goosebumps instantly cover his body. Junior brother Lingchen, does that Princess Yusin like you? I see she has been staring at you, Lin Yuro asked curiously. That's because I killed her in the illusion, so she looks at me like that, Yang Lingchen explained. I see. You better be careful. Zhou Yusin is extremely brutal, and no man targeted by her has a good ending, Lin Yuro warned. At that moment, Feng Xueqing approached Yang Lingchen with a grim expression. Yang Lingchen, you despicable scoundrel, Feng Xueqing said coldly. What's wrong with you, brother Feng? After not seeing you for a night, you look like a frost-bitten persimmon, Yang Lingchen asked curiously. Feng Xueqing, who was usually quite handsome, now walked with trembling legs, swaying as if he could collapse at any moment. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you impersonating me in front of Zhou Yusin, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Feng Xueqing glared at Yang Lingchen with resentment. Cough, cough. Brother Feng, you didn't spend the night at the princess's residence, did you? Congratulations on winning the beauty, but brother Feng, you really need to toughen up. Getting beaten up in just one night. You need to replenish your strength, Yang Lingchen said with a smile. I will kill you, you shameless scoundrel. Feng Xueqing was so furious that he almost spat blood at that moment. He could no longer contain himself. Last night was the darkest night of his life, and it was all caused by Yang Lingchen. Feng Xueqing drew his sword and swung it fiercely at Yang Lingchen, but at that moment, he was no match for Yang Lingchen. Bang! Unsurprisingly, Feng Xueqing was kicked away by Yang Lingchen. Yang Lingchen, wait. One day, I will tear you to pieces, Feng Xueqing shouted as he left, throwing down a harsh threat. Chapter 54. Smoke and clouds pressing the palace. The highly anticipated personal ranking battles finally commenced. At this moment, the top of Beixian Peak had once again set up 10 enormous platforms, allowing multiple matches to take place simultaneously, greatly improving the efficiency of the competition. Chinner, for this personal ranking battle, I have only one request for you. and that is to pay attention to your own safety, Dongfang Yunbing said seriously. I will be careful. Thank you for your concern, Master, Yang Lingchen replied. You all too. If you encounter an overwhelmingly powerful opponent, you can choose to concede. Do not be reckless. Dongfang Yunbing turned to the others. Yes, Palace Master, everyone replied respectfully. At that moment, the much-anticipated ranking battles officially began. Yang Lingchen's first opponent was a disciple from Ling Xiu sect who was at the first layer of the entrance realm. This person had witnessed Yang Lingchen's formidable strength at the prince's banquet, so after a few exchanges, he wisely chose to concede. In the first match, Yang Lingchen had quite good luck. All 5 members of Tianyuan Palace secured victories, especially Lin Yuru and Ling Yanyun, whose first opponents were not very strong. After a tough battle, both women ultimately won. Soon, the second match began, and to Yang Lingchen's surprise, his opponent was Feng Xueqing. What surprised him even more was that Feng Xueqing chose to concede right from the sidelines, not giving Yang Lingchen a chance to confront him at all. Before long, Yang Lingchen's third match began, and this time his opponent was Zhang Zichen from Tiananmen. This person was at the peak of the third layer of the entrance realm, on par with Nangong Xiao, but the look in his eyes was full of hostility. Kid, today I'm going to let you know the serious consequences of offending Miss Qiming. Zhang Zichen's voice was icy, his gaze dismissive as if he didn't regard Yang Lingchen at all. Idiot, why do something bad when you could do anything else? Why choose to be a pathetic sycophant? Yang Lingchen retorted. You little brat, you're asking for death. Zhang Zichen's face twisted in anger upon hearing Yang Lingchen mention sycophant. He had indeed pursued Luo Qiming for a long time, but her attitude towards him was neither rejection nor acceptance, so for these years, he had indeed been like a sycophant circling around her. Zhang Zichen swung the battle sword in his hand fiercely towards Yang Lingchen, the sword carrying an extremely sharp momentum. As if it wanted to tear through the air, Yang Lingchen did not dare to be careless at all. Currently, his strength could at most rival the peak of the third layer of the entrance realm. Unless he used powerful trump cards like the Immortal Demon Sword or Soul-Devouring Slash, it would be difficult for him to defeat his opponent in a short time. And he planned to use the Immortal Demon Sword and Soul-Devouring Slash against the genius of Baishan Empire, so at this moment, he could only try his best to parry. As the two swords clashed, waves of sharp sword energy continuously struck towards each other. In an instant, the two fought fiercely for 70 to 80 rounds, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Sycophant, is this the serious consequence you were talking about? Yang Lingchen seized the opportunity to mock. Unaware of your own death, how dare you mock me? Zhang Zichen clearly had a much stronger mentality than Secong Jia, completely ignoring Yang Lingchen's taunt, and continued to attack Yang Lingchen madly. As the battle continued, Zhang Zichen's lethal moves gradually made Yang Lingchen lose patience. Seeing that his opponent was determined to fight to the death, Yang Lingchen directly launched a soul attack. In an instant, an invisible soul-devouring slash targeted Zhang Zichen's soul. Boom. Instantly, Zhang Zichen fell into a brief daze. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, Yang Lingchen unleashed a sword energy that glimmered with dazzling light, which swiftly passed through Zhang Zichen's neck. Bang! Zhang Zichen's body crashed heavily to the ground, utterly lifeless. At the same time, the gaze of the Tiananmen's leader, Duan Su, was extremely cold. Zhang Zichen was his most outstanding disciple, and he never expected him to die just like that on the stage. If it weren't for the fact that the king of Town Tian was present, he might have rushed up to tear apart the person who killed his disciple. At this moment, the venue fell into silence. No one expected that just 3 matches into the ranking battles, a death would occur. Meanwhile, Luo Qiming below the stage showed little fluctuation on her face, still staring coldly at Yang Lingchen. Originally, Yang Lingchen did not intend to kill anyone, but Zhang Zichen had clearly harbored intense killing intent towards him. Since you want to kill me, then I have no reason to spare your life. The battle continued, and Yang Lingchen went on to win 7 more matches, achieving a remarkable 10-game winning streak, thus ending the first day's battles early. On Tianyuan Palace's side, Ling Yanyun and Lin Yuru both held 3 wins and 7 losses, while Dongfang Jia and Secong Jia were still engaged in fierce combat. At this moment, Yang Lingchen noticed that Ling Yanyun seemed to be slightly injured and was resting aside. He hurried over, took out some healing pills, and asked with concern, Sister Yanyun, are you all right? I don't need the concern of a heartless playboy like you. Ling Yanyun replied coldly, clearly ignoring Yang Lingchen. How did I become a heartless playboy? Yang Lingchen's tone was noticeably lacking in confidence. I've already sworn to be your woman. Why are you still provoking Yang Lingchen? Ling Yanyun looked at Yang Lingchen with a resentful gaze. Sister Yanyun, that vow was just a joke. I was just trying to tease you, Yang Lingchen said, feeling a headache coming on. He only meant it as a joke back then, but now it seemed she took it seriously. Yang Lingchen, did you force me to swear that day? Ling Yanyun's eyes were unfriendly as she looked at him. Yang Lingchen felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze and admitted, yes. Since you forced me to swear, what do you mean now? Do you want to abandon me? Ling Yanyun's eyes glistened slightly, staring directly at Yang Lingchen. No, Yang Lingchen said softly. How could I abandon you? Then do you like me? Ling Yanyun asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. I do, Yang Lingchen replied after a moment's hesitation. As the #1 beauty of Tianyuan Palace, Ling Yanyun possessed a charm and grace that captivated countless men. To say he didn't like such a beauty would be a lie. However, Yang Lingchen was also very troubled. He didn't know how Dongfang Yunbing would react to this. He both liked and feared Dongfang Yunbing immensely. Then between me and Nan Gongyan, who is bigger and who is smaller? Ling Yanyun asked playfully. This point was something she was very concerned about, as in this world. A woman's status often related to her position and identity. Sister Yanyun, let's discuss this later. You should take the healing pill first. Yang Lingchen could only change the topic. He really couldn't answer that question. Then you feed me, Ling Yanyun said in a very soft voice. All right. Yang Lingchen hadn't expected that Ling Yanyun would be so cute when she acted spoiled. Not long after, the battle between Dongfang Jie and Xikong Jie also came to an end, with both achieving a record of 5 wins and 5 losses. Subsequently, under the leadership of Dongfang Yunbing, the group returned to the base of Tianyuan Palace. What surprised everyone was that along the way, Ling Yanyun had been holding onto Yang Lingchen's arm, and they looked very sweet together. After returning to the base, Yang Lingchen went back to his room to cultivate, as it was a critical moment in the competition and he didn't want to waste any time. Once in his room, just as Yang Lingchen was about to enter the Haotian Jade space to cultivate, a stunning figure suddenly appeared in the room. Master, Yang Lingchen said nervously. At that moment, he felt a bit flustered. Just earlier on the way, Ling Yanyun had been holding on to him. Now, Dongfang Yunbing's expression was clearly cold, and he wondered if she would reprimand him. What are you nervous about? Dongfang Yunbing's voice was frosty. And nothing. Yang Lingchen quickly lowered his head. Come here. Dongfang Yunbing commanded sharply, her gaze fierce and her tone icy. Yes, Yang Lingchen walked over, trembling. At this moment, Dongfang Yunbing suddenly reached out and grabbed him. Ah, master. Spare me, I was wrong. Yang Lingchen instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Although Dongfang Yunbing hadn't used much force yet, her aura was very intimidating. And Yang Lingchen was afraid that if she became displeased, he would really be in big trouble. Chapter 55. Beating Zhou Yusin. What is going on between you and Yanyun? Dongfang Yunbing said with a fierce gaze and a harsh tone. It's all my fault. Yang Lingchen quickly bowed his head, his face full of regret and guilt, looking like he had done something wrong. Humph. This time, I'll let you off, Dongfang Yunbing snorted coldly. But remember, you are my man. If I find out you are messing around with other women again, don't blame me for being ruthless, she continued, her voice chilling. I understand. Yang Lingchen replied in a low voice, not daring to breathe. Also, besides cultivation, you must keep your distance from them. If it affects my training, I will cripple you. Do you understand? Dongfang Yunbing said sternly again. I remember, master, can you please let go of me? Yang Lingchen said carefully. You are still young. You should focus on cultivation. Excessive romantic entanglements won't do you any good. Dongfang Yunbing's voice softened slightly, but still carried an undeniable authority. I will obey your teachings, master, Yang Lingchen quickly replied. Although you are still weak now, I believe that one day you will become the best man in this world. Dongfang Yunbing said slowly. Master, do you really think so highly of me? Yang Lingchen couldn't help but ask. Of course. Because you are a pure young body and my man, Dongfang Yunbing said firmly. Master, actually I have a set of techniques that should be much stronger than your dual cultivation technique, Yang Lingchen said in a low voice. This was a divine-level dual cultivation technique he found in Ling Yanyun's memories. Is that so? Then what are you waiting for? At some point, Dongfang Yunbing's veil had quietly slipped off, and her jade-like hand gently caressed Yang Lingchen's handsome face. Wow! Yang Lingchen could no longer hold back and kissed her like a wild beast. Dongfang Yunbing was not to be outdone with a wave of her hand. She instantly tore apart Yang Lingchen's clothes. Then she directly sat on him like a water snake. At that moment, an ambiguous atmosphere flooded the entire room like a tide. The next morning, Dongfang Yunbing looked shocked and asked, "Chener, what kind of technique is this? It actually allowed me to break through a small realm. Not long ago, Dongfang Yunbing had just broken through to the second layer of the returning void realm, and unexpectedly, she had now advanced to the third layer. I am not very sure either. I obtained it during my last trip to the ruins, and today is the first time I used it." Yang Lingchen kindly told a lie. "Master, I also want to break through. Can you please get up?" At that moment, Yang Lingchen felt that the energy in his body had reached the critical point for a breakthrough. Quickly, Dongfang Yunbing got up, swiftly put on her clothes, and quietly left Yang Lingchen's room. At this time, Yang Lingchen sat cross-legged on the bed, fully mobilizing all the energy in his body, aiming for the fifth layer of the asking void realm. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of rumbling sounds, Yang Lingchen successfully broke through to the fifth layer of the asking void realm. Then, he took out countless asking void pills and swallowed them without hesitation. Yang Lingchen frantically refined the asking void pills, and his cultivation level continued to rise. Finally, before dawn, he raised his cultivation to the peak of the fifth layer of the asking void realm. Only then did Yang Lingchen get up to tidy his room, which had become a mess after a night of intense activity. If he didn't clean up, it would be easy for someone with ill intentions to figure out what had happened. After washing up, Yang Lingchen walked out of the room. "Yang Lingchen, what were you doing last night? Why didn't I get any response after knocking on your door for so long?" Ling Yanyun pouted, her tone filled with dissatisfaction. "Sorry, Yanyun Jia, I was in a critical moment of cultivation last night, so I didn't hear you," Yang Lingchen quickly explained. In fact, he had heard the noise last night, and Ling Yanyun's knocking had almost scared him out of his wits. "It's fine, let us hurry up. The palace master is already waiting for us," Ling Yanyun said, hugging Yang Lingchen's arm and heading downstairs. The group set off again towards Beixian Peak. Today, Beixian Peak was still crowded and bustling. They sat down at the position of Tianyuan Palace. Soon, the battles of the day began. However, to Yang Lingchen's dismay, his first opponent today turned out to be Zhou Yusen. "Xiao Qinshan, this princess still gives you two choices today. Either come back to the palace with me tonight, or I'll cripple you and drag you back. You choose," Zhou Yusen said with a sinister smile. Puk. As soon as Yang Lingchen stepped onto the stage, he ran to the edge of the platform and started to vomit violently. The main reason was that when Zhou Yusen smiled just now, some liquid, he didn't know if it was snot or something else, was stuck on her buck teeth, and the sight was truly nauseating. "Kid, it seems you've chosen the second option. Then this princess will have to cripple you and drag you back," Zhou Yusen said with a sinister laugh, her eyes full of ruthlessness. "Fuck you. Whether you are a princess or a prince, I'll beat you into a pig's head today." Yang Lingchen glared angrily, swinging his staff with full power, and charged fiercely at Zhou Yusen. If this had been before last night, Yang Lingchen might not have been able to defeat Zhou Yusen. But fortunately, he had dual cultivated with Dongfang Yunbing all night. Otherwise, he might really have been dragged back by her. If Zhou Yusen dragged him back, he probably wouldn't die, but it wouldn't be much better than Feng Xueqing. Although Zhou Yusen was a bit ugly, her strength and talent were definitely commendable. Facing Yang Lingchen's furious attack, Zhou Yusen appeared to be at ease, easily countering his moves. At this moment, Ling Yanyun was extremely worried. Yang Lingchen had just agreed to be with her, and she hadn't even had a chance to enjoy it yet. What if he was taken by the princess first? Thinking of this, her heart rose to her throat. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed, and Yang Lingchen and Zhou Yusen were locked in a fierce battle, neither willing to back down. Yang Lingchen's heavenly staff swung wildly towards Zhou Yusen, his momentum overwhelming. Zhou Yusen's long sword continuously countered, her moves sharp and precise. At that moment, Yang Lingchen unleashed a soul attack, the soul-devouring slash crashing into the depths of Zhou Yusen's soul. Boom! Zhou Yusen was momentarily stunned, her eyes becoming vacant. Bang bang bang. I hit. Let's see if I can't beat this wretched woman to death. Yang Lingchen swung the heavenly staff, instantly turning Zhou Yusen's face into a pig's head. A sight too pitiful to behold. Ah! Zhou Yusen let out a piercing scream that echoed throughout the arena. I hit. Bang. This world is finally quiet. Yang Lingchen's final strike landed heavily on Zhou Yusen, sending her flying. After all, Zhou Yusen was a royal princess, and Yang Lingchen still dared not kill her. Gag. After dealing with Zhou Yusen, Yang Lingchen's first action upon returning to the stands was to vomit violently. Lingchen, are you okay? Ling Yanyun asked worriedly, her face filled with concern. Sister Yanyun, I'm fine, just disgusted by that wretched woman. Yang Lingchen took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. Just then, Nangong Yin walked over and saw Ling Yanyun hugging Yang Lingchen's arm. Who are you? Why are you hugging my Yang Lingchen? Nangong Yin said coldly, her eyes filled with hostility. I am Yang Lingchen's first wife. Who are you? Ling Yanyun replied, her tone equally unfriendly, not backing down at all. You shamelessly snatched my man. Nangong Yin pointed at Ling Yanyun and scolded, her pretty face reddening with anger. Then ask Yang Lingchen who he belongs to. Ling Yanyun said coldly, turning to look at Yang Lingchen. All right, you two argue slowly. It's my turn to go on stage. Yang Lingchen's figure flashed, and he leaped onto the arena. This battle was just in time, or he would have been driven mad by the two women. His opponent in this match was a genius from the Demon Cloud sect. Yang Lingchen showed no mercy to the people from the Demon Cloud sect, directly eliminating his opponent without giving them any chance to surrender, swiftly slashing their neck with his sword, since they were already irreconcilable enemies. Yang Lingchen's principle was to kill if he could, and if he couldn't, he would still try his best to kill. Meanwhile, Huang Dingtian below the stage was furious, glaring with wide eyes, his teeth grinding, wishing he could skin Yang Lingchen alive on the spot. Chapter 56, Transformation of Thoughts in the Blink of an Eye. Another day had passed. Yang Lingchen once again achieved a remarkable record of 10 consecutive victories in intense battles, adding to yesterday's 10 wins, making it a total of 20 consecutive victories. During these 20 victories, whenever Yang Lingchen faced opponents from the Earthine sect, the Rakshasa Palace, or the Demon Cloud sect, he showed no mercy, not giving them any chance to surrender. What surprised Yang Lingchen was that Ling Yanyun and Nangong Yin did not engage in the fierce fighting he had imagined, but instead resorted to a covert competition, starting various jealous quarrels. For a moment, Yang Lingchen felt overwhelmed, troubled by the situation. Within the stronghold of the Demon Cloud sect, that little bastard Yang Lingchen has killed so many of our disciples. Can you all really swallow this anger? Huang Dingtian spoke angrily, his face dark and frightening. What can we do if we can't endure it? That wretched Oriental Yunbing's strength has inexplicably skyrocketed, and I am no match for him at all, Feng Xueqing said heavily, his brows furrowed, looking completely helpless. What Feng said is right. If we want to deal with Tianyuangong, we must join forces. Otherwise we will be defeated one by Oriental Yunbing. Luo Tianming, the master of the Rakshasa Palace, said slowly, his eyes revealing deep concern. I think we can do this. The master of the Tianmin, Duanmu Su, began to elaborate on his plan. Ha ha ha, let's do it according to Brother Duanmu's plan. Everyone agreed enthusiastically. Time quickly came to the final day of the tournament. Over these 6 days, Yang Lingchen, relying on his astonishing strength and tenacious fighting spirit, not only achieved a glorious record of 60 consecutive victories, but also defeated Nangong Xiao and several members of the royal family. Early that morning, under the lead of Oriental Yunbing, everyone returned to the peak of Beixian. Today was the final day, and Yang Lingchen was extremely excited. If he won just 9 more matches, he would become the champion of this tournament. The champion's reward was also incredibly generous. Not only would the champion receive 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, but they would also get a Xianling fruit. The Xianling fruit was a very precious spiritual fruit that could unconditionally elevate an expert in the Xian realm by 1 level. If consumed by a virtual realm expert, it could instantly boost them by 3 minor realms. At this moment, Yang Lingchen secretly vowed that even if he had to risk everything, even if it was just for the Xianling fruit, he was determined to fight for it. Soon, Yang Lingchen began his first battle of the day, and his opponent was Princess Zhou Yutong. In stark contrast to the ugly Zhou Yusin, Zhou Yutong possessed a celestial beauty. Her features were exquisite, her skin as white as jade, and her figure graceful and slender, easily captivating anyone with her stunning looks. Yang Lingchen, it was you who ambushed this princess in the illusion, wasn't it? Zhou Yutong's pretty face was cold, her beautiful eyes flashing with anger. It was me. What can you do about it? Yang Lingchen replied nonchalantly. He wouldn't show mercy just because she was beautiful. Looking for death, today I will definitely kill you. Zhou Yutong's tone was icy, her figure like lightning as she swiftly slashed her sword at Yang Lingchen. From childhood, no one had dared to speak to her like that, and her anger had reached its peak. Damn it, you wretched princess, if it weren't for you being a princess, I would have stripped you bare. Yang Lingchen cursed inwardly, swinging his heavenly staff to meet her, unleashing a barrage of powerful strikes against her. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of violent attacks echoed throughout the arena. Faced with Yang Lingchen's frenzied assault, Zhou Yutong was forced to retreat repeatedly, struggling to keep up. After a few exchanges, Yang Lingchen seized a perfect opportunity and swung his staff heavily at her chest. Zhou Yutong was no ordinary person. She reacted extremely quickly, hastily raising her sword to block in front of her chest. Bang! Yang Lingchen's full-force strike was incredibly powerful, forcing Zhou Yutong to stagger back. But Yang Lingchen did not stop his assault. He instantly unleashed another soul attack. In an instant, Zhou Yutong's eyes glazed over, losing her ability to resist. Seeing this, Yang Lingchen wasted no time, charging forward with his staff and delivering a flurry of strikes. Bang, 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 bang. You think just because you're beautiful, I won't hit you? Zhou Yutong let out a series of heart-wrenching screams. Bang! Die, you wretched woman. Yang Lingchen kicked hard at Zhou Yutong's chest, the force behind it sending her flying. Damn you, you wretched woman. You still want to kill me? If it weren't for the fact that this is the territory of the North Xian Empire, I would definitely strip you naked and hang you at the city gate for people to see. Yang Lingchen felt extremely pleased, enjoying the moment to the fullest. Silence. At this moment, the scene was incredibly quiet. Countless people were shocked by Yang Lingchen's actions, left dumbfounded. In everyone's eyes, Yang Lingchen was a madman. He even dared to strike the princes and princesses of the North Xian Empire, which was simply courting death. At this moment, from the direction of the North Xian Empire, the king of heavenly suppression's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Yang Lingchen's behavior was undoubtedly challenging the authority of the entire North Xian Empire. If this grand competition were not hosted by the North Xian Empire, Zhou Xian would really want to slap this reckless kid to death. Meanwhile, the other princes and princesses looked at Yang Lingchen with eyes full of intense killing intent. Yang Lingchen paid no attention to the killing intent of those princes and princesses. He only wanted to obtain the Xianling fruit, which would allow him to break through 3 small realms at once. Yang Lingchen believed that since this was a grand competition hosted by the North Xian Empire, they certainly wouldn't go after him just for a princess. Otherwise, who would dare to participate in the North Xian domain's grand competition in the future? As long as he obtained the Xianling fruit, Yang Lingchen was confident he could break through to the entry-level Xian realm in a short time, and by then, he would be an invincible presence in the entry-level Xian realm. At this time, Yang Lingchen returned to his position in the Tianyuan Palace. Shinner, you are still far from being able to compete with the North Xian Empire. Do you understand the principle of being easily broken? Dongfang Yunbing said meaningfully. Her eyes filled with a hint of worry. Master, I'm sorry. I won't cause you any more trouble in the future. One day, I will stand before you like a man and protect you, Yang Lingchen said seriously, his eyes filled with determination. In fact, Yang Lingchen also knew that he had been a bit too arrogant just now. After all, in his previous life on Earth, he was just an ordinary nobody who had not suffered much from society's hardships. So now that he had some strength, he was getting carried away. However, after Dongfang Yunbing's earlier enlightenment, Yang Lingchen finally began to reflect deeply. All along, the troubles Yang Lingchen caused were being borne by Dongfang Yunbing. He, as a man, should stand in front of her and protect her, rather than constantly causing her trouble recklessly. I will wait for that day. Dongfang Yunbing's eyes revealed a rare look of satisfaction. Of course, this did not mean he would become a coward in the future. Rather, before he had absolute confidence, he would try to keep a low profile. The grand competition continued. In the subsequent battles, Yang Lingchen kept a much lower profile. He encountered several princes, all of whom seemed intent on killing him. However, Yang Lingchen restrained himself, merely knocking them off the stage without causing them serious injury. Soon, the grand competition reached its final match, which was also the championship battle of this competition. At this point, Yang Lingchen had already achieved 68 consecutive victories. The 18th prince, Zhou Yuming, also had 68 consecutive victories. This final battle would determine the ultimate champion. And the champion of the North Xian domain's grand competition was equivalent to the top genius among the younger generation of the North Xian domain. Therefore, this final showdown attracted countless people's attention. Although Yang Lingchen had been on a winning streak, no one was optimistic about him in this final battle. This was because the 18th prince had grown up challenging opponents beyond his level. He had only ever challenged others, and had never been challenged by anyone else. Furthermore, Yang Lingchen was only at the 5th level of the Void Realm. while Zhou Yuming had already reached the peak of the 4th level of the Entry Xian realm. Chapter 57. Second level of Entry Xian realm. The championship battle officially began. At this moment, Yang Lingchen's face was filled with an expression of utmost seriousness. For his opponent standing across from him was Zhou Yuming. It should be noted that Zhou Yuming was undoubtedly the top genius under the age of 20 in the North Xian royal family. Kid, you are very arrogant. Over the years, you are the first to dare to provoke the dignity of the royal family. This prince now shows you mercy and gives you one last chance. Either submit to me, or welcome death, Zhou Yuming said coldly, his eyes filled with threats and oppression. Those who speak harshly in front of me usually end up with swollen faces. I wonder if the 18th prince's skin is thick enough. Yang Lingchen replied with a faint smile, responding lightly. Go to hell, acting tough in front of me. I swear. One day I will make the North Xian Empire submit at my feet, Yang Lingchen thought to himself. If it weren't for having promised Dongfang Yunbing earlier, he would have wanted to directly kill this arrogant Zhou Yuming standing before him. With Yang Lingchen's strength, if he revealed all his trump cards, he could instantly slay Zhou Yuming, but he didn't dare to do so, because he knew that if he killed Zhou Yuming, not only would he be unable to escape, but the entire Tianyuan palace and the Yang family would also suffer devastating blows. You ungrateful fool. This prince was going to keep you as a dog to serve me because your talent is quite good, but since you don't know gratitude, then go die? As soon as Zhou Yuming's words fell, the sword in his hand erupted with brilliant light, carrying boundless and sharp sword energy, swiftly slashing towards Yang Lingchen. Just because of that sentence, one day, I will make your entire Zhou family my loyal dogs, Yang Lingchen thought, but his movements had already unfolded like a ghost. While the immortal demon sword was drawn and fiercely slashed towards Zhou Yuming. At the moment the immortal demon sword was drawn, the temperature on the scene suddenly dropped, and a terrifying aura of destruction spread out. At the same time, Yang Lingchen communicated with the spirit within the immortal demon sword, with the tacit cooperation of the spirit. In an instant, the immortal demon sword in Yang Lingchen's hand unleashed a rampaging sword energy, striking like lightning, wave after wave, madly slashing towards Zhou Yuming. Zhou Yuming, being the top genius among the younger generation of the North Xian Empire, was still able to counterattack with ease even when facing Yang Lingchen's violent and fierce attacks. If it weren't for using the immortal demon sword in soul attacks, Yang Lingchen really wouldn't be his opponent. At this moment, Yang Lingchen could no longer care about anything else. He directly unleashed the god-slaying sword technique, combined with the phantom body technique, while his soul unleashed a soul-devouring slash. Boom. Zhou Yuming fell into a brief state of daze, but he quickly reacted. Just as he regained his senses, Yang Lingchen delivered a swift kick to his face with a whirlwind leg. Instantly, Zhou Yuming's entire face was smashed in by Yang Lingchen's kick. Bang bang bang. In an instant, Yang Lingchen transformed the immortal demon into the heavenly staff, swinging it like a storm, crazily striking Zhou Yuming. Allah! Zhou Yuming howled in pain, his voice miserable. Bang 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 bang. Allah! Zhou Yuming continued to wail in agony. Aren't you a prince? How can you make such a racket on the stage? Yang Lingchen mocked while swinging the staff. I concede. Zhou Yuming finally couldn't withstand Yang Lingchen's storm-like attacks and voluntarily conceded. 18th Prince, I'm sorry. I thought your skin was thick, so I swung a few more times. Yang Lingchen said with a smile. Kid, you're dead. Zhou Yuming looked at Yang Lingchen with an extremely cold gaze, his face resembling that of a pig. If it's just relying on yourself, it's not that I look down on you. You will never be able to take revenge in your lifetime. Yang Lingchen leaned close to Zhou Yuming's ear and said coldly with a smile. 18th Prince, be careful. Let me help you down. Yang Lingchen pretended to assist the furious Zhou Yuming down from the stage. To outsiders, Yang Lingchen appeared very graceful this time. After all, he had won and personally helped the 18th Prince off the arena. Although the 18th Prince looked like a pig after being beaten, with a pitiful appearance, he did not suffer any serious internal injuries, just some minor external wounds. At this moment, the scene was filled with shock. For over 1,000 years, no one from other sects had successfully taken the championship from the hands of the Beixian Empire. At this moment, Yang Lingchen had achieved it. He was destined to become the idol of the younger generation in the entire Beixian region because he had made history and rewritten the situation where other forces could not win the championship. The news of Yang Lingchen winning first place in the Beixian region competition quickly spread throughout the Beixian Empire, and it wouldn't be long before it reached every corner of the Beixian region. Under the announcement of King Zhen Tian, Zhou Xianzheng. Yang Lingchen successfully received the generous rewards for this competition, 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones and a Xianling fruit. At this moment, the most excited were Nangong Yin and Ling Yanyun. As soon as Yang Lingchen stepped off the stage, the two women immediately hugged his arms, one tenderly wiping his sweat and the other gently offering him water. Seeing this, Dongfang Yunbing's eyes nearly burst into flames. Meanwhile, the members of the four major forces, the Demon Cloud Sect, the Tantian Sect, the Diyin Sect, and the Luocha Palace, looked at Yang Lingchen with cold eyes. Everyone followed Dongfang Yunbing back to the Tiangong base. After returning to the base, Yang Lingchen locked himself in his room and then entered the Haotian Jade space. At this moment, Yang Lingchen already possessed over 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones, most of which he obtained from ancient ruins. It's worth noting that one middle-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. With over 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones, Yang Lingchen planned to refine a portion first to elevate his cultivation to the 9th layer of the Wengxi realm, and then consume the Xianling fruit to strive for a breakthrough to the 2nd layer of the Rushuan realm in one go. Yang Lingchen took out all the middle-grade spirit stones and directly dove into the pile of spirit stones. He frantically activated the Haotian Ju and began to refine these middle-grade spirit stones with all his might. The spiritual energy contained in middle-grade spirit stones was far beyond that of low-grade spirit stones. As Yang Lingchen refined them, his cultivation was steadily rising. Before long, he touched the threshold of the 6th layer of the Wengxi realm. Boom, boom, boom. Early stage of the 6th layer of the Wengxi realm. Mid-stage of the 6th layer of the Wengxi realm. Late stage of the 6th layer of the Wengxi realm. At this moment, Yang Lingchen didn't want to stop. All he had in his mind was the thought of crazily refining the spirit stones. His cultivation continued to rise. Boom, boom, boom. 7th layer of the Wengxi realm. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. By this time, only about 20,000 spirit stones remained. At this point, Yang Lingchen's cultivation had also reached the peak of the 9th layer of the Wengxi realm. He then took out the Xianling fruit. Yang Lingchen planned to swallow the Xianling fruit in hopes of breaking through to the 2nd layer of the Rushuan realm in one go. Feeling the pure spiritual energy emanating from the Xianling fruit, Yang Lingchen was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. He swallowed the Xianling fruit in one bite. Boom, boom, boom. The spiritual energy from the Xianling fruit instantly filled Yang Lingchen's body, and he quickly sat cross-legged, activating the Haotian Ju to guide this energy towards the bottleneck of the Rushuan realm. Oh, break for me, Yang Lingchen shouted. Boom, boom, boom. 1st layer of the Rushuan realm. Finally, a breakthrough. The spiritual energy from the Xianling fruit had only been consumed a little. At this moment, Yang Lingchen's cultivation was still rising steadily. In less than a quarter of an hour, his cultivation successfully broke through to the peak of the 2nd layer of the Rushuan realm. Haha, I finally broke through. Feeling the powerful strength within him, Yang Lingchen revealed an ecstatic expression. He took a cold shower, changed into a clean set of clothes, and headed towards Dongfang Yunbing's room. Chapter 58. The storm is coming. Knock, knock, knock. Yang Lingchen felt slightly nervous as he lightly knocked on Dongfang Yunbing's door. With each knock, his heart became more and more agitated. At this moment, his inner turmoil was like a raging sea because he had no concrete grasp of the true level of Dongfang Yunbing's strength. Come in. At that moment, a gentle and melodious voice came from inside the room. Cough, cough, master, I miss you. A hint of uncontrollable fervor flashed in Yang Lingchen's eyes. Without thinking, he eagerly reached out and tightly embraced Dongfang Yunbing's slender, soft waist. Looking into Yang Lingchen's passionate and fervent eyes, Dongfang Yunbing did not stop him. She could clearly feel Yang Lingchen's deep infatuation with her, and she felt immense joy for this outstanding disciple. After all, her disciple was the most top-notch existence in this world, whether it was his stunning looks, astonishing talent, or rare physique. How could she not be moved by such a nearly perfect man? Suddenly, bang, bang, bang. Oh, master, I was wrong. Yang Lingchen let out a miserable cry and quickly began to plead for mercy. You little rascal. Just because your cultivation has improved a little, you dare to act arrogantly in front of me. Now you realize your mistake? Dongfang Yunbing frowned, playfully scolding as she started to unleash a series of merciless blows on Yang Lingchen. I was wrong. Disciple will never disrespect you again. Yang Lingchen said with a face full of fear, eagerly begging for mercy. He initially thought that since he had broken through to the peak of the second layer of the Rushuan realm, even if he couldn't completely suppress Dongfang Yunbing, he shouldn't be beaten too badly. Who would have thought that Dongfang Yunbing's cultivation had already reached the third layer of the Guixian realm? You little rascal. Before your strength surpasses mine, it's best to behave yourself. Dongfang Yunbing helped Xiao Ruoqing up and softened her tone a bit. Does it hurt? Not at all. Yang Lingchen gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he spoke. Just stay with me for these 2 days. After saying this, Dongfang Yunbing slowly leaned her body against Yang Lingchen's embrace. Yes, master. Yang Lingchen nodded heavily. After this lesson, he had completely settled down. He knew that Dongfang Yunbing was a strong-willed woman, and if he wanted to win her over completely, he had to quickly elevate his own cultivation. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 days, Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing stayed in the room, immersed in each other's affection, as they were in a passionate romance. The next morning, under Dongfang Yunbing's lead, everyone in Beixian City went on a shopping spree before finally deciding to set off back to Tiangong. Before returning to the Tianyuan Palace, Yang Lingchen specifically visited Nangong Ting. After all, the other party was his future father-in-law. In addition, Yang Lingchen also repeatedly assured Nangong Yin that he would go to Jianyuan Pavilion to propose as soon as possible. That evening, Yang Lingchen was forcibly kept by Nangong Yin and submitted all the accumulated assignments during this time. At the same time, he left Nangong Yin with a considerable amount of top-grade elixirs and earnestly urged her to practice diligently. That night, the group from Tianyuan Palace boarded the flying boat once again and sped towards the Tianyuan Palace. Meanwhile, the 4 major forces, the Moyun sect, the Tantian sect, the Diyin sect, and the Luo Sha Palace were gathering their subordinates with great urgency at that moment. After 7 days of high-speed travel, the group finally returned to the Tianyuan Palace. Yang Lingchen immediately returned to his Ziyun Pavilion. In the main hall of Tianyuan Palace, the palace master, an elder named Zhuge Mo, stood up with a serious expression and stroked his graying beard, saying, "Palace master, something big is about to happen." "What happened, Elder Tianji?" Dongfang Yunbing frowned and asked seriously. Dongfang Yunbing was very clear about Zhuge Mo's character. He would not be so solemn unless a major issue arose. "A few days ago, I discovered in my calculations that our palace will soon face a life-and-death crisis," Zhuge Mo said with a solemn expression and a low voice. "A major crisis? Is this true?" Dongfang Yunbing's brow furrowed, and her expression instantly became extremely serious. "It should be correct. According to my predictions, there is not only an external threat, but also internal concerns," Zhuge Mo said in a serious tone, with an extremely solemn expression. "Does Elder Tianji have a way to resolve this situation?" Dongfang Yunbing asked with anticipation in her beautiful eyes. Zhuge Mo hesitated, revealing a troubled expression. "Elder Tianji, please speak freely," Dongfang Yunbing encouraged. "According to my calculations, the only person capable of resolving this crisis is the palace master's future husband. If he can appear in time, not only can we safely get through this crisis, but under his leadership, our Tianyuan Palace has a chance to dominate the entire continent," Zhuge Mo said emphatically. "I know he will appear," Dongfang Yunbing said, a faint smile appearing on her face upon hearing Zhuge Mo's words. "I also believe he will appear, for he is right here in our Tianyuan Palace," Zhuge Mo said with an inscrutable expression. "Stop delaying," Dongfang Yunbing glared at him, playfully scolding. "Cough, cough. I take my leave." "Ha-ha." Zhuge Mo laughed heartily, and then turned and strode out of the main hall. This old man must have calculated it, Dongfang Yunbing thought, her face blushing slightly under her veil. This matter made Dongfang Yunbing feel quite embarrassed. At this moment, she even regretted taking Yang Lingchen as her disciple. "Palace master, something bad has happened." At that moment, a dark guard from Tianyuan Palace rushed in with an urgent expression. "What is it?" Dongfang Yunbing asked, her voice carrying authority. "Reporting to the palace master, I have discovered that a large number of troops from the Diyin sect and Luo Sha Palace are aggressively heading towards our Tianyuan Palace. Moreover, the Moyun sect to the east and the Tantian sect to the north also have large groups rushing towards us," the Dark Guard reported respectfully. "Leave." "I understand," Dongfang Yunbing said coldly, without a hint of emotion in her voice. As soon as she finished speaking, Dongfang Yunbing's figure instantly disappeared from the hall and reappeared at Ziyun Pavilion. "Master, why are you here?" Yang Lingchen exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Dongfang Yunbing's sudden arrival. "The Diyin sect, Luo Sha Palace, and the Moyun sect and Tantian sect are coming." Pack your things and leave Tianyuan Palace quickly, Dongfang Yunbing said calmly. Though her eyes revealed concern, she said this mainly to test Yang Lingchen. Hearing this, Yang Lingchen's brows furrowed slightly, and he asked anxiously, how many people are coming? Where are they now? All 4 major sects are moving out. They should be almost here, Dongfang Yunbing said. A hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes at Yang Lingchen's anxious expression. Swish. As soon as Yang Lingchen heard this, his figure instantly vanished from the spot. Seeing Yang Lingchen leave, Dongfang Yunbing did not stop him but stood there in a daze, her eyes filled with disappointment. At that moment, her heart felt as if it had been emptied. Of course, Yang Lingchen was not fleeing. He was nervously setting up a large formation around Tianyuan Palace. One by one, medium-grade spirit stones were quickly inserted into various corners of Tianyuan Palace by Yang Lingchen. After making a large circle around Tianyuan Palace, Yang Lingchen finally completed the arrangement of this large formation. Now, as long as Yang Lingchen issued a command, this powerful formation could be activated at any time. At that moment, the 4 major forces, the Diyin Sect, Luo Sha Palace, Missouri Yun Sect, and Tantian Sect, finally gathered at the foot of Tianyuan Palace. Meanwhile, upon learning that the 4 major forces were coming, many people in Tianyuan Palace turned pale with fear and anxiety. Although the enemy is extremely powerful, we still have a chance as long as we fight to the death, and I will lead the charge, Dongfang Yunbing said with an authoritative voice, filled with unyielding momentum. Palace Master, this matter was caused by your disciple Yang Lingchen. Why not hand him over? Why must we all pay for his mistakes? At that moment, the Grand Elder Wang Batian stood up, coldly saying, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. If you dare to say another word, don't blame me for being impolite. Dongfang Yunbing said coldly, an invisible killing intent instantly radiating from her. Yunbing, what Batian said is not wrong. This matter was indeed caused by your disciple. We can't let all of us pay for him, can we? The Supreme Elder Sikongguan spoke up. By the way, where is he? Supreme Elder. Now is not the time to discuss this. The urgent matter is to drive the enemy back first, Dongfang Yunbing said coldly, her gaze firm and resolute. Well said. Your disciple Yang Lingchen caused this trouble, yet you let the entire sect pay for it. Now, because of your disciple, the sect is in such a huge crisis. And he has fled. Do you think you still have the right to continue holding the position of Palace Master? Sikongguan walked to the center of the hall, speaking with a strong and sharp tone. The Supreme Elder is right. Dongfang Yunbing, for your disciple, you let us all go to our doom. You don't deserve to continue as the Palace Master of Tianyuan Palace. Chen Yinling, the Grand Elder of Tianshan Peak, echoed. At this moment, Chen Yinling felt extremely pleased. Yang Lingchen had killed his disciple Li Tianxing, and he had never found an opportunity for revenge until now. Swish! Suddenly, a sharp, white light flashed, and Chen Yinling was instantly split in half, blood splattering everywhere, creating a scene that was extremely bloody and terrifying. Who else thinks I am unworthy of the position of Palace Master? Step forward. Dongfang Yunbing's eyes flashed with cold light, her voice carrying a bone-chilling coldness that made people shiver. Dongfang Yunbing, I didn't expect you to be so brutal. Elder Qin just said a word, and you killed him. A person like you is not worthy of being the Palace Master of our Tianyuan Palace. The great Elder Wang Batian hid behind the Supreme Elder, trembling as he spoke, fearing that Dongfang Yunbing would kill him with another sword strike. This holy son also feels that you are unworthy of being the Palace Master because you only have eyes for Yang Lingchen and do not regard us as human beings at all. Sikong Jie said coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. Swish! Just then, another sharp sword light flashed by, and in an instant, Sikong Jie's head flew off. Following that, a tall and handsome figure appeared in the main hall. The newcomer was Yang Lingchen, who had just finished setting up the grand formation. Chapter 59, Surprise Attack Beast. You seek death, daring to kill my grandson. The Supreme Elder shouted angrily, swinging the gleaming battle sword in his hand. The fierce sword energy, accompanied by a dazzling light, swiftly slashed towards Yang Lingchen. You old fool who doesn't know your own limits. Yang Lingchen's eyes narrowed as he quickly unleashed a soul-devouring strike, causing the Supreme Elder to instantly fall into a daze. Swish, swish, swish. Die! A cold light flashed in Yang Lingchen's eyes, and the mysterious immortal demon sword instantly unleashed several incredibly sharp sword energies. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Sikongguan's figure was torn apart, and bright red blood splattered everywhere. How could Sikongguan, who was at the first layer of the returning void realm, be a match for Yang Lingchen. At this moment, everyone was shocked. All the onlookers displayed expressions of extreme disbelief. In everyone's eyes, the Supreme Elder had always been a godlike figure. Who would have thought he couldn't withstand a single sword strike from Yang Lingchen? Aren't you leaving? Dongfang Yunbing's voice remained cold, but she was very excited inside. Master, I still want to cultivate with you for a lifetime, Yang Lingchen said with a grin. Then why did you go just now? Dongfang Yunbing questioned sharply, thinking that Yang Lingchen had secretly run away. I went to set up the formation just now. You don't need to worry, they won't be able to break in. Yang Lingchen said with an extremely confident expression. You can set up formations? A hint of deep surprise flashed in Dongfang Yunbing's eyes. I know a lot of things, otherwise. How could I be your man? Yang Lingchen said boldly, braving his nerves. At this moment, Yang Lingchen did not want to hide their relationship any longer. Since the high-ranking officials of the Tianyuan Palace were present, he would take this opportunity to announce their relationship. He could always endure a good beating from her afterward. Wow. The high-ranking officials of the Tianyuan Palace were all shocked, staring at Dongfang Yunbing with wide eyes, as if anxiously waiting for her response. This news was simply too shocking. They were master and disciple. How could it be like this? Especially Dongfang Jie, whose eyes were about to pop out. How the hell will he take revenge now? This kid has become his uncle by marriage. Both Ling Yanyun and Lin Yuru covered their mouths, staring at the two of them in disbelief. Dongfang Yunbing glared fiercely at Yang Lingchen, then coldly said, From today on, Yang Lingchen is no longer a disciple of this palace. Because he is the man of this palace. And I oppose. Dongfang Jie stood up with a face full of grievances. He was raised by Dongfang Yunbing, so he had deep feelings for her. More than a decade ago, the Dongfang family encountered a vicious enemy and was wiped out in one night. At that time, only 12-year-old Dongfang Yunbing fled with 5-year-old Dongfang Jie to Nanzhou. Relying on her extraordinary talent, Dongfang Yunbing became the palace master of Tianyuan Palace at the age of 20. And now she was only 26. Opposition is futile. If you keep whining, don't blame your uncle for giving you a good beating, Yang Lingchen said, looking arrogantly as if teaching a younger generation. You. Dongfang Jie was furious, his eyes blazing. Yang Lingchen, come with me to check the situation. Dongfang Yunbing's figure flashed and disappeared from the main hall in an instant. In this situation, it was awkward for her to stay here any longer. Dear nephew, your uncle is leaving first. I will prepare a meeting gift for you later. Yang Lingchen hurriedly used his movement technique to catch up. The crowd stood there, dumbfounded. At this moment, the grand formation around Tianyuan Palace had already been activated, and the entire mountain gate was shrouded in layers of mist. Even if the enemy wanted to launch a fierce attack from the air, they couldn't get in. Brother Huang, we can't break this grand formation at all. What should we do? Feng Wuji said, his brows furrowed tightly. It's strange. As far as I know, Tianyuan Palace shouldn't have a defensive formation. Huang Dingtian said in confusion. Then what do? We can't just wait here like this. Luo Tianming said in a deep voice. The lord of the Tian men, Duanmu Su, spoke up. No problem. Such a grand formation requires countless precious spirit stones to sustain it. Given Tianyuan Palace's shallow foundation, it probably can't hold out for many days. Duanmu Su continued with a smile. By then, with Sikongguan coordinating inside and outside, as long as we capture Dongfang Yunbing alive, the Crown Prince will surely reward us heavily. Excellent. Brother Duanmu's strategy is truly exquisite. I wonder if the experts arranged by the Crown Prince have arrived? Huang Dingtian smiled slightly and gave a thumbs up. No need to worry. The Crown Prince's people have already arrived. Duanmu Su said. Yang Lingchen, you can't maintain this grand formation for long, right? Dongfang Yunbing frowned slightly. Yes. I spent 20,000 middle-grade spirit stones on this. Master, you must reimburse me. Yang Lingchen said with a pained expression. 20,000 middle-grade spirit stones. How could I possibly take that out? Dongfang Yunbing frowned deeply. If not, then let the next disciple take it over. Slap. Before Yang Lingchen could finish speaking, he received a slap. If a man lacks strength, he should obediently stay below, understand? Understood. Yang Lingchen quickly changed the subject and said, Master, how about we secretly kill Feng Wuji and Luo Tianming? Wouldn't that be too risky? Dongfang Yunbing said. Let's disguise ourselves first, then sneak out from the back and find a chance to approach them. When the time comes, we can kill them and run back into the grand formation. Yang Lingchen suggested. All right, can you disguise yourself? Dongfang Yunbing asked. Of course. Yang Lingchen used the technique of shifting shapes and shadows. instantly transforming into a rugged man in his 30s. What kind of technique is this? It's so amazing. Dongfang Yunbing looked on in astonishment. Do you want to learn? Yang Lingchen said with a grin. I do. Dongfang Yunbing nodded. Then tonight. Tonight. What do you want to do? Dongfang Yunbing said coldly. Tonight, I will teach you. Yang Lingchen quickly corrected himself. Then how can I go out like this now? Dongfang Yunbing asked. I have a way. This is a disguise pill. Just apply it to your face, and I will help you. Yang Lingchen took out a strangely colored disguise pill, pulled off Dongfang Yunbing's veil, and carefully applied it to her face. All right, all done. Just change your clothes, and you're good to go. Yang Lingchen said. You little brat, I won't let you off for this. How dare you make my face covered in spots? Dongfang Yunbing angrily shouted. Master, don't be angry. I'm doing this for safety's sake, Yang Lingchen quickly explained. Soon, the two changed their clothes and quietly slipped out from the back mountain of Tianyuan Palace. Given their current strength, it would be difficult for ordinary people to notice them. Before long, they reached the foot of Tianyuan Palace. At this moment, there were already tens of thousands of people stationed at the mountain gate of Tianyuan Palace. All disciples from the four major sections. Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing were able to get close because he claimed he could break the formation, which allowed them to be let through by the people of the Outer Sect. Master, there is a man and a woman who say they can break the formation. A disciple of the Outer Sect bowed to Huang Dingtian. Bring them over, Huang Dingtian said in a deep voice. Yes, master. Then, the disciple led Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing quickly over. You can break the formation? Huang Dingtian frowned and asked. Rest assured, we have studied formations for decades. Breaking this formation is completely within our capability, Yang Lingchen replied nonchalantly. Good, if you can break the formation, I will reward you handsomely. Huang Dingtian laughed heartily. Under Huang Dingtian's lead, Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing arrived at the entrance of Tianyuan Palace. Brother Feng, Brother Luo, let these two formation masters have a try, Huang Dingtian said. At this moment, Feng Wujia and Luo Tianming were racking their brains over the formation. All right, let them give it a try, Feng Wujia said in a deep voice. Suddenly, blades and swords clashed, and violent sword energy rampaged. Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing struck suddenly, swiftly slashing Feng Wujia and Luo Tianming's necks mercilessly. Feng Wujia and Luo Tianming looked unwilling, slowly collapsing to the ground. Unable to believe they had died here unexpectedly. Swish, swish, swish. The shadows of swords piled up as Yang Lingchen wielded the immortal demon sword, fiercely charging towards Huang Dingtian. At this moment, Duan Musu also sensed something was wrong and rushed towards Dongfang Yunbing. However, to their surprise, Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing were overpowering them in a fierce fight. Just as Dongfang Yunbing was about to strike down Duan Musu, a terrifying sword energy slashed from afar. Dongfang Yunbing quickly dodged, allowing Duan Musu to save his life. Looking for death, a loud shout rang out as two terrifying masked figures rushed over. Chapter 60. The Eve of Counterattack. Chinner, hurry and run. Dongfang Yunbing shouted urgently. Yang Lingchen continued to unleash several swift sword strikes, and then like a ghost, he and Dongfang Yunbing instantly vanished into the great formation. Huang Dingtian, you better clean your neck. Sooner or later I will chop off your head and use it as a ball to kick. Yang Lingchen shouted angrily within the formation. You little bastard. If you have the ability, come out. Huang Dingtian roared furiously. Fool, if it weren't for those two hidden things saving you, I would have killed you long ago. Yang Lingchen sneered, his tone full of disdain. You little brat, you're looking for death. The two masked figures were enraged, striking heavily on the great formation. Boom, boom. The great formation emitted deafening sounds. You useless fools, just wait. Yang Lingchen ignored them, turned, and quickly returned to the main hall with Dongfang Yunbing. With his extraordinary level of formation mastery, no one in Tianwu continent could break the formations he meticulously arranged. Later, Dongfang Yunbing urgently convened a high-level meeting, instructing everyone to prepare for battle and informing them of the shocking news about the deaths of Feng Wujia and Luo Tianming. In an instant, hope reignited in everyone's hearts. No one expected that just over a month ago, Yang Lingchen was only at the third level of the Void Realm, and now he had already reached the second level of the Profound Realm, effortlessly slaying Feng Wujia, who was in the returning Profound Realm. Master, do you know the background of those two masked figures? Yang Lingchen asked with a furrowed brow. He was very curious about these two individuals, as their strength was clearly superior to that of Huang Dingtian and Duan Musu. They are from the prince's mansion. I know them, which is why they are masked. Dongfang Yunbing said, her expression serious. Prince's mansion? Yang Lingchen's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Until now, he still vividly remembered Zhou Yuxiang's intensely passionate gaze towards Dongfang Yunbing. To Yang Lingchen, Dongfang Yunbing was a forbidden existence. Anyone who dared to have designs on her would be his mortal enemy. What level of strength do those two possess? Yang Lingchen continued to inquire. They are at the third level of the returning profound realm. Just like me, Dongfang Yunbing slowly replied. Master, you rest for a while. I will refine some returning profound pills for you, hoping to help you break through to the fourth level of the returning profound realm sooner. Yang Lingchen quickly took out a pill furnace and began to concentrate on alchemy. You can refine pills? Dongfang Yunbing's eyes revealed an expression of great surprise. Is that so strange? If I didn't have some skills, how could I be your man? Yang Lingchen smiled, skillfully operating the pill furnace while chatting easily with Dongfang Yunbing. As she watched Yang Lingchen's fluid and skilled alchemy technique, Dongfang Yunbing found it increasingly difficult to see through this mysterious young man. Before long, a batch of exceptional returning profound pills was completed. Perfect returning profound pill. Dongfang Yunbing couldn't help but exclaim. Master, take this to cultivate. Strive to break through to the fourth level of the returning profound realm soon, and then we will kill our way out and destroy them, Yang Lingchen said firmly. Dongfang Yunbing accepted the returning profound pill without any hesitation and began to diligently cultivate in the serene Ziyun Pavilion. Yang Lingchen then refined some entering profound pills and other precious medicines. Brother Huang, let the people below hold on for a few more days. Given the scale of this great formation, the speed at which it consumes spirit stones is terrifying. They should not be able to last much longer. Duanmu said with a gloomy expression. Brother Duanmu, my MOU and sects people can hold on. But the Diyin sect and the Luo Sha Palace's people have already started to quarrel, all fighting madly for the position of palace master and sect master. Huangding Tian said helplessly. First, calm them down. Once we destroy Tianyuan Palace, we will deal with them. At that time, the territories of these three major sects will belong to us. Haha. Duanmu, Su chuckled sinisterly. Brother Duanmu has a keen insight. Haha, Huangding Tian said, a cold and evil smile curling at the corner of his mouth. That morning, Ling Yanyun and Lin Yuru hurriedly arrived at Ziyun Pavilion. Junior brother Lingchen. Sister Lin, watch your words. You should now call me master, Yang Lingchen teased with a smile. You wish. I won't call you master. Lin Yuru huffed angrily. Sister Yanyun, here are some pills. Take them to strive for a breakthrough to the entering profound realm soon. Yang Lingchen carefully took out some pills and handed them to Ling Yanyun and Lin Yuru. Playboy, honestly tell me, when did you and the palace master get together? Ling Yanyun scolded. Ahem, actually, she was already my woman before I entered Tianyuan Palace. I just didn't know she was the palace master, Yang Lingchen confessed. Then junior brother Lingchen, how did you manage to win over master when you were so weak back then? Lin Yuru asked curiously. Sigh. Actually, it wasn't me who won her over. It was because she thought I was handsome that she forced herself onto me, Yang Lingchen said seriously, as if it were true. Master forced herself onto you? Lin Yuru looked extremely surprised. Don't believe it? You can go ask her, Yang Lingchen replied calmly. At that moment, Yang Lingchen felt a chilling, killing intent coming from behind him. He quickly turned around and saw Dongfang Yunbing staring at him with cold eyes. Master, I have something to attend to. I will take my leave first, Lin Yuru said and swiftly dashed outside. Palace master, I take my leave. Ling Yanyun bowed and quickly walked out, primarily because Dongfang Yunbing's aura was too strong, and Ling Yanyun felt she couldn't withstand it. Yanyun, you stay, Dongfang Yunbing said. Yes. Palace master, Ling Yanyun replied. Yanyun, from now on, when there are no outsiders, just call me Bingjia, Dongfang Yunbing said gently. Bingjia, Ling Yanyun said, her voice slightly trembling. From now on, we are family. If Yang Lingchen dares to bully you, just tell me, Dongfang Yunbing said with a smile. Thank you, Bingjia, Ling Yanyun said happily. Master, can I also call you Bingjia? Yang Lingchen asked, his voice trembling. Call me whatever you want. Aren't we hungry? Shouldn't we go cook? Dongfang Yunbing said coldly. Oh, I'll go now, Yang Lingchen said as he hurried into the kitchen, starting to fumble around. Days passed quickly, and with Yang Lingchen's help, Dongfang Yunbing successfully broke through to the fourth layer of the returning Xian realm. Yang Lingchen also broke through to the third layer of the entering Xian realm. During these days, Ling Yanyun had it the hardest, as Dongfang Yunbing made her stay in the Ziyun Pavilion. because Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing were making such a commotion. Ling Yanyun couldn't rest in peace. However, with the support of Yang Lingchen's pills, Ling Yanyun's cultivation also broke through to the first layer of the entering Xian realm. One night, at midnight, in the palace master's hall, Yang Lingchen stood straight beside Dongfang Yunbing. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Now we will launch a full-scale attack. This palace intends to annihilate all invading enemies in one fell swoop, Dongfang Yunbing said, her eyes flashing with a cold light. Yes, palace master, everyone responded in unison. Then, led by Dongfang Yunbing and Yang Lingchen, the disciples of Tianyuan Palace charged furiously towards the mountain gate. At this moment, it was deep night, and the disciples of the four major sects had begun to rest, with only a few on duty, drowsily keeping watch. Chapter 61. Yang Lingchen's ambition at this moment. The rotating disciples of the four major sects were all dozing off. After all, the night watch had continued for several days, and nothing unusual had occurred. So their initial vigilance had gradually relaxed. Swish, swish, swish. Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing took the lead, silently killing their way out like ghosts. The disciples of Tianyuan Palace behind them drew their gleaming swords and fiercely attacked, without a sound, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of their enemies. When tens of thousands of disciples from Tianyuan Palace surged out like a tide, the four major sects finally noticed. However, those who had just awakened from their dreams would inevitably have reduced combat effectiveness. Meanwhile, the Tianyuan Palace side was well-rested, pouncing forward like a pack of ferocious tigers. Especially Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing. Each strike took down groups of enemies. Dongfang Yunbing, Yang Lingchen, you finally dare to come out. Today, I will make sure you don't return, Huang Dingtian shouted angrily, raising his sharp sword and charging crazily at Yang Lingchen. At the same time, Duan Su rushed towards Dongfang Yunbing with a sword radiating cold light. Meanwhile, the two masked men at the third layer of the returning Xian realm also charged aggressively at Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing. With Yang Lingchen's current strength, dealing with masked men at the third layer of the returning Xian realm was quite challenging. Therefore, he had to quickly deal with Huang Dingtian before the masked men closed in. The immortal demon's sword carried a chilling aura as it sliced through the vast sky, swiftly cleaving towards Huang Dingtian. The fierce sword energy tore through the air as if it would ruthlessly rip apart the very atmosphere. At the same time, Yang Lingchen maximized his agility. Swish, swish, swish. Huang Dingtian let out a miserable scream as his limbs were instantly severed by Yang Lingchen. At that moment, the masked man arrived before Yang Lingchen. Faced with the fierce attacks of the masked man, Yang Lingchen did not choose to clash directly, but instead adopted a flexible strategy to stall the opponent. On the other side, Dongfang Yunbing grew bolder in battle, firmly suppressing Duan Su and the masked man. Just then, Dongfang Yunbing suddenly pushed the masked man back with a palm and swiftly turned to stab at Duan Su. Swish. Duan Su had no power to resist as his dantian was pierced by Dongfang Yunbing's sword, collapsing helplessly to the ground with a horrifying scream. How can you be this strong? The masked man was filled with extreme terror, panicking at this moment. He never expected that half a year ago, when he had seen Dongfang Yunbing at the peak of the 9th layer of the entering Xian realm. She would now have reached the 4th layer of the returning Xian realm. It was simply unbelievable. Humph, go to hell and find the answer. Dongfang Yunbing snorted coldly, her sword suddenly sweeping out with a dazzling brilliance, ruthlessly cutting through the masked man's throat. No, you can't kill me. I'm from the prince's residence. The masked man stared wide-eyed, revealing a trace of extreme unwillingness, then slowly fell. Bingjia, come quickly, I can't hold on. Yang Lingchen shouted anxiously while dodging. The masked man fighting Yang Lingchen, seeing that Dongfang Yunbing had taken out his companion, panicked and turned to flee desperately. After fighting me for so long, you still want to run? Yang Lingchen's figure instantly blocked the masked man's path. Although he couldn't defeat him, it was not a big problem to hold him back. Kid, get out of the way. The masked man was completely flustered and recklessly attacked Yang Lingchen. Swish, swish, swish. The masked man let out a miserable cry. Unbeknownst to him, Dongfang Yunbing had swiftly arrived, ruthlessly severing his legs from behind. At this moment, the people from the four major sects were already terrified. Even Huang Dingtian and Duan Su had been severely injured. They no longer had the heart to continue fighting and began to flee madly in all directions. Meanwhile, Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing continued their frenzied pursuit. Feng Xueqing, Qiming, where are you going? At this moment, Yang Lingchen intercepted the two who were fleeing in panic. Yang Lingchen, spare me, and I promise I will never seek revenge again. Seeing Yang Lingchen suddenly appear, Feng Xueqing was so scared that he knelt down, trembling all over. He want to die? Or want to live? Yang Lingchen chuckled ominously, a powerful killing intent spreading wildly from him. I want to live, please spare me. Feng Xueqing quickly bowed his head and begged for mercy. Good. Take this, and then release your consciousness. I guarantee you won't die. At this moment, Yang Lingchen took out a soul-devouring pill and held it out to Feng Xueqing. I'll eat it, I'll eat it. Feng Xueqing didn't think twice and swallowed it directly. Feng Xueqing screamed continuously, his voice unwavering and unable to stop. The screams continued until he was about to faint, and only then did Feng Xueqing stop. Oh no, Brother Feng, I forgot to remind you, this is called the soul-devouring pill. It contains my soul power, and as long as you have the slightest dissatisfaction with me in your heart, it will react. If you fail to accomplish what I instruct, it will also react. At this moment, Yang Lingchen walked in front of Feng Xueqing again and directly injected a soul mark into his consciousness, thus adding a double insurance. From then on, he would no longer harbor any hatred towards Yang Lingchen. As time went on, he would only become more loyal to Yang Lingchen. Even if Yang Lingchen asked him to die, he would do so willingly. At this time, Luo Qiming looked at Yang Lingchen as if she had seen a devil, slowly retreating. Master, such a perfect woman as Luo Qiming. Why not take her as a female slave? Feng Xueqing quickly began to curry favor. Xueqing, do I look like such an evil person? Yang Lingchen said earnestly. No, Master is not evil at all. Feng Xueqing quickly knelt down, looking alarmed. That's more like it. Come, Miss Qiming, eat this. Yang Lingchen smiled at Luo Qiming and handed her a soul-devouring pill. Yang Lingchen, you devil, I won't eat it even if I die. Luo Qiming said with a resentful gaze. Slap, slap. You're really asking for it. Yang Lingchen instantly slapped her several times, rendering her unable to exert any strength. Since you won't eat it, then I can only feed it to you. Open your mouth, Yang Lingchen said with a wicked smile. Ugh. Luo Qiming tightly closed her mouth, her eyes coldly staring at Yang Lingchen. Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yang Lingchen forcibly pried open Luo Qiming's mouth and fed her the pill. Then he unleashed a powerful soul attack, sealing the depths of Luo Qiming's soul. Instantly, Luo Qiming fell into a daze, and then Yang Lingchen cast a soul mark in her sea of consciousness. From then on, in the depths of her soul, Yang Lingchen would be the man she could never resist. At this moment, Yang Lingchen released her restrictions. Young master, Luo Qiming said like a docile little kitten. You look quite good. From now on, just stay by my side and serve me, Yang Lingchen said, gently lifting Luo Qiming's chin. He never showed mercy to his enemies. Let alone now that she was his female slave. It was perfectly normal for him to do something. Yes, young master, Luo Qiming replied respectfully, not daring to resist at all. Get up. Come with me to the Tianyuan Palace for a meeting, Yang Lingchen said. Yang Lingchen had his reasons for doing this. He aimed to strengthen the Tianyuan Palace to counter the Beixian Empire. Feng Xueqing and Luo Qiming were important candidates for him to control the Dian Gate and the Luocha Palace. On the other side, the four major sects without a leader were like headless flies, soon being wiped out completely by Dongfang Yunbing and the upper echelons of the Tianyuan Palace. At this time, Dongfang Yunbing also came to Yang Lingchen's side. What happened between them? Dongfang Yunbing asked. Sister Bing, they are important pieces I use to control the Dian Gate and the Luocha Palace. Yang Lingchen then detailed his thoughts. How do you control them? Are your methods reliable? Dongfang Yunbing asked. Sister Bing, rest assured, my methods are absolutely reliable. No one in this world can break my control over them. Next, Yang Lingchen elaborated on his controlling methods. That's good, but you must not do anything improper to her. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude, Dongfang Yunbing said coldly. Sister Bing, am I that kind of person? Yang Lingchen said awkwardly. Chapter 62 Departure to Jianyuan Pavilion in the main hall of the Tianyuan Palace, Dongfang Yunbing announced. From today onwards, Yang Lingchen will serve as the deputy master of the Tianyuan Palace. Seeing him is like seeing me. He will arrange the next battle plan for everyone. Yang Lingchen walked steadily to Dongfang Yunbing's side. Greetings, deputy master. Everyone bowed respectfully. The people of the Tianyuan Palace recognized Yang Lingchen's strength. And since he was the close partner of the palace master, no one dared to oppose. Yang Lingchen spoke with a steady and powerful voice, Elder Sun, Elder Ling. Each of you will lead a team to assist Feng Xueqing and Luo Qiming. You must firmly control the Dian Gate and the Luocha Palace and transform them into branches of our Tianyuan Palace. Yes, Palace Master, Sun Tianqing and Ling Chunzi replied respectfully. Subsequently, Yang Lingchen made a series of arrangements regarding the defenses of the Tianyuan Palace and dispatched secret guards to closely monitor the entire southern state. This way, if any external forces quietly infiltrated, he would be able to know immediately. Next came the interrogation phase. In the dungeons of the Tianyuan Palace, Huang Dingtian, who had all 4 limbs severed, Duanmu Su, whose dantian had been destroyed, and a masked man with severed legs were imprisoned. Yang Lingchen was quite skilled in interrogation, and it didn't take long for Duanmu Su to confess everything. It turned out that before the 4 major sects attacked the Tianyuan Palace, the people from the prince's mansion approached them, sending 2 masked men to assist. The task of the 4 major sects was to deliver Dongfang Yunbing to the prince's mansion unharmed. Anyone who dares to target my woman, I will definitely destroy the Beixian Empire completely. At this moment, Yang Lingchen's eyes were filled with a sharp glare. Seeing the furious Yang Lingchen, Dongfang Yunbing remained silent, but felt warmth flowing in her heart. Yang Lingchen then unhesitatingly sent Huang Dingtian and the others straight to hell. Beixian Empire, Prince's Mansion. Your Highness, it's bad. The soul tablets of Tian Sha and Di Sha have extinguished, and news from the southern state indicates that the Tianyuan Palace has already wiped out the Dian Gate and the Luocha Palace. A middle-aged man said anxiously. Did any other forces assist the Tianyuan Palace? Zhou Yuxiang's voice was calm as water. Reporting to your highness, no other forces participated, the middle-aged man quickly replied. Logically speaking, with Dongfang Yunbing's strength, she should not be able to contend with the 4 major sects, let alone with Tian Sha and Di Sha assisting her. Zhou Yuxiang frowned, confused. Your highness, I received a piece of news, but I'm not sure whether to say it or not. The middle-aged man hesitated. Feel free to speak, Zhou Yuxiang said. According to the report from the scouts, Yang Lingchen is not only Dongfang Yunbing's disciple, but also her man. And he has now become the deputy master of the Tianyuan Palace, the middle-aged man said cautiously. What did you say? Say that again. Zhou Yuxiang's teacup shattered instantly, his gaze fiercely fixed on the middle-aged man. Your Highness, please calm down. This matter has spread throughout the southern state. It was publicly announced by Dongfang Yunbing. So it should not be false, the middle-aged man said, trembling. That wretched woman, what do I lack compared to that kid? Since you were so ungrateful. Don't blame me for being ruthless, Zhou Yuxiang said with a dark expression. Your Highness, what should we do next? The middle-aged man asked. We don't need to take action ourselves. With Tianyuan Palace having wiped out 2 major sects today and even killed the leader of the Demon Cloud sect and the master of the Tantian men, other forces must be in a state of panic. All we need to do is instigate them, letting other forces confront Tianyuan Palace directly, Zhou Yuxiang said with a sinister smile. Time flies like a white horse passing a gap. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. Under Yang Lingchen's careful arrangements, the entire southern province, except for the Sword Origin Pavilion, has been completely brought under his control. At the same time, Yang Lingchen dispatched many experts to Hanyang City to protect his family. After a fierce battle, Dongfang Yunbing lay weakly in Yang Lingchen's arms, her voice soft as water. Chener, what are your plans next? I plan to go to Sword Origin Pavilion to propose marriage, striving to gain their support, and then launch an attack on the Demon Cloud sect in the east and the Tantian men in the north, Yang Lingchen said, his voice low and firm. Are you aware of the consequences of acting this way? Dongfang Yunbing asked softly. The consequence is that I will unify the northern Xian region. Yang Lingchen's eyes showed a hint of a domineering aura, truly worthy of being my man. I am drawn to men like you who are full of ambition. Dongfang Yunbing said with a charming smile. Yang Lingchen gently slapped Dongfang Yunbing's rear and laughed. If I had no ambition, would you stop liking me? If you had no ambition, I would find ways to create trouble for you, urging you to become ambitious, for a man without ambition is destined to achieve nothing. Dongfang Yunbing said slowly. In fact, my ambition was also inspired by you, Yang Lingchen said slowly. By me? Dongfang Yunbing blinked her beautiful eyes, full of confusion. Naturally. Mainly because of that damned prince who dared to set his sights on you. And behind him is the northern Xian Empire. To put him to death, I must become more ambitious, Yang Lingchen said with a determined gaze. Do you truly care about me this much? Dongfang Yunbing asked playfully. Of course, you are my woman. Anyone who dares to have designs on you, I will eliminate completely, Yang Lingchen said resolutely. When do you plan to go to Sword Origin Pavilion? Dongfang Yunbing asked. Tomorrow morning, Yang Lingchen replied after a moment's thought. Do you want me to accompany you? Dongfang Yunbing asked. No need. You just need to oversee things in the palace. I will return as soon as possible, Yang Lingchen said. As you say, but you must be careful, Dongfang Yunbing reminded him thoughtfully. Tianyuan Palace indeed needs Dongfang Yunbing to stay in place to prevent being ambushed by other forces. Moreover, the prince's mansion has suffered such a great loss and will definitely not let it go easily. The next morning, Yang Lingchen left Tianyuan Palace alone, riding the carefully trained red firebird. The flying speed of the red firebird is extremely fast, although one can fly short distances upon entering the Xin realm. Long-distance travel still consumes a lot of Xin power. At this moment, Yang Lingchen directly tied Hao Yanyu to the back of the red firebird and then entered Hao Yanyu's space to begin his focused cultivation. The red firebird is a relatively intelligent flying monster. As long as it is told the destination, it will fly towards that direction and stop automatically upon arrival. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The red firebird stopped outside Sword Origin City, and Yang Lingchen stepped out of Hao Yanyu's space, then stored the red firebird back into Hao Yanyu's space. The Sword Origin Pavilion is located within Sword Origin City, and most of the people in Sword Origin City are disciples of Sword Origin Pavilion. Sword Origin City is considered the largest city in Southern Province, far more prosperous than Tianyuan City at the foot of Tianyuan Palace. After entering Sword Origin City, Yang Lingchen steadily walked towards the location of Sword Origin Pavilion according to the map. Before long, he arrived at the front of Sword Origin Pavilion. This place is a grand and vast architectural complex. After submitting his visiting card, it wasn't long before Nangong Yin excitedly rushed out. Yang Lingchen, you finally came. I thought you had forgotten about me. Nangong Yin exclaimed with an excited expression, tightly hugging Yang Lingchen's arm. How could I forget you? I'm here to propose. Yang Lingchen said with a hint of apology on his face. At least you have a conscience. Come on, I'll take you inside. Since confirming their relationship with Yang Lingchen, Nangong Yin often felt insecure, fearing that Yang Lingchen would no longer want her. Yang Lingchen respectfully bowed to Nangong Ting, Nangong Yan's father. After all, he is his future father-in-law, and he cannot overlook the necessary etiquette. Welcome, welcome, Yang Palace Master. Nangong Ting greeted Yang Lingchen warmly. Uncle, just call me Lingchen. Yang Lingchen replied. Etiquette cannot be neglected. You are now the Vice Master of Tianyuan Palace and the husband of the Eastern Palace Master. Your status is already on par with mine, Nangong Ting said. Although he wore a smile, Yang Lingchen could clearly sense an added layer of estrangement. Yang Lingchen. This is my mother. At that moment, Nangong Yin began to introduce the beautiful woman beside her to Yang Lingchen. Greetings, Aunt. Yang Lingchen quickly bowed, not daring to be negligent with his future mother-in-law. Good boy. Come, sit down, Zheng Xian warmly invited. It is said that mothers-in-law grow fonder of their sons-in-law the more they see them, and Zheng Xian was indeed quite satisfied with Yang Lingchen. Over the past few months, Nangong Yin had mentioned Yang Lingchen almost every day in front of her. So, Zheng Xian had long been looking forward to meeting the young man her daughter spoke of so often. Haha, brother-in-law, you're here. Tonight, we must drink until we drop. At this moment, Nangong Xiao strode in from outside. No problem. Tonight, I will definitely make you drunk, Yang Lingchen replied with a smile. For a moment, Nangong Ting was left hanging by his own wife and children. Ahem, Yang Palace Master, may I ask what brings you here today? Nangong Ting asked with a light cough. Uncle, I have come today to propose marriage. I hope that, considering the mutual affection between me and Yin Yin, you will bestow her hand upon me. Yang Lingchen once again bowed. I cannot agree to this matter. Nangong Ting's expression darkened, his voice low. Father, whether you agree or not, I will marry Yang Lingchen. Nangong Yin said playfully. Father, I think brother-in-law is quite good. He is already the #1 genius in the northern Xian region at such a young age. Nangong Xiao chimed in. Everyone, be quiet. Madam, take them out. I need to talk to Yang Palace Master alone, Nangong Ting said to Zheng Xian. I won't go out. I want to marry Yang Lingchen because I am already his, Nangong Yin said angrily. If you don't let me marry him, I will die in front of you. Nangong Ting was so angry that his hands trembled. Yin Yin, please go out first. Trust me, I will definitely marry you, Yang Lingchen comforted. Old man, I warn you. If you bully my Yang Lingchen, I will not let this go, Nangong Yin said angrily. Husband, I think Lingchen is quite good. He is so handsome. Zheng Xian said softly. Zheng Xian back then was attracted to Nan Gongting's looks, so she was quite satisfied with her handsome son-in-law Yang Lingchen. You all get out of here. You really make me mad. At this moment, Nan Gongting was extremely angry. What was so good about this kid? Why were you all standing on his side? Uncle, please calm down. After we get married, I will definitely persuade Yan to be filial to you, Yang Lingchen said. I haven't agreed to Yan marrying you yet. Nan Gongting replied. That's just a matter of time. In this lifetime, Yan will never marry anyone but me. Yang Lingchen said with a smile. Do you know how dangerous the current situation of your Tianyuan palace is? Nan Gongting said with a serious expression. No matter how dangerous it is, I will protect Yan, Yang Lingchen said firmly. What will you use to protect her? Although you have some strength now. Do you know who your enemies really are? Nan Gongting asked coldly. No matter who the enemy is, victory will ultimately belong to me, Yang Lingchen said, revealing a confident smile. Ignorant. Do you know how many returning to Void Realm experts there are in the Beixian Empire? What can the Tianyuan Palace use to resist the powerful Beixian Empire? Nan Gongting scoffed. Uncle, a month ago, could you have imagined that I could kill Huang Dingtian and Feng Wuji? Yang Lingchen retorted. You are indeed the most outstanding genius I have ever seen. Although you were able to eliminate Huang Dingtian and Feng Wuji, I do not believe you can defeat the Beixian Empire, Nan Gongting said. Uncle, life is like a gamble. If you believe in me, then you will be the future father-in-law of the Tianyuan Empire, Yang Lingchen said, his eyes revealing a commanding aura. With the Haotian Jade as a cultivation aid, coupled with the Haotian Ju, a divine-level technique, if he couldn't even destroy a small empire in the lower realm, he would rather die. You little brat, are you trying to fool me with this childish trick? Nan Gongting scolded angrily. Cough, cough. Uncle, please calm down. This is my sincerity as a son-in-law. As long as you agree to let Yan marry me, these top-grade returning to void pills will be yours, Yang Lingchen said, taking out 100 top-grade returning to void pills and 500 top-grade entering to void pills from the Haotian Jade space. This is top-grade returning to void pills. Where did you get so many? Nan Gongting's face showed extreme shock. Because I am a top-grade alchemist, which is why I can improve so quickly, Yang Lingchen explained. Are you sure you have the confidence to deal with the upcoming situation? Nan Gongting looked at Yang Lingchen very seriously. Uncle, don't worry. The Beixian Empire won't act against me in the short term because we haven't offended them yet. At most we've offended Zhou Yuxiang, Yang Lingchen said. And Zhou Yuxiang will consider his own identity and definitely won't take action against me personally. So the only thing he can do is incite some other sects to cause trouble, Yang Lingchen continued. Then do you have confidence to deal with the other sects? Nan Gongting asked in a low voice. No problem at all. I came today purely to propose, and I didn't plan to ask the Sword Origin Pavilion for help. As long as the Sword Origin Pavilion doesn't stand against the Tianyuan Palace, that's enough, Yang Lingchen said. I can assure you of this. Under no circumstances will the Sword Origin Pavilion stand against the Tianyuan Palace, Nan Gongting said with a serious expression. Then what about my marriage with Yan? Yang Lingchen asked. If the whole family has been bought off by you, what use is it for me to disagree? Nan Gongting replied angrily. Thank you, uncle. For your support, Yang Lingchen bowed again. But I warn you, if you dare to bully my precious daughter, I will do everything I can to kill you. Nan Gongting said. Uncle, don't worry. Since I have known Yan, she has always been the one bullying me. I wouldn't dare to bully her, Yang Lingchen quickly assured. If other forces attack Nanzhou, the Sword Origin Pavilion will do its utmost to help you resist. But if you take the initiative to attack externally, I won't be able to help you, Nan Gongting said after a moment of contemplation. Thank you, uncle. With your words, I can rest easy, Yang Lingchen said. After that, Yang Lingchen stayed at the Sword Origin Pavilion for a few more days before leaving with Nan Gongyan. Yang Lingchen, will Dongfang Yunbing bully me? Nan Gongyan asked timidly on the back of the crimson firebird. Yang Lingchen gently pinched her cheek and smiled. Don't worry, as long as you wash our clothes and cook. She won't hit you. Yang Lingchen, if she dares to hit me, I won't let you off, Nan Gongyan said, fiercely pinching Yang Lingchen's waist. Chapter 64. The Avatar of Yanyun. After 3 full days of long journey, Yang Lingchen finally returned to the Tianyuan Palace with Nan Gongyan. Inside Cuiyun Pavilion, Yang Lingchen had just arranged a room for Nan Gongyan when he was hurriedly sent to the kitchen by Dongfang Yunbing. Do I not need to cook? Nan Gongyan asked weakly. Who said you have to cook? Dongfang Yunbing replied with a smile. On the way back, Yang Lingchen said that if I didn't wash clothes and cook for you, you would hit me, Ling Yanyun said softly. That brat actually lied to you. I'm not that fierce. From today on, we are a family. You can just call me Sister Bing in the future, Dongfang Yunbing said with a smile. Sister Bing, you look really beautiful when you smile. You always wore a veil before, and today is the first time I've seen your true face, Ling Yanyun said. You and Yanyun are also very beautiful. It's just that this brat got the advantage, Dongfang Yunbing responded with a smile. Soon, Yang Lingchen prepared a large table of sumptuous dishes and took out the red wine he had personally brewed. After a meal, the relationship between the three women became much closer, with Dongfang Yunbing as the big sister. Ling Yanyun and Ling Yanyun became much more obedient and no longer competed with each other as before. That night, Ling Yanyun finally mustered the courage to pull Yang Lingchen into her room. Because among the three women, she was the only one still a virgin. And now that Ling Yanyun had arrived, if she didn't take the initiative, it would be hard for her to have a place in Yang Lingchen's heart in the future. Yanyun, you are really beautiful. Yang Lingchen looked at Ling Yanyun with deep affection. Tonight, Ling Yanyun was exceptionally beautiful. Her attire and makeup were breathtaking. If I don't take the initiative, will you never touch me? Ling Yanyun said playfully. How could that be? In my heart, you have always been my most important woman. Yang Lingchen said somewhat awkwardly. Anyway, I will only marry you in this lifetime, so don't let me down, Ling Yanyun whispered softly, gently leaning against Yang Lingchen's embrace. Don't worry, even if I let down the heavens, I will never let you down, Yang Lingchen said with deep affection, gently holding Ling Yanyun. That night, the two just chatted together, really did nothing. They talked about many topics, and Yang Lingchen's humor made Ling Yanyun immersed in laughter all night. To clarify, they really did nothing. Please support the official version from Tomato, Tianfeng World. A magnificent mountain, towering into the clouds, stood proudly, with a mysterious cave at the top of the mountain. A graceful woman, stunningly beautiful, and dressed in luxurious attire, is sitting cross-legged in a cave. She is an extraordinarily beautiful woman, with long, thick black hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, her curvaceous body exhibiting enchanting curves, and her chin and lips, carved like exquisite jade, are nearly surreal in their perfection. Her captivating eyes, upon a mere glance, can draw one into profound depths of fascination. How is this possible? At this moment, the breathtaking woman, who was in closed-door cultivation, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, a hint of blush appearing on her flawless face. How dare someone disturb my reincarnation avatar? Moments later, the stunning woman opened her eyes wide again, a chilling, killing intent radiating from them. Damn it! The beautiful woman couldn't help but utter a captivating voice again. You are dead. The cold light in her eyes flickered, and an overwhelming killing intent spread from her, causing the surrounding air to drop several degrees instantly. Soon, she grasped all the memories of her avatar. At this moment, a remarkably handsome young man clearly appeared in her mind. Just then, the stunning woman spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and coldly exclaimed, Yang Lingchen. After cultivating for 1,000 years, I was taken advantage of by you. How outrageous. At this very moment, in the Xian Pavilion, Ling Yanyun's aura suddenly became extremely weak, almost as if she were losing her breath. Yanyun sister, what's wrong? Yang Lingchen sensed something was off and hurriedly held Ling Yanyun tightly in his arms. Senior brother Lingchen. Listen to me, Ling Yanyun said with great difficulty. Yanyun sister, where do you feel unwell? Please tell me, Yang Lingchen urged anxiously. At this moment, Dongfang Yunbing, who was next door, also heard the commotion and hurriedly walked in. Senior brother Lingchen, actually, I am just an avatar. My true body comes from the Tianfeng world and is the master of the Haoyuet Demon Palace, Ling Yanyun. The reincarnation avatar cannot lose its essence. Just a moment ago, I awakened the memories of my true body. Senior brother Lingchen, it's great to know you. Even though I am just an avatar, I have no regrets in this life. Also, senior brother Lingchen, before your strength is sufficiently powerful, you must not appear before my true body, or she might kill you. Because you have disrupted the reincarnation avatar that she painstakingly condensed. Don't worry about me. I am not dead, only returning to my true body early. Remember, don't seek me out until you have enough strength. Otherwise, my true body will kill you. After Ling Yanyun painfully finished her last words, her figure gradually dissipated in Yang Lingchen's embrace. Yanyun sister, Yanyun sister. Yang Lingchen kept waving his hands to grasp her, but he could never catch the disappearing Ling Yanyun. Chinner, are you all right? Dongfang Yunbing's eyes were slightly moist, as she slowly walked up to Yang Lingchen. Bing's sister, Yanyun's sister, is gone. Yang Lingchen's face was filled with pain, and as soon as he finished speaking, he fainted. Chinner, Dongfang Yunbing gently called out and caught him in her arms. However, even though Yang Lingchen fell into a coma, his reincarnation technique continued to operate ceaselessly. Feeling the continuous operation of Yang Lingchen's internal technique, a hint of confusion appeared on Dongfang Yunbing's face. Soon, Yang Lingchen's cultivation broke through to the 4th layer of the entry profound realm. However, this did not stop. His cultivation was still wildly increasing. 5th layer of the entry profound realm. Just after breaking through to the 5th layer, not long after, his cultivation shot up to the peak of the 5th layer of the entry profound realm. Boom. 6th layer of the entry profound realm. At this moment, Yang Lingchen finally woke up, quickly sitting cross-legged to continue his cultivation. At this moment, Yang Lingchen finally understood what was happening. Yanyun's sister, wait for me. I will definitely find you. At this moment, Yang Lingchen silently vowed in his heart. Bing's sister, Yanyun, I'm fine. At this time, Yang Lingchen finally opened his eyes, stabilizing his cultivation at the peak of the 6th layer of the entry profound realm. 2 more days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Yang Lingchen finally prepared to embark on a new journey, which is to conquer the northern profound domain. Under the leadership of Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing, the disciples of Tianyuan Palace marched towards the Demon Cloud Sect and the Tantian Gate. Among the 12 major sects, the strongest had cultivations generally around the 2nd layer of the returning profound realm. At this time, Yang Lingchen's strength was already comparable to that of a 5th layer returning profound realm expert, so Tianyuan Palace advanced with unstoppable momentum, successfully taking over the Demon Cloud Sect and the Tantian Gate. With the help of the soul-devouring pill, the high-level members of these 2 sects were quickly brought under Yang Lingchen's complete control. The powerful stance of Tianyuan Palace also successfully alerted other forces. In the northern profound empire, Prince's Mansion. Your Highness, something big has happened, a middle-aged man said. What is so alarming? Zhou Yuxiang said. Just now, the scouts reported that Tianyuan Palace took the initiative to strike. The Demon Cloud Sect and the Tantian Gate have already been successfully taken down by Tianyuan Palace. The middle-aged man said in a low voice. I didn't expect this Yang Lingchen to have such great ambitions. Zhou Yuxiang sneered. Your Highness, what should we do next? The middle-aged man asked. Notify the other sects to launch a full-scale attack immediately, and let Elder Ying take the Dark Guards to assist. We must capture that wench Dongfang Yunbing alive. I want to play with her to death, Zhou Yuxiang said coldly. Yes, Your Highness, the middle-aged man replied, and then retreated. Chapter 65, The War Begins. In the northern profound empire, Empress's Palace. Shuang'er, has Yang Lingchen's physique been confirmed? A woman with a seductive figure, cold temperament, and dressed in a luxurious phoenix robe asked. Reporting to the Holy Maiden, after our thorough investigation, Yang Lingchen is indeed a pure yang body. And it is precisely because of him that Dongfang Yunbing's cultivation can break through so rapidly, Shuang'er said slowly. Keep a close watch on Zhou Yuxiang. Make sure he doesn't kill Yang Lingchen. He is the key furnace for my breakthrough, the woman in the phoenix robe said again. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed swiftly. Under the powerful might of Tianyuan Palace, the southern prefecture had formed a solid stronghold. Any force that stepped into the southern prefecture could not escape Yang Lingchen's keen awareness. The high-level members of the Tantian Gate and the Demon Cloud Sect were also completely under Yang Lingchen's control, becoming the left and right guardians of the southern prefecture. Tianyuan Palace. Chinner, the Dark Guards have reported that the joint forces of other factions have been assembled. How should we respond? Dongfang Yunbing asked with a worried expression. Bing's sister, there's no need to worry. I have already meticulously arranged a great formation at the gate of Tianyuan Palace. Just waiting for them to obediently walk into the trap, Yang Lingchen said confidently. He had long been clear about his future plans. The first step was to swallow all the sects, ultimately employing a strategy of surrounding the city from the countryside to eliminate the northern profound empire in one fell swoop. If he didn't achieve significant accomplishments in this world, how could he justify his special identity as a transmigrator? Just then, Luo Qiming hurriedly walked in, bowing and saying, Master, the other forces have attacked, and we really can't hold on any longer. Have everyone put down what they're doing and retreat to Tianyuan Palace. It's time to give them a severe blow, Yang Lingchen instructed methodically. Yes, Master, Luo Qiming complied and exited. At the same time, The seven sect allied forces were marching towards Tianyuan Palace, rampaging along the way without encountering any resistance. The members of the Demon Cloud sect and the Tantai sect were all retreating rapidly towards the direction of Tianyuan Palace. Eldering, there's no need for you to personally deal with such a trivial matter as Tianyuan Palace, said Xue Tianming, the leader of the Tianyi sect. With a smile on his face, Sect leader Xue, I am also acting under orders. Even if Tianyuan Palace is just an insignificant ant, we must go all out. If we delay His Highness's important matters, no one will have a good outcome, Elder Ing replied with a dark expression. What Elder Ing said is correct. Xue Tianming quickly bowed in response. In front of Elder Ing, Xue Tianming was merely a junior, as the power disparity between them was vast. Notify everyone to advance at full speed. We must reach the gates of Tianyuan Palace by tomorrow, Elder Ing commanded decisively. At Tianyuan Palace, in the main hall, Dongfang Yunbing was methodically issuing orders. During this time, Yang Qinglin also refined countless explosive poison pills and distributed them to the disciples of Tianyuan Palace, while also providing them with antidotes to prevent their own people from being poisoned. With so many explosive poison pills, it provided an extra layer of security for the disciples below. The next morning, the seven sect allied forces finally arrived at the gates of Tianyuan Palace. Under the leadership of Yang Qinglin and Dongfang Yunbing, all disciples of Tianyuan Palace were on high alert, prepared for battle. Dongfang Yunbing, Yang Qinglin, you two have been slaughtering the other sects at will. It's not too late to surrender now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless, Xue Tianming said sternly. A bunch of idiots. If you want to fight, then hurry up. I don't have time to waste on you, Yang Qinglin retorted without courtesy. You little brat. You are Yang Qinglin, Xue Tianming said with a grim expression. That's right. I'm your father, Yang Qinglin sneered. You're seeking your own death. Xue Tianming's face twisted in anger. After all, he was a well-known sect leader in the northern region and had never been insulted like this before. Brother Xue, calm down. Once we catch this little brat, we have plenty of ways to deal with him, said Mo Juanhao, the leader of Lingxian's sect, with a dark expression. Brother Mo is right, Xue Tianming shouted loudly. Everyone, follow me to kill and destroy Tianyuan Palace. As soon as Xue Tianming finished speaking, the seven sect allied forces charged towards Tianyuan Palace with great momentum. Kill them all. Yang Qinglin also shouted loudly, leading the charge alongside Dongfang Yunbing. The high-ranking members and disciples of Tianyuan Palace, armed with battle swords, bravely rushed towards the enemy. In an instant, as the two sides clashed, the disciples of Tianyuan Palace threw countless explosive poison pills towards the enemy. Boom, boom. In an instant, many disciples of the seven sect allied forces were severely injured, and countless others were poisoned by the explosive poison pills. There's poison. Everyone hold your breath, Xue Tianming shouted. At this moment, Yang Qinglin had already plunged into the ranks of the seven sect allied forces. Meanwhile, the leaders of the seven sects joined forces to attack Yang Qinglin and Dongfang Yunbing. However, the combined strength of several sect leaders could not stop Yang Qinglin. In just a few breaths, he had killed several of them. At that moment, a terrifying sword energy came from the sky. Yang Qinglin quickly dodged to the side to avoid it, and an elderly figure appeared before him. At the same time, dozens of men in black appeared on the battlefield. Old fool, I thought you were just a turtle hiding its head. I didn't expect you to show yourself, Yang Qinglin said with a smile. You sharp-tongued brat. Angering me will do you no good, Elder Ing said, his eyes cold as ice. Haha, old man. I've been waiting for you to show up. Otherwise, how could I activate the Great Formation? Yang Qinglin laughed heartily and waved his hand to activate the formation. In an instant, the scene was enveloped by a mysterious power, and the seven sect allied forces seemed to be suppressed, as if by a 1,000-pound stone. Those with lower cultivation levels found their movements significantly slowed down, while the disciples of Tianyuan Palace were unaffected. Immediately, countless members of the seven sect allied forces died at the hands of the disciples of Tianyuan Palace. You're looking for death. Elder Ing shouted angrily and lunged at Yang Qinglin, while the dozens of black-clad men rushed towards Dongfang Yunbing. The strength of these black-clad men was around the first layer of the returning to Void Realm, while Elder Ing's strength reached the sixth layer. In an instant, Yang Qinglin was pressured to retreat repeatedly. With his current strength, facing a sixth layer returning to Void Realm expert was indeed quite challenging. However, he did not panic and continued to engage in evasive maneuvers against the opponent. As a top-tier alchemist, he certainly had some special tricks up his sleeve. At this moment, Yang Lingchen took the opportunity to swallow an explosive Xian pill. Instantly, his aura surged dramatically, reaching the peak of the 7th layer of the returning to void realm. Old man, let us see how I'll kill you. Swish, 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 swish. Yang Lingchen activated the immortal demon sword and unleashed dozens of sword strikes in an instant. With his aura soaring, Yang Lingchen forced Elder Ying to retreat repeatedly. In no time, he had inflicted several wounds on Elder Ying with his sword energy. After another dozen exchanges, Elder Ying was finally pierced through the chest by Yang Lingchen's sword and fell to the ground, losing his fighting capability. What pill did you just take? Elder Ying asked with great difficulty. Wait until I finish dealing with the others, and then I'll tell you, Yang Lingchen replied coldly, before flying towards Dongfang Yunbing. At this moment, Dongfang Yunbing was struggling, surrounded by dozens of black-clad men. Although her strength was much higher than that of the black-clad men, she was overwhelmed by their numbers. Moreover, several sect leaders were also attacking her. Just as Dongfang Yunbing was retreating repeatedly, Yang Lingchen finally arrived, and her pressure was finally relieved. Under Yang Lingchen's frenzied slaughter, the dozens of black-clad men were like sheep to the slaughter, each taken down by his sword in no time, leaving no survivors. The disciples of Tianyuan Palace grew braver as they fought, and the 7 sect allied forces quickly collapsed, suffering heavy casualties. Before long, Shui Tianming and Mo Juanhao were captured by Yang Lingchen. Yang Lingchen didn't want to kill them. He wanted to control them, after all. Attacking a territory also required someone to manage it. Chapter 66. The Northern Xian Empire strikes Oriental Palace Master. Spare us. We were forced into this. Seeing Yang Lingchen's overwhelming strength, Shui Tianming and Mo Juanhao were terrified and quickly knelt on the ground. At this moment, Yang Lingchen dragged Elder Ying over as well and looked coldly at the 3 of them, saying, either die or submit. You choose. We submit, we submit. Shui Tianming and Mo Juanhao said without hesitation, desperately bowing their heads to plead for mercy. Yang Lingchen took out 2 soul-biting pills and said coldly, good. Release your consciousness and then take this. We'll take it. The 2 did not dare to hesitate and quickly swallowed the pills. Ah! As soon as they finished taking the pills, they let out extremely shrill screams. I suggest you better not have any thoughts of dissatisfaction with me, or this pain will continue until death, Yang Lingchen said with a smirk. Hearing Yang Lingchen's words, the 2 could no longer harbor even a hint of hatred towards him. And only then did the pain slowly dissipate. Yang Lingchen then planted a soul mark in their consciousness, completely taking control of them. Old man, what's your choice? Yang Lingchen said with a grin, looking at Elder Eagle. Kid, you have quite the audacity. Do you know who I am? Elder Eagle's face darkened as he spoke coldly. A dog of the prince's mansion, right? What's the difference between being a dog for anyone? Why not give yourself another choice? Yang Lingchen replied disdainfully with a cold laugh. Humph, even if I die, I will not submit. You can give up on that. Elder Eagle said with a fierce tone. Smack. How dare you speak to the master like that? Shui Tianming said without hesitation as he slapped Elder Eagle. Shui Tianming, you're seeking death. Elder Eagle shouted angrily. But at this moment, he was already under Yang Lingchen's control, so he could only glare at Shui Tianming with rage. Old man, I advise you to obediently submit. This way, you will suffer less, and by serving me, you won't only get an endless supply of top-grade Gui Xian Dan, but you'll also have the chance to advance to the Spirit Xian realm. Yang Lingchen spoke slowly. Kid, you sure are good at bragging. Elder Eagle looked at Yang Lingchen with disdain. What is this? You should recognize it, right? Yang Lingchen directly took out over 100 Gui Xian Dan. Top-grade Gui Xian Dan. How do you have so many? Elder Eagle said in shock. Humph, just Gui Xian Dan. As long as you submit to me, in the future. If you want Spirit Xian Dan, I can give them to you as well, Yang Lingchen continued. If you can really provide Gui Xian Dan, then what is wrong with me submitting to you? Elder Eagle said after a moment of contemplation. He was originally a venerator of the prince's mansion, receiving corresponding rewards from the prince every month. Now that Yang Lingchen could offer better conditions, he had no reason to refuse, especially since he was currently Yang Lingchen's captive. Then let go of your consciousness and eat this. Yang Lingchen directly tossed a soul-devouring Dan over. Elder Eagle did not hesitate any longer and swallowed it down. Having seen the properties of this pill earlier, he dared not harbor any dissatisfaction towards Yang Lingchen. At this moment, Yang Lingchen again planted a soul mark deep within his consciousness. These Gui Yuan Dan are a gift for you, as long as you follow me. You will definitely not regret it in the future, Yang Lingchen said. Thank you for your generous gift, Master. Elder Eagle and the others hurriedly bowed in response. Collect the medicinal materials on this list whenever you encounter them. They are important materials for alchemy. Yang Lingchen handed them another list. Next, they began to clean up the battlefield. At the same time, Yang Lingchen sent Mo Juanhao and Xue Tianming out to take over the territories of other sects and to keep a close watch on the movements of the northern Qian Empire. Currently, apart from the Sword Yuan Pavilion, almost all of the 12 major sects of the northern Qian Empire had been destroyed, so he had to be wary of the northern Qian Empire. At the Zhuiyun Pavilion, after scouring all the other sects, Yang Lingchen became wealthy again, and all the territories of the sects were incorporated into the influence of Tianyuan Palace. That day, Yang Lingchen once again immersed himself in cultivation, delegating all matters of Tianyuan Palace to Dongfang Yunbing. In the northern Qian Empire, in the imperial court, a woman of enchanting beauty, dressed in a luxurious phoenix robe, sat in the main hall. Her thick, black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall. Her curvaceous body exuded charm, her chin and lips sculpted like jade, perfect to the point of being ethereal, and her captivating eyes could make anyone who looked into them fall deeply. This person was the Empress of the Northern Qian Empire. Xiao Qingyun, Your Majesty, the Tianyuan Palace is growing stronger by the day and has unified the 12 major sections. I believe we should immediately send troops against the Tianyuan Palace while it is still vulnerable and wipe it out in one go, said Li Yanyun, the Minister of War. Respectfully, Mother, please allow me to lead the troops to eliminate the Tianyuan Palace, Zhou Yuxiang urgently spoke. Mother, the reason the Tianyuan Palace has developed to this point is largely due to the Crown Prince's undeniable responsibility. The third prince, Zhou Yuhao, interjected. Yuhao, what does this matter have to do with the Crown Prince? Xiao Qingyun asked slowly, her voice enchanting. To report to your majesty, the Crown Prince has been harboring ill thoughts towards Dongfang Yunbing. A month ago, he sent his subordinates, Tian Sha and Di Sha, to collaborate with the 4 major sects to attack the Tianyuan Palace, intending to capture Dongfang Yunbing alive. Unexpectedly, the 4 major sects were completely annihilated. Yet he remained infatuated and sent Eagle Zhenghua to lead dozens of shadow guards to attack the Tianyuan Palace again. Due to his improper handling, all major sects were wiped out, so I believe the Crown Prince does not have the ability to eliminate the Tianyuan Palace. Zhou Yuhao spoke methodically. Zhou Yuhao. Zhou Yuxiang was extremely furious at this moment. Brother Crown Prince, is what the third brother said wrong? Zhou Yuhao bowed again to Xiao Qingyun, then continued. I request to lead the troops against the Tianyuan Palace. I sincerely ask for your majesty's permission. Mother, I know the Tianyuan Palace very well. If I lead the troops myself, the odds of victory will be greater, Zhou Yuxiang quickly said. Since both princes wish to lead the troops against the Tianyuan Palace, it would not be appropriate for me to choose either of you. How about this? Let the King of Heaven lead the army, with both princes as vice-generals. To march together? Xiao Qingyun said in a clear and pleasant voice. I will not disappoint the Empress's trust and will eliminate the entire Tianyuan Palace in one fell swoop. King of Heaven Zhou Xianzheng declared confidently. I obey the command. Zhou Yuxiang and Zhou Yuhao replied in unison. At the Zhuiyun Pavilion, Yang Lingchen had been crazily cultivating, and that day he finally touched the threshold of the 7th layer of the entrance Xian realm. He took out all the spirit stones he had gathered during this time and buried himself in the pile of spirit stones, starting to refine them frantically. As the spirit stones were continuously refined by Yang Lingchen, his cultivation finally reached a critical point for a breakthrough. Boom, boom, boom. The 7th layer of the entrance, Xian realm. He then took out pills to continue his cultivation, and soon his cultivation broke through to the peak of the 7th layer of the entrance, Xian realm. After reaching the peak of the 7th layer of the entrance, Xian realm, Yang Lingchen opened his eyes and walked out of the Haotian Jade space. Chinner, you finally came out of seclusion. The Northern Qian Empire's army has already entered the territory of the southern state, Dongfang Yunbing said. Who is leading the Northern Qian Empire's army? Yang Lingchen frowned and asked. He hadn't expected the Northern Qian Empire to dispatch troops so swiftly and without any reason. This time, the Northern Qian Empire's leader is King of Heaven Zhou Xianzheng, with the Crown Prince and the third prince as vice-generals. What are Zhou Xianzheng and Zhou Yuxiang's strengths? Yang Lingchen inquired. Although he had seen Zhou Xianzheng a few times before, his cultivation was too low at that time to gauge the other's strength. Zhou Xianzheng is at the 7th layer of the Gui Xian realm. while Zhou Yuxiang is around the fourth layer of the Gui Xian realm. I can take care of him, Dongfang Yunbing said coldly. I understand, Ice Sister. This is the exploding Xian Dan, which can temporarily elevate one's cultivation by one small realm. Yang Lingchen handed over a few exploding Xian Dan. You actually have this kind of pill? Dongfang Yunbing showed a look of shock. What's so surprising about that? I also have the Hehuan Dan. One will leave you unable to get out of bed for half a month. Do you believe it? Yang Lingchen said with a mischievous smile. Bastard. Dongfang Yunbing shot him a glare. Chapter 67. The Fall of King of Heaven. The next morning, the army of the Northern Xian Empire finally arrived fiercely at the gates of Tianyuan Palace. Compared to the previous Seven Sects alliance, the army of the Northern Xian Empire is much more powerful, consisting entirely of well-trained regular troops. For a moment, the disciples of Tianyuan Palace became nervous, as they were facing the terrifyingly strong Northern Xian Empire. Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing stood tall in front of the gate of Tianyuan Palace. Master Dongfang, if you surrender, I can spare your life out of respect for our acquaintance, Zhou Xian said with a grim expression. Lord Jintian, has Tianyuan Palace ever provoked the Northern Xian Empire? Dongfang Yunbing's tone was icy to the extreme. Tianyuan Palace has not provoked the Northern Xian Empire, Zhou Xian replied with a serious face. So, it means the Northern Xian Empire is the one provoking us and wants to destroy Tianyuan Palace? Dongfang Yunbing chuckled, but her eyes were filled with coldness. Zhou Xian frowned. This was a difficult question to answer, as the Northern Xian Empire was indeed not justified in this matter. Dongfang Yunbing, I've already given you a chance. Since you don't know how to appreciate it, don't blame me for being rude, Zhou Xian said with a gloomy face. Old man, if you want to fight, then hurry up. I don't have time to waste with you, Yang Lingchen said disdainfully. Yang Lingchen, since you are eager to die, then I will fulfill your wish. Zhou Xian said, his face darkening. Your Highness, don't waste time with him. Let's destroy Tianyuan Palace and capture them both, the third prince Zhou Yuhao said coldly. All soldiers, attack. With Zhou Xian's command, the Northern Xian Empire's cultivator troops surged towards Tianyuan Palace like a tide. Kill. Everyone follow me. Let's eliminate these scum of the Northern Xian Empire. Yang Lingchen shouted, and immediately led the charge like an arrow released from a bow. Dongfang Yunbing and the disciples of Tianyuan Palace quickly followed suit. In terms of numbers, Tianyuan Palace was not at a disadvantage, as it had gathered the strength of all sects, and even the Sword Yuan Pavilion firmly stood by Tianyuan Palace at this moment. Yang Lingchen directly wielded the immortal demon sword, like a wolf entering a sheep pen. Wherever he went, the enemies were either dead or injured, leaving no survivors. Meanwhile, the disciples of Tianyuan Palace threw explosive poison pills into the crowd of the Northern Xian Empire. In an instant, smoke filled the air, and limbs flew across the battlefield. A scene of utter horror. Dongfang Yunbing single-handedly held off several powerful members of the Northern Xian Empire, whose cultivation levels were around the fourth level of the return to the origin realm. Yang Lingchen directly faced Zhou Xian, who was the strongest existence in the Northern Xian Empire. Normally, Yang Lingchen would not be able to defeat Zhou Xian, but fortunately, he had a burst of Xian Dan in his mouth when the battle started. Sword Qi surged as Yang Lingchen swung the immortal demon sword, launching wave after wave of fierce sword strikes at Zhou Xian, while simultaneously tossing explosive poison pills around with his left hand. At this moment, Zhou Xian became increasingly alarmed. He had never seen such a terrifying genius challenging at a higher level, and the speed at which the opponent's cultivation was increasing was simply too fast. At this moment, Zhou Xian began to worry for the Northern Xian Empire, wondering whether it was worth offending such a genius. The two engaged in a fierce battle for several hundred exchanges, with Yang Lingchen using the god-slaying sword technique in conjunction with agile footwork, making it difficult for either side to gain the upper hand. As time passed, Yang Lingchen became increasingly anxious because the burst of Xian Dan also had a time limit. If he couldn't quickly take down Zhou Xian, he would face a devastating blow. At this point, Yang Lingchen could no longer hold back, risking it all with every move, relentlessly attacking with the god-slaying sword technique. Zhou Xian became more and more alarmed, while Yang Lingchen grew braver with each battle. Just then, Yang Lingchen seized a rare opportunity and unleashed a soul-biting slash. Zhou Xian's movements hesitated for a moment. Without hesitation, Yang Lingchen swiftly slashed Zhou Xian's neck with the immortal demon sword and kicked his corpse away. Lord Jintian is dead. With Zhou Xian's death, the Northern Xian Empire's army fell into chaos. At this time, Zhou Yuxiang and Zhou Yuhao, who were besieging Dongfang Yunbing, were also stunned by Yang Lingchen's immense strength. Lord Jintian was the third strongest in the northern Xian Empire. If even he was killed by Yang Lingchen, how terrifying must Yang Lingchen's strength be? At this moment, Zhou Yuxiang and Zhou Yuhao lost their will to continue fighting. Just then, Dongfang Yunbing seized an opportunity, and with a single sword strike, she instantly cut Zhou Yuhao's neck. Seeing this, Zhou Yuxiang retreated in panic. At that moment, Yang Lingchen charged out and knocked him unconscious with a single blow. With the loss of their backbone, the northern Xian army collapsed like a landslide, retreating under the onslaught of the disciples of Tianyuan Palace. With the addition of Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing, the high-ranking members of the northern Xian Empire who had participated in the battle were soon slaughtered. Next came the cleanup of the battlefield. Yang Lingchen stripped Zhou Xian of his storage ring. He then went to Zhou Yuxiang's side. He had only knocked Zhou Yuxiang unconscious earlier. Yang Lingchen directly struck Zhou Yuxiang's calf with a club. Crack! Ah! Yang Lingchen, you dare to harm this prince. You are dead. Zhou Yuxiang screamed in agony. Waking up from his unconsciousness, staring at Yang Lingchen in terror. Feeling better now, Your Highness? Yang Lingchen sneered. What do you want? Zhou Yuxiang asked fearfully. Yang Lingchen smiled faintly and struck his other leg with another club. Crack! Ah! Zhou Yuxiang screamed again. Why don't you just do your job as a prince? Why do you have to seek death? After saying that, Yang Lingchen struck Zhou Yuxiang's right hand with another club. Crack! Ah! Spare me, I won't dare again. Please spare me. Zhou Yuxiang pleaded loudly. At that moment, he deeply regretted provoking Dongfang Yunbing. Yang Lingchen looked at him coldly and casually struck him twice more, instantly shattering all of Zhou Yuxiang's limbs, and even his dantian was destroyed by a kick from Yang Lingchen. Crack, crack! Ah! Yang Lingchen, you devil! May you die a horrible death! Zhou Yuxiang shrieked hoarsely. Bang! Yang Lingchen knocked him away with a single strike. He did not kill Zhou Yuxiang, as the latter was already a cripple. Sometimes, the cruelest method is not to kill the opponent, but to let them fall from heaven to hell, living in fear forever. At that moment, the news of Tianyuan Palace's victory over the northern Xian Empire spread like a hurricane throughout the northern Xian region. Yang Lingchen's name also became widely known in the northern Xian region, with countless talented youths eager to join Tianyuan Palace. In the northern Xian Empire, in the Empress's palace, Holy Maiden, I just received news that Lord Jintian and the third prince have both died in battle, and the crown prince has been crippled. With the northern Xian army completely annihilated, Shuang'er said. I know, let's go? It's time to find my furnace cauldron, Xiao Qingyan said, a charming smile at the corner of her lips. Chapter 68. Homecoming. Mother's news just when everyone thought that the Tianyuan Palace would take this opportunity to expand greatly. Yang Lingchen unexpectedly boarded the Red Firebird and set off on his journey home. It had been a year since he left Hanyang City, and Yang Lingchen truly missed it and wanted to go back and take a look. Moreover, having offended the Beixin Empire, if he did not properly arrange for the safety of his family, it was very likely that the Beixin Empire would take advantage of the situation. Although he had already sent many experts to Hanyang City to protect his family, he still felt uneasy. Therefore, this time he planned to move the entire family to Tianyuan Palace, where he could truly feel at ease. After 3 days of nonstop flying, Yang Lingchen finally returned to Hanyang City. Hanyang City was not a forbidden flying zone, so he directly urged the Red Firebird to speed towards the Yang family estate. The giant wings of the Red Firebird hovered in the air before slowly landing in the martial arts square of the Yang family's inner courtyard. At that moment, the family disciples who were training on the martial arts platform noticed Yang Lingchen's return. Master, young Master Lingchen is back. The Yang family's servants excitedly shouted, quickly rushing towards Yang Dalin's courtyard. Young Master, you're back. A graceful figure swiftly rushed towards Yang Lingchen like the wind and tightly hugged him. Xiao Rua has grown quite a bit. Feeling the fragrant scent of the young girl in his arms, Yang Lingchen smiled and teased. He had a fondness for Xiao Rua. Of course, this affection was merely the bond between siblings. After all, they had grown up together, and Xiao Rua was his child bride, raised by Yang Daolin since childhood. You're getting worse and worse, young master. Xiao Rua pouted shyly. At this moment, many young disciples of the Yang family came over to greet Yang Lingchen. Yang Lingchen was very polite, taking out numerous precious pills from his storage ring to share with all the family disciples. The young disciples of the Yang family had never seen such precious pills before, and they were all overjoyed, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. At this time, Yang Daolin, with an excited expression, hurriedly walked towards Yang Lingchen. Upon hearing the news of his son's return, he immediately put down the family affairs in his hands. "Chinner, you're back." Yang Daolin's face showed a loving smile. He had been very worried about his son after such a long time apart. "I missed home, so I came back to see you." Yang Lingchen felt a deep longing for Yang Daolin, perhaps due to the merging of the previous soul in his heart. This place was his home, and Yang Daolin was his father. Just coming back is good. A comforting smile appeared on Yang Daolin's face. It was hard to express the feelings of longing he had for his son after such a long separation. As the old saying goes, a son travels 1,000 miles, and a father worries. For the past year, he had been worried about his son every moment. The news of Yang Lingchen's return quickly spread throughout Hanyang City. Now, Yang Lingchen's reputation had spread throughout the Beixin domain, and even in a remote place like Hanyang City, his name was well known. To celebrate his son's return, Yang Daolin announced that the entire family would hold a grand banquet for 3 days. Upon hearing the news of Yang Lingchen's return, the heads of various families in Hanyang City quickly prepared generous gifts to congratulate him. Even the Xiao and Lin families, who had enmity with Yang Lingchen, sent congratulatory gifts. As Yang Lingchen's strength had reached a level where they could only look up to him, they no longer harbored thoughts of revenge. These family heads were all quite shrewd. When you were thriving, they would come to flatter you, but when you were in trouble, they would all wish to step on you. This was the harsh reality. Yang Daolin accepted the gifts from the visiting families one by one, also returning the courtesy. The most awkward situation was for Han Tianling and Han Ruoxue. At this moment, Han Tianling wished to slap himself, having rejected such an outstanding son-in-law. Meanwhile, Han Ruoxue wore an unwilling expression and felt regret. If she had not called off the engagement back then, she would now be the happiest woman in the Beixin domain. Seeing his son grow to this extent, Yang Daolin felt an immense sense of relief. "Chinner, you're grown up now. It's time to tell you about that matter." A hint of pain appeared on Yang Daolin's face. Seeing his father looking troubled, Yang Lingchen asked, "What is it, father?" "Actually, your mother did not pass away." Yang Daolin's tone carried a hint of helplessness. In Yang Lingchen's memory, mother was a familiar yet unfamiliar term. Throughout his life, he had never seen his mother. Even in his previous life on Earth, Yang Lingchen was an abandoned orphan. Then where did she go? Yang Lingchen tried to keep his tone calm. Once upon a time, he had also yearned for maternal love and had seen his mother multiple times in dreams. "Chinner, don't hate her. Your mother truly loves you very much. It's just that due to some special reasons, she had to leave us." Yang Daolin sighed. "Father, please tell me about mother." Yang Lingchen said solemnly. "Your mother's name is Su Wanyun. I met her in Fenghan City. At that time, your mother was being chased and severely injured, and it was I who saved her. She was the most beautiful woman in the world and the gentlest woman. The days spent with her were the happiest of my life. Your mother was seriously injured at that time, so I brought her back to the family. As time went by, we developed feelings for each other. After you were born, your mother devoted all her attention to you, guarding you almost all the time. And she made clothes for you from the age of 1 to 18. As Yang Daolin spoke, he rummaged through the wardrobe and found a pile of clothes, many of which Yang Lingchen had worn as a child. "You're already 16 now. Take these clothes and wear them. They were all knitted by your mother." Stitch by stitch, Yang Daolin said. "What happened next? Where did mother go?" Hearing this, Yang Lingchen's eyes involuntarily became moist, and he carefully stored the clothes made by his mother into the Haotian jade space. Su Wanyun had made many clothes for Yang Lingchen. There were nearly dozens of pieces for ages 15 to 18. What happened next? Yang Daolin sighed bitterly and continued. "Not long after, when you were 3 months old, a group of extremely powerful individuals arrived in Hanyang City. Their strength was unfathomable. Each of them had the power to destroy a city with ease." "What was their relationship with mother?" Yang Lingchen asked. "It was at this time that I learned that your mother is the daughter of the palace master of the Tianji Palace in the central region. These people were there to take your mother back." Yang Daolin sighed again and continued. "When those people found out that your mother had given birth to a child in such a small place, they even wanted to annihilate our Yang family. If it weren't for your mother protecting us with all her might, our Yang family would have been wiped out long ago. To protect our safety, your mother had no choice but to follow them back to the central region. Before your mother left, she entrusted me to take good care of you, not to worry about her, and to never search for her. I will never forget the heartbroken look on her face when she left. Chinner, you mustn't blame your mother, because she really loves you." Yang Daolin sighed. Yang Lingchen softly said, "Father, You must have missed mother a lot over the years. He could see that his father's feelings for his mother were extremely deep. What use is it to think? It's just that I, as a father, am incompetent and unable to protect her well. Tears gradually welled up in Yang Daolin's eyes. For so many years, it was the first time Yang Lingchen saw his father so sad. Father, you can rest assured, one day I will bring mother back. Yang Lingchen said solemnly. Chinner, I'm telling you this not to make you search for her, but simply to let you know that your mother loves you very much. She just wants you to grow up safely and happily, and then marry and have children. Yang Daolin opened his mouth to say, Father, with my talent, I will definitely bring mother back sooner or later. Yang Lingchen replied. Then, he talked to Yang Daolin about the family's relocation, and also provided many resources and secret techniques for the family. After all, he was now the master of Tianyuan Palace and had the ability to relocate the Yang family to Tianyuan City for development. After hearing Yang Lingchen's suggestion, Yang Daolin readily agreed. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Yang Daolin and the Yang family discussed the relocation and received unanimous approval from the family's higher-ups. Next, Yang Lingchen arranged for experts guarding near the Yang family to escort family members to Tianyuan Palace. Meanwhile, Yang Lingchen himself took Yang Daolin and Xiao Ruo and returned to Tianyuan Palace first on the Qihua bird. After successfully returning to Tianyuan Palace, Yang Lingchen immediately arranged for his father to stay in a very luxurious courtyard on the main peak of Tianyuan. He then smiled and told his father to wait a moment, as he would soon bring his daughter-in-law to meet him. Upon hearing that he was about to meet his daughter-in-law, Yang Daolin was so excited that he could hardly contain himself, feeling emotional that after so many years, his son had finally grown up. After that, Yang Lingchen returned to Ziyun Pavilion and found Dongfang Yunbing and Nangong Yan, telling them all about the upcoming meeting with his father. In Ziyun Pavilion, the two women, Dongfang Yunbing and Nangong Yan, had dressed up meticulously for several hours for this meeting. Meanwhile, Yang Lingchen calmly enjoyed tea, patiently waiting. Yang Lingchen, I'm really a bit nervous about meeting uncle later. I don't know what to say, Dongfang Yunbing said with a tense expression, her gaze fixed on Yang Lingchen. Aren't you usually the high and mighty master of Tianyuan Palace? Why are you afraid this time? Don't worry, my father is kind and easy to get along with, Yang Lingchen said with a smile to comfort her. Yang Lingchen, do you think my outfit looks good? Is it formal enough to meet uncle? Nangong Yan asked, also seeming a bit nervous, her eyes filled with expectation. It looks good. Both of you are as beautiful as celestial beings, and my father will definitely like you very much. Let's not delay any longer. Let's hurry and go, Yang Lingchen said with a smile. Wait, let me calm my emotions first. Take a deep breath. Dongfang Yunbing took a deep breath and encouraged herself. Let's go. It's just meeting the in-laws, and Yin Yin and I aren't ugly, so what is there to be afraid of? Yang Lingchen secretly chuckled. These two girls were also nervous about meeting their in-laws. Under Yang Lingchen's lead, the three of them arrived at the courtyard where Yang Daolin was temporarily staying. Father, this is Dongfang Yunbing, the master of Tianyuan Palace, your future daughter-in-law. You can call her Binger. This is Nangong Yan, the daughter of the master of Jinyuan Pavilion. She is also your future daughter-in-law. You can call her Yenner. Yang Lingchen held the hands of the two women and introduced them to his father in detail. Yunbing greets uncle. Yenner greets uncle. Dongfang Yunbing and Nangong Yan each respectfully bowed to Yang Daolin. A look of astonishment flashed in Yang Daolin's eyes as he thought to himself. Indeed, two stunning beauties. My son is truly blessed. Binger, Yenner, please take a seat. This is our first meeting, and I haven't prepared any gifts, but I will definitely make it up to you when you get married, Yang Daolin said with a smile. Warmly. After that, Yang Lingchen introduced Xiao Ruo to the two women. The family happily had a meal together, and Yang Daolin was increasingly satisfied with these two future daughters-in-law. His affection evident. In the following days, Tianyuan Palace temporarily did not continue to expand. After all, the Northern Xian Empire still had an emperor and an empress, whose strength was far beyond what Yang Lingchen could contend with at the moment. However, Tianyuan Palace was not idle. During this time, the number of newly recruited disciples was growing explosively. Today, Tianyuan Palace had already become the leading sect in the Northern Xian domain, and with a genius like Yang Lingchen, its appeal to the younger generation was extremely strong. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. During these 3 days, all the members of the Yang family relocated to Tianyuan City. Under Yang Lingchen's careful arrangements, the exceptionally talented younger generation of the Yang family smoothly entered Tianyuan Palace. The older generation stayed in Tianyuan City to manage family affairs, and Yang Lingchen provided a large amount of resources for the family, enough to support the rapid rise and development of the entire family. One day, a massive flying ship hovered steadily above Tianyuan Palace. Soon after, two stunning figures floated down gracefully from the air, landing steadily in front of the main hall of the palace. One of the women seemed to have stepped out of a fairyland. She had long, flowing black hair cascading over her snow-white, jade-like shoulders, and her exquisite features were crystal clear, especially her captivating eyes that drew people in at first glance. For a moment, no one dared to approach this woman. At that moment, Dongfang Yunbing happened to be inside the main hall. Hearing such a commotion, she hurriedly walked out. "You are Dongfang Yunbing?" Xiao Qingyun's voice was alluring, seemingly carrying some kind of mysterious charm. "May I ask what brings you to Tianyuan Palace?" Dongfang Yunbing's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. In terms of temperament and beauty, Dongfang Yunbing was not inferior to Xiao Qingyun. The only difference was strength. "I came today only for Yang Lingchen," Xiao Qingyun said slowly, her lips slightly parted. "Yang Lingchen is not here today," Dongfang Yunbing replied coldly. She was unsure of Xiao Qingyun's purpose for finding Yang Lingchen, but she understood in her heart that it surely wouldn't be anything good. "Bing Jia, who is she?" With such a commotion, Yang Lingchen could clearly sense it and quickly appeared in front of the main hall. "Xiao Jia, has Yang Lingchen returned?" Dongfang Yunbing asked lightly. "Cough, he hasn't returned. He should have gone back to his hometown." Hearing Dongfang Yunbing's question, Yang Lingchen instantly reacted, lightly coughing and saying. He could clearly feel that the woman in front of him had unfathomable strength, far beyond what he could currently contend with. "Little brother, what's your name?" Xiao Qingyun, with her beautiful red lips and white teeth, looked at Yang Lingchen charmingly. "My name is Dongfang Jia," Yang Lingchen said, forcing himself to speak. At that moment, Shuang'er, who was following behind Xiao Qingyun, couldn't help but smile slightly. "Dongfang Jia? That's a really nice name. Come here quickly, sister wants to talk to you." Xiao Qingyun gracefully waved her delicate hands towards Yang Lingchen. "This beautiful sister, I have a strong body odor. I need to go wash up first," Yang Lingchen said weakly. At that moment, the pressure he felt was immense. It was as if there was an invisible magic on Xiao Qingyun. And if it weren't for his cultivation of the Haotian formula, he definitely couldn't resist her allure. "Oh really? That's great. Sister loves men with body odor the most. Come over," Xiao Qingyun said, staring straight at Yang Lingchen. "Xiao, may I ask what important matter you have with Yang Lingchen?" Dongfang Yunbing asked, frowning slightly. "Actually, it's nothing particularly important. Since he's not here, it's fine. I can also look for this little brother," Xiao Qingyun said with a charming smile. "Is there anything I can help you with, sister?" Yang Lingchen said, forcing himself to speak. "Come here. Sister won't do anything to you," Xiao Qingyun said sweetly. At that moment, Yang Lingchen knew he couldn't escape. Even if he could run away, the Tianyuan Palace couldn't just follow him. Yang Lingchen gritted his teeth and slowly walked towards Xiao Qingyun. "Yang Lingchen, I didn't expect you to be not only handsome, but also quite clever." Xiao Qingyun chuckled. And then her jade hands quickly clapped several times in front of Yang Lingchen. Instantly, Yang Lingchen felt all his profound energy completely sealed. Whoosh! In an instant, Dongfang Yunbing, holding a long sword, fiercely slashed at Xiao Qingyun. Facing Dongfang Yunbing's attack, Shuang'er, who was behind Xiao Qingyun, instantly appeared and in the blink of an eye sent Dongfang Yunbing flying. "Yang Lingchen, if this palace wants to destroy the Tianyuan Palace, it can be said to be as easy as blowing dust. Do you understand?" Xiao Qingyun's voice suddenly became icy cold. "Beautiful sister, let's talk things out. There's no need to resort to weapons," Yang Lingchen quickly said, realizing he was at the mercy of others. "Xiao Qingyun, what exactly do you want? If you have something to say, come at me," Dongfang Yunbing angrily reprimanded. "TSK, TSK, TSK. The famous iceberg beauty of the North Xin domain also has moments of being infatuated." Xiao Qingyun revealed a charming smile and continued, "But don't worry. As long as this little sly one serves me well, I won't kill him. Xiao Qingyun, if you dare to harm him, I will definitely not let you go," Dongfang Yunbing said coldly. "You don't know the limits, daring to threaten this palace." Xiao Qingyun's eyes narrowed, and she raised her hand to fiercely strike Dongfang Yunbing. Boom! Dongfang Yunbing was knocked back several steps, a trace of red blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. "Stop! If you have something to say, come at me." Yang Lingchen hurriedly stepped forward and blocked Xiao Qingyun. At that moment, he felt incredibly helpless and powerless. He originally thought his strength was enough to dominate the North Xian domain, but today he realized he had greatly underestimated others. Yang Lingchen, you care about her, don't you? Yun asked with a cold laugh. Yes, Yang Lingchen replied softly. Then who is more beautiful, me or Dongfang Yunbing? Yun asked charmingly. From a fair and impartial perspective, you both are extraordinarily beautiful. From an emotional perspective, I think I's sister is even more beautiful, Yang Lingchen said in a deep voice. Let's go? This palace just happens to lack a chief eunuch. Yun said coldly. What? Yang Lingchen was taken aback and quickly said, Sister, after careful observation, I found that you are just a bit more beautiful, so there's no need to be a eunuch. Yang Lingchen, you. Dongfang Yunbing scolded. Yang Lingchen hurriedly turned back and exchanged glances with Dongfang Yunbing. Humph. Dongfang Yunbing coldly snorted and stopped speaking. She didn't want Yang Lingchen to be castrated by Yun. Hee, I like to hear that. So let's start as a fake eunuch. As for whether or not you'll be castrated, it depends on your performance, Yun said sweetly, then reached out to grab Yang Lingchen and swiftly headed towards the flying boat in the sky. My sister, don't worry, I will definitely come back. Yang Lingchen shouted loudly towards Dongfang Yunbing in midair. Hearing Yang Lingchen's words, Yun's lips curled into a barely noticeable cold smile. She had never intended to let Yang Lingchen go because he was destined to be her furnace for life. The reason Yun didn't kill Dongfang Yunbing was that she feared provoking Yang Lingchen's resentment and resistance. For a furnace that could have emotional reactions was undoubtedly much more interesting than a lifeless log. This was a luxuriously decorated flying boat. After Yang Lingchen was brought aboard, the boat quickly sped towards the direction of the North Xian Empire. In the following days, under Shuang'er's strict training, Yang Lingchen had memorized almost everything a eunuch needed to do. Shuang'er's strength was at the 7th level of the returning origin realm, which shocked Yang Lingchen. The strength of a maid could actually rival that of the Northern King. At this time, Yang Lingchen's strength had been completely sealed, and even his physical power had been restricted. He was now almost no different from a frail scholar without any strength. Chapter 70. Little Qingzi the Eunuch Tianyuan Palace. Tianji Peak. Zhuge Elder, please deduce again. Will Cheng'er really be fine? Dongfang Yunbing's face was full of worry, her brows tightly furrowed, and her eyes were filled with concern as she spoke urgently. Rest assured, Palace Master, I have already deduced it 3 times. There is not much risk for the Deputy Palace Master on this trip, Zhuge said, stroking his beard, a mysterious smile appearing on his face, deliberately leaving a cliffhanger. Not much risk? Dongfang Yunbing asked eagerly, her eyes filled with anticipation. The secrets of heaven cannot be leaked, Zhuge said with profound eyes, as if everything was under his control. North Xian Empire. Inside the palace. Have you heard? Recently, a little Qingzi the eunuch has come, and he is favored by the Empress. Of course I've heard. I even saw him yesterday. He's quite handsome. It seems we need to curry favor with this little Qingzi the eunuch from now on. The eunuchs in the palace gathered together, chatting back and forth, their words filled with envy and flattery. In the Empress Dowager's chamber, little Qingzi, I'm a bit tired, Yun's enchanting voice rang out again, carrying a hint of laziness and charm. Empress, please wait a moment. I've recently developed the Thai-style massage technique, and I will arrange it for you right away. Hearing this, Yang Lingchen did not dare to delay for even a moment and quickly walked over, gently kneading Yun's shoulders with both hands. During this time, Yang Lingchen's heart was nearly collapsing. Not only could he not use his profound energy, but he also had to serve the difficult-to-please Yun with extreme caution every day. If there was any oversight in his service, he would have to endure a beating from Shuang'er. Damn you. Just wait. One day I'll make you pay. Yang Lingchen secretly cursed in his heart. Qingzi, your technique is quite good. You must have served Dongfang Yunbing quite a bit, right? Yun said with a charming smile and a flirtatious gaze. How could that be? Usually, it's Sister Bing who serves me. Only a rare beauty like you. The Empress would make me willingly lower myself to serve, Yang Lingchen replied, feeling nauseous inside after saying that. But there was no other choice. He had to act like a sycophant. Otherwise, he would definitely face punishment. Time flew by, and 3 days passed. Under Yang Lingchen's careful management, everything in the Empress's palace was arranged in an orderly manner, with no faults to be found. One day, while Yang Lingchen was at the treasury to fetch some fragrant herbs for Yun, he happened to run into Zhou Yusen, who was also exchanging treasures. Hee, isn't this little Qingzi? I heard that the Empress has a new chief eunuch by her side, And it turns out to be you, Yang Lingchen. This time, let's see where you can run. Zhou Yusin said with a sinister smile, revealing her crooked teeth, looking as ugly as possible. I have seen the 19th princess. Yang Lingchen quickly bowed and greeted, feeling scared and dazed, as he had heard of Zhou Yusin's notorious reputation. That's it. Encountering this perverted woman. I'm afraid my reputation is finished. This is really bad luck. At this moment, Yang Lingchen felt as if 1,000 alpacas were galloping through his mind, panicking immensely. TSK, the Empress is really ruthless. Such a handsome man, and she actually allowed him to be castrated. Zhou Yusin circled around Yang Lingchen, examining him and commenting. 19th princess, the Empress is still waiting for the fragrant herbs. Yang Lingchen forced himself to remain calm and said, no problem, I'll have someone deliver it for you. You should go sit at my palace for a bit. Zhou Yusin said with a chilling smile that sent shivers down one's spine. Princess, I'm already a eunuch. Please spare me. Yang Lingchen begged, cold sweat breaking out as his voice trembled. Haha, it's fine. What I like is your face. Even if you're a eunuch. It doesn't matter. You still have your hands and feet, right? Zhou Yusin said, then grabbed Yang Lingchen and forcefully dragged him toward the princess's palace. Help! Help! Helpless, Yang Lingchen could only shout desperately, hoping the Empress would come to his rescue. Otherwise, he would be finished. Shout all you want. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to save you, Zhou Yusin said ominously, her face full of pride and arrogance. Before long, Yang Lingchen was forcibly dragged into the princess's palace. In this extremely luxurious bathing room, everyone get out. This princess will personally bathe little Qinzi. Zhou Yusin ordered arrogantly. Yes, princess, the maidservants replied and quickly left, casting sympathetic glances at Yang Lingchen. Over the years, they had seen countless young talents being mercilessly mistreated by the princess. Little Qinzi, will you undress yourself, or should this princess help you? Zhou Yusin said with a wicked smile. Princess, I just bathed last night. It's really unnecessary. Yang Lingchen awkwardly said, trying to find an excuse to refuse. You have such a big nerve. This princess is personally giving you a bath, and you still hesitate. Zhou Yusin then called out, LV Luo, bring my whip and candles. Yes, princess, came the respectful voice from outside. Is it possible? Am I really going to meet my end here? Just as Yang Lingchen was about to fall into despair, the door to the bathing room was suddenly kicked open. Immediately, Xiao Qingyun walked in with a cold expression, her face frosty and her aura fierce. Empress, save me. Yang Lingchen felt as if he had seen a savior and was so excited he almost cried. Slap. Without hesitation, Xiao Qingyun slapped Zhou Yusin hard across the face, coldly saying, you dare to touch my person? If there's a next time, you will bear the consequences. Zhou Yusin was stunned by the sudden slap, unable to say a word. Little Qinzi, why aren't you coming with me? After saying this, Xiao Qingyun turned and walked outside without looking back. Recalling what had just happened, Xiao Qingyun felt a lingering fear. If she hadn't discovered it in time, her carefully prepared furnace would have been ruined by that ugly woman Zhou Yusin. Yang Lingchen dared not linger for a moment, quickly following behind her. Once back in the Empress's palace, Xiao Qingyun said, Little Qinzi, come to my side. Her voice was soft and carried a hint of seduction. Empress, what instructions do you have? Yang Lingchen approached slowly, trembling. Do you want to regain your strength? Xiao Qingyun asked with a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. Yang Lingchen's eyes lit up, and he quickly nodded. Good. Then I'll give you a chance. Xiao Qingyun's smile turned mischievous. Will you really lift my restrictions? Yang Lingchen looked at her in surprise. His eyes filled with suspicion and hope. I can lift your restrictions, but you must not run away. Otherwise, I will destroy Tianyuan Palace and your family, Xiao Qingyun said, her expression darkening as she coldly threatened. Rest assured, being able to follow such a peerless beauty like you, how could I run? Yang Lingchen awkwardly replied, secretly cursing in his heart. Damn woman, just wait. One day, I will make you kneel and sin conquer. Go wash up. I'll be waiting for you in the room. Xiao Qingyun said with a charming smile. What? Wash up? What does she want? Yang Lingchen was momentarily stunned, unsure of what to do. Why are you still standing there? Do you believe I'll give you to Zhou Yusin? Xiao Qingyun's expression turned cold, and her voice became severe. Please, no? I'll wash. Is that okay? Yang Lingchen hastily retreated, feeling defeated. That evening, Xiao Qingyun dismissed all the palace maids and eunuchs. This damn woman. She wouldn't really want to do that to me, would she? Yang Lingchen cautiously approached Xiao Qingyun's room, feeling anxious and hesitant to enter. You little brat. Why are you still dawdling? Do you believe I'll kill you? Xueqing glared at Yang Lingchen fiercely, hands on her hips. Miss Xueqing, please calm down. I'll go in right now. Yang Lingchen was a bit afraid of Xueqing, as she often resorted to violence against him. Creak. Yang Lingchen gently pushed open the door to Xueqing's room. It was an extremely luxurious room, filled with rare decorations and valuable furniture. At this moment, Xueqing was only draped in a thin layer of snow gauze, her sexy figure barely concealed, exuding deadly temptation. Her cherry-like lips curved into a seductive smile, and her captivating eyes were fixed on Yang Lingchen. She can't be serious, can she? Yang Lingchen was momentarily frozen, his mind blank. What are you dawdling for? Come here quickly. Xueqing's voice was enchanting, echoing like a magical melody in Yang Lingchen's ear. Yang Lingchen took a deep breath and slowly walked over. At that moment, Xueqing moved with enchanting steps, like a light butterfly, and gracefully approached Yang Lingchen, her entire body almost pressed against his. Yang Lingchen felt his breath quickening, his heart pounding wildly. He had to admit that few could resist Xueqing's allure. Chapter 71. Lifting the ban. This is your last chance from this palace. If you don't cherish it, I will give you to Zhou Yusin. Xueqing said playfully, while her fair and delicate right hand gently lifted, hooking Yang Lingchen's chin. No, can't I just be obedient? Yang Lingchen said helplessly, thinking to himself that if he were really given to Zhou Yusin, his fate would be unimaginably tragic. That's more like it. A faint smile of charm appeared at the corners of Xueqing's mouth. Faced with such a situation, Yang Lingchen felt utterly helpless. He knew he had no room for choice. Early the next morning, Yang Lingchen returned to his residence. He looked hurried, quickly tidying his slightly disheveled clothes before hastily returning home. Once in his room, Yang Lingchen didn't dare to waste any time and immediately entered the Haotian Jade space, focusing entirely on his cultivation. He understood that only by rapidly increasing his cultivation level could he hope to break free from the difficult predicament before him. The days without cultivation were unbearable, and now that the ban on him had finally been lifted, Yang Lingchen didn't want to waste a moment. He quickly took out spirit stones and began to push himself to break into the 8th layer of the entry to profound realm. As he continuously refined the spirit stones, he soon felt he was on the verge of reaching the threshold of the 8th layer. At that moment, Yang Lingchen was at the most critical juncture for his breakthrough. He kept pushing the reincarnation technique, launching wave after wave of attacks against the barrier of that realm. With each desperate attempt, the barrier finally showed a faint crack. Boom, boom, boom. Entry to profound realm, 8th layer. With the difficult barrier within him successfully broken, Yang Lingchen finally advanced his cultivation to the 8th layer of the entry to profound realm. Damn old hag, let's see how I take you down this time. Yang Lingchen gritted his teeth, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He quickly took out an exploding profound pill and swallowed it without hesitation, then stormed out. At that moment, Xueqing was quietly sitting cross-legged in her room, pure spiritual energy swirling around her like dancing ribbons, which she gradually absorbed into her body. Suddenly, an incredibly terrifying and powerful aura erupted from her without warning, indicating that her cultivation had successfully broken through. This saintess has finally broken the shackles that plagued her for years and reached the spirit profound realm. A satisfied smile appeared on Xueqing's lips. When Yang Lingchen arrived at Xueqing's door, he was coldly blocked by Xueqing. You little brat, why are you here if the Empress did not summon you? Xueqing said frostily, her gaze filled with disdain and disgust as she glared at Yang Lingchen. Smack. Damn old hag, I've tolerated you for long enough. Yang Lingchen instantly lost control of his anger and slapped her hard. He had no good feelings for this arrogant woman during the tormenting time. He had endured many beatings from her. Xueqing let out a piercing scream as her body was sent flying by the immense force, her face red and swollen from the slap. Damn woman, if you provoke me again, I'll slap you to death. Yang Lingchen snorted coldly, filled with rage as he kicked open Xueqing's door and swaggered in without a care for anyone. Xueqingzi, what are you doing here? Xueqing's eyes flashed with coldness, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a trace of teasing. Damn you. Today I'm going to settle the score with you. Yang Lingchen, enraged, unsheathed the immortal demon sword and swung it without hesitation, unleashing a fierce sword energy with supreme power aimed straight at Xueqing. You don't know how to live. Xueqing's eyes suddenly flashed with an extreme coldness, and a terrifying aura, chilling to the bone, instantly radiated from her. She then swiftly struck out with her jade palm, sending forth a powerful palm wind like an unstoppable tsunami, crashing toward Yang Lingchen. Boom! With a deafening roar. Yang Lingchen felt a blur before his eyes, his chest struck as if by lightning, and he was instantly sent flying by the overwhelming force. Cough, cough, Your Highness. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Yang Lingchen coughed up blood and quickly begged for mercy. He felt extremely frustrated. He had previously discovered that Xueqing was at the 9th layer of the returning to profound realm, so he took an exploding profound pill, thinking it would be enough to deal with her, but he never expected her to break through to the spirit profound realm. Misunderstanding? Although a charming smile graced Xueqing's lips, a bone-chilling cold glimmer flashed in her eyes as she slowly said, "Is it really a misunderstanding?" "Absolutely a misunderstanding." Yang Lingchen trembled, quickly responding with a shaky voice. "Come here." Xueqing's gaze sharpened as she beckoned Yang Lingchen with a finger, her posture exuding an intimidating pressure. "Your Highness, what do you command?" Yang Lingchen approached tremblingly. At that moment, he felt the temperature in the room drop by several degrees, sending chills down his spine. Bang, bang, bang. "Ah, I was wrong. Your Highness, spare my life." Yang Lingchen screamed in agony. Under Xueqing's merciless beating, aside from his groin and face, there was no unscathed skin left on his body, covered in bruises. At this moment, Xueqing reached out her jade hand and tightly gripped Yang Lingchen's throat, coldly saying, "If it weren't for the fact that you still have some use, I would have killed you long ago." Cough, cough. "Spare me, I won't dare again." Yang Lingchen gasped, fear written all over his face. "Xueqingzi, this is the last time. If there's a next time, you'll face the consequences." Xueqing's tone was extremely cold as she gently patted Yang Lingchen's face. "Yes, I absolutely won't let it happen again," Yang Lingchen hurriedly promised, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. "Consider yourself wise, now get out." Xueqing cast a cold glance at Yang Lingchen, filled with disgust. "Yes, Your Highness." Yang Lingchen left the room with a face that resembled a pig's head. He felt extremely frustrated, but could only endure silently. In the days that followed, Yang Lingchen became much more obedient, mainly because Xueqing's strength was simply too terrifying, far beyond what he could contend with at present. One day, Yang Lingchen walked out of Xueqing's room with a gloomy expression. Through this period of contact, he unexpectedly discovered that Xueqing was secretly operating a mysterious technique when she was with him. Damn, this bitch actually treats me as a tool. No wonder her strength has been increasing lately. Yang Lingchen silently cursed in his heart. Faced with this situation, he felt quite helpless. Nowadays, he was just a pure tool. If he didn't serve well, he would get beaten. In the North Xian Empire, in a certain mysterious underground chamber of the imperial palace. Ha! I have finally broken through to the spirit profound realm. Xueqing, you bitch, now I want to see how you can refuse me. A chilling laughter suddenly echoed as a middle-aged man in a golden dragon robe, with a sharp gleam in his eyes, strode over. This man was none other than the Emperor Zhou Xiantian of the North Xian Empire, who had been in seclusion for a long time. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for successfully exiting seclusion. An old eunuch quickly bowed and said, his attitude extremely respectful. Prepare for me. I want to bathe and change, then head to the Queen's palace. Zhou Xiantian commanded with an authoritative tone. Yes, Your Majesty. The old eunuch quickly responded respectfully, and then slowly retreated. At this moment, Yang Lingchen was in the Queen's palace, carefully massaging her shoulders. Just then, a voice from outside called out, Your Majesty, the Emperor has exited seclusion and is heading our way. The Emperor is coming? Yang Lingchen's brow furrowed, and an uneasy feeling surged in his heart. Hold him off. I don't have time to deal with him right now, Xueqing said without hesitation. Then turned to Yang Lingchen and said, Don't bother with him. Yes, Your Majesty. The voice from outside responded, and then turned to leave. At that moment, a loud voice from the eunuch announced, Your Majesty has arrived. Seeing that Zhou Xiantian was already approaching, the maid quickly bowed respectfully. I have seen the Emperor. Where's the Queen? Zhou Xuantian's voice was extremely authoritative, a powerful aura emanating from him, making people feel oppressed. Reporting to Your Majesty, the Queen is currently in seclusion. The maid quickly replied, her voice trembling slightly. In seclusion? Then I will wait here for the Queen. Zhou Xiantian frowned slightly, and then found a place to sit down. The main reason Zhou Xiantian did not leave was that he sensed two people in the room, so he wanted to see who was in the Queen's chamber. After a long while, Xueqing and Yang Lingchen finally tidied everything up and slowly walked out of the room. Qingyun, who is he? Zhou Xuantian's eyes were extremely sharp. fixed firmly on Yang Lingchen. He is a eunuch by my side. Xiao Qingyun said calmly, her tone indifferent. Is he really a eunuch? Zhou Xuantian's gaze grew colder, staring at Yang Lingchen like a cold pool. Fuck you. Why are you staring at me like that? I'm also a victim, okay? Yang Lingchen felt quite speechless in his heart, cursing inwardly. Of course he is a eunuch, Xiao Qingyun said coldly, her tone firm. Xiao Shunzi, go check. Zhou Xiantian snorted coldly, a hint of a sneer appearing on his face. Yes, Your Majesty. Xiao Shunzi quickly complied. Then, Xiao Shunzi swiftly approached Yang Lingchen. Seeing this, Yang Lingchen's heart tightened, and he hurriedly activated the Shrink Yang technique, instantly retracting his vital parts into his body. Xiao Shunzi reached out without hesitation, but to his surprise, he grabbed nothing. Reporting to Your Majesty, he is indeed a eunuch, Xiao Shunzi quickly reported. At this moment, Zhou Xiantian couldn't help but frown. He had always been confident in his instincts, and just now, his instincts clearly told him that Yang Lingchen did not seem like a eunuch at all. Everyone leave. I have important matters to discuss with the Queen, Zhou Xiantian said. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone responded and then retreated. Yang Lingchen also followed the others out. The previous situation had been extremely perilous, and luckily, he had reacted quickly. Otherwise, he would have been completely exposed. Not long after Yang Lingchen exited, a fierce sound of fighting suddenly came from behind. Yang Lingchen hurriedly walked over to check, only to see Xiao Qingyun and Zhou Xiantian fiercely battling it out. At the same time, Shuang'er suddenly sprang into action, swinging her sword and directly slitting Xiao Shunzi's throat. Zhou Xiantian, what are you? You also want to plot against this holy maiden? Xiao Qingyun said coldly, her voice filled with anger. Bitch, today I will definitely take you down, Zhou Xiantian said. His voice dark and his eyes filled with ferocity. Zhou Xiantian, you're seeking death. Xiao Qingyun's face was filled with anger as she swung her sword fiercely at Zhou Xiantian. Facing Xiao Qingyun's fierce attack, Zhou Xiantian did not dare to be careless, also swinging his long sword to meet her. Damn it, finally, I've caught an opportunity. Yang Lingchen silently cursed in his heart and then quietly lurked closer. After dozens of exchanges, Xiao Qingyun's momentum grew stronger, exuding a powerful aura. While Zhou Xiantian became increasingly alarmed, he simply couldn't understand how Xiao Qingyun's cultivation had improved so rapidly. Just then, Xiao Qingyun seized a perfect opportunity. A sharp sword aura instantly piercing through Zhou Xuantian's chest. Swish, swish. Xiao Qingyun swiftly swung her sword twice more, directly slitting Zhou Xuantian's neck. However, just before he died, Zhou Xiantian unleashed a powerful palm strike, instantly sending Xiao Qingyun flying. Seeing Xiao Qingyun get injured, Yang Lingchen brandished the immortal demon sword and rushed towards her without hesitation. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as he killed Xiao Qingyun, no one in the entire North Xian Empire would be able to threaten him anymore. Just as Yang Lingchen was about to reach Xiao Qingyun, she suddenly narrowed her eyes and coldly shouted, Xiao Qinzi, what do you want to do? Cough. Misunderstanding, Your Majesty. It's a misunderstanding. I came to help you, but I didn't expect you to resolve it so quickly. Yang Lingchen coughed lightly and quickly put away the immortal demon sword, wearing a flattering smile on his face. Just as he got close, he keenly sensed that Xiao Qingyun didn't seem to be seriously injured, so he wisely chose to back off. Don't think I don't know your little thoughts. If it weren't for the fact that you are still somewhat useful to me, I would have already sent you to Zhou Yusen, Xiao Qingyun said coldly, her tone filled with threat. Your Majesty, you must be mistaken. I am loyal to you. Yang Lingchen hurriedly bowed, his face full of flattery. From today onwards, you will call me Master, Xiao Qingyun said with a cold expression. Yes, Master, Yang Lingchen bowed. Slap. Xiao Qingyun did not hesitate to slap him, angrily saying, Do you believe this holy maiden will tear your mouth apart? Master, it's a misunderstanding. I used my hometown dialect just now, Yang Lingchen quickly explained, a layer of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Shuang'er, go and eliminate all those above the fourth layer of the spirit realm in the North Xian Empire for this holy maiden, Xiao Qingyun said coldly, her tone devoid of any emotion. Yes, holy maiden, Shuang'er replied and quickly retreated. Xiao Qinzi, now that the North Xian Empire no longer poses a threat to Tianyuan Palace, you will accompany this holy maiden to the infinite sacred land tomorrow. Xiao Qingyun's voice carried a hint of unarguable determination. Can I not go? Yang Lingchen said weakly. He really did not want to go to any holy place. Of course you can. Xiao Qingyun sneered. Really? Yang Lingchen's eyes lit up. and a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. Of course it's true, but before you leave, this saintess will disable your cultivation and then send you to Zhou Yusin. Xiao Qingyun said coldly, her eyes filled with mockery. Master, I've thought about it repeatedly. If you go to the Wuji's holy land and no one is there to serve you, I definitely won't feel at ease, so please take me with you. Yang Lingchen said awkwardly, his face full of a flattering smile. Don't you feel it's forcing it? Xiao Qingyun raised the corners of her mouth slightly and asked with a smile. Of course not. Yang Lingchen continued, Master, can I return to Tianyuan Palace before we leave? Damn it. You foul woman. I've played with you for so long for free, and you still want to take me away. Just wait. Yang Lingchen cursed inwardly. Thinking of Dongfang Yunbing? Xiao Qingyun asked coldly, a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. Yes, Yang Lingchen replied, during this time. He had indeed missed Dongfang Yunbing and Nangong Yin a bit. Tomorrow, this saintess will give you a whole day to say goodbye to them properly, Xiao Qingyun said. Thank you, Master, Yang Lingchen replied. There's no need to thank this saintess, as this will be your last chance to meet them, so cherish it, Xiao Qingyun said. A cold smile on her lips, her eyes filled with ruthlessness. Just then, Shuang'er, covered in the smell of blood, walked over. How did it go? Xiao Qingyun asked. Reporting to the saintess, all those in the Baixian Empire who are at the fourth layer of the return to the Void Realm and above have been eliminated. Shuang'er replied expressionlessly. Good, prepare yourself. We will leave early tomorrow morning, Xiao Qingyun instructed. Yes, saintess. Shuang'er acknowledged and then stepped back. Xiaokinzi, come with me to the treasury. Xiao Qingyun said casually. Yes, master, Yang Lingchen replied. Under Xiao Qingyun's lead, the two arrived at the treasury of the Baixian Empire. With Zhou Xintian now dead, the entire Baixian Empire was under Xiao Qingyun's control, and even if she emptied the treasury, no one would dare to say a word. Looking at the densely packed and dazzling treasures within the treasury, Yang Lingchen was secretly shocked. It was indeed a treasury of an empire, filled with numerous treasures. Xiao Qingyun casually picked out a few extremely precious medicinal materials from the treasury and turned to Yang Lingchen, saying, Take whatever you want. As long as you follow this saintess well, she won't treat you badly. Then I'm really going to take some. Yang Lingchen asked, his face showing a hint of surprise. Take whatever you like. Anyway, we're leaving tomorrow, Xiao Qingyun said nonchalantly. Thank you, master. After saying that, Yang Lingchen began to sweep through the treasury without reservation, gathering precious spirit stones and rare cultivation materials into the Haoyin Jade space. The next morning, Yang Lingchen followed Xiao Qingyun and Shuang'er onto the luxuriously extravagant flying boat once again. The flying boat sped towards the direction of Tianyuan Palace. At the entrance of the main hall of Tianyuan Palace, a lavish and imposing flying boat came to a steady stop at the hall's entrance. Xiaokinzi, this saintess gives you 1 day. If you dare to run away, this saintess will destroy the entire Tianyuan Palace, Xiao Qingyun said in an icy voice, her eyes carrying a warning that sent chills down one's spine. Rest assured, my lady, being by your side is my fortune. How could I run away? Yang Lingchen quickly assured her, his face full of flattering smiles. Go. This saintess will be waiting for you on the flying boat. If I don't see you at this time tomorrow, don't blame this saintess for being merciless, Xiao Qingyun said coldly, her tone filled with threat. Yes. Yang Lingchen nodded and then stepped off the flying boat. Chinner. Just as Yang Lingchen stepped off the boat, Dongfang Yunbing rushed over eagerly and hugged him tightly, tears shimmering in her eyes. During the time Yang Ruoqing had been gone, Dongfang Yunbing had missed him greatly and had not stopped thinking about him for a moment. Bingjie, I'm sorry to worry you. Let us go back first. I have something to say to you and Yin Yin, Yang Lingchen said with a serious expression, pulling Dongfang Yunbing towards Cuiyun Pavilion. Cuiyun Pavilion. Yang Lingchen, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Upon seeing Yang Lingchen return, Nangong Yan's beautiful eyes glistened with moisture, her face filled with a wronged expression and a hint of a crying tone. Yin Yin, I'm sorry. I made you suffer. Yang Lingchen said, pulling Nangong Yan into his arms, filled with guilt and self-reproach. Yang Lingchen felt very guilty towards both Dongfang Yunbing and Nangong Yan, especially Nangong Yan. Since he brought her over, he hadn't spent much time accompanying her. Now he was going to be taken to the holy place by Xiao Qingyun, and who knew when he would come back. Chapter 73. Turning Point. Chunner, how could Xiao Qingyun let you come back? Dongfang Yunbing frowned slightly, asking curiously. No. She wants to take me to the holy place, Yang Lingchen sighed, his face full of helplessness. To the holy place? Dongfang Yunbing's face showed a hint of reluctance, tears shimmering in her eyes. That's right. If I refuse, she will destroy the entire Tianyuan palace, Yang Lingchen said, his face extremely dark, filled with anger. He then detailed the events in the Baixian Empire and handed over the looted treasures and resources to Dongfang Yunbing. When will you be back? Nangong Yin gazed quietly at Yang Lingchen, her eyes full of expectation. Don't worry, I will be back soon, as long as I find the opportunity. I will definitely kill that bitch, Yang Lingchen said softly, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Why don't we fight her? Dongfang Yunbing frowned slightly, her face filled with determination. There's no way to fight. That woman is already at the spirit profound realm. Even if the entire Tianyuan palace goes together, we wouldn't be her match, Yang Lingchen said, his brows furrowed, his face full of helplessness, feeling an immense weight in his heart. Then if you go to the Wuji's holy land with her, will there be danger? Dongfang Yunbing's face showed a hint of worry, tightly gripping Yang Lingchen's hand. Don't worry, Bingjia, there won't be any danger. As long as I improve my cultivation a bit more, she won't be able to control me. Yang Lingchen said firmly, his eyes filled with determination. Then how many days can you stay this time? Nangongyan asked, her voice tinged with reluctance. Only 1 day. If she doesn't see me at this time tomorrow, she will unleash a massacre, Yang Lingchen replied, his face full of helplessness. Chinner, no matter what. When you go to the Wuji's holy land, you must ensure your safety and never confront her, Dongfang Yunbing said tenderly, her eyes filled with concern. Yes. That woman is very fierce. Don't provoke her, Nangong Yin quickly added, her face full of worry. Don't worry, I will be fine. Yang Lingchen nodded, confidence shining in his eyes. After that, Yang Lingchen personally cooked a lavish meal. Additionally, he imparted some precious cultivation techniques and manuals he had mastered to them, urging them to practice diligently and improve their cultivation as soon as possible. The next morning, after going to the Holy Land, you must pay attention to safety. I heard there are geniuses everywhere, so you must be a bit low-key. Dongfang Yunbing gently tidied up Yang Lingchen's clothes with an incredibly serious expression and earnestly advised him. Don't worry, even for you and Yin Yin, I will take good care of myself, Yang Lingchen said with deep affection and a determined gaze. Lingchen, you must not fool around anymore, Nangong Yin pouted, saying with a hint of playful reproach. Yin Yin, don't worry, with you guys around, how could I fool around? Yang Lingchen hurriedly assured her. After that, the three of them exchanged many heartfelt words, filled with reluctance and affection, before parting reluctantly. When Yang Lingchen returned to the flying boat, Xiao Qingyun shot him a fierce glare. Yang Lingchen said nothing and silently sat in a corner of the boat, wishing he could immediately get rid of this detestable woman if his strength allowed. However, he was still full of anticipation for the Wuzhishengdi. Because the Holy Land is the true supreme ruler of the Baixian domain. Only in such a place can he gain more opportunities and grow rapidly. In a sense, the Baixian Empire and the Tianyuan Palace are just ordinary forces in the secular world. The Holy Land, on the other hand, is completely different. It is a true cultivation holy land that basically does not participate in secular disputes, focusing all its efforts on cultivation. After the flying boat started, it flew at high speed. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. That day, the flying boat finally entered a mysterious mountain range. Soon, it stopped in front of an imposing and magnificent mountain gate. The scenery here was picturesque, with peaks rising one after another, rich in spiritual energy. Truly a fairyland on earth. Under Xiao Qingyun's guidance, Yang Lingchen registered briefly and smoothly entered the Wuzhishengdi. What shocked Yang Lingchen deeply was that even the disciple guarding the gate had reached the 9th level of the Wushu realm. In the Tianyuan Palace, a 9th level Wushu realm can already become a holy son. Dongfang Jie and Xikong Jie were both at that level back then. Little Chinzi, from today on, your identity in the Wuzhishengdi is my servant, understand? Xiao Qingyun's voice was extremely cold, her tone carrying a strong sense of unyielding authority. Understood, Yang Lingchen replied. Servant my ass, you might as well say I'm your tool, Yang Lingchen cursed inwardly. Before long, Yang Lingchen followed Xiao Qingyun to an independent peak. Little Chinzi, this peak is my territory. You can find a place to stay, but without my permission, you are not allowed to leave this peak, or if you get killed. Don't blame me, Xiao Qingyun said coldly. Yes, Yang Lingchen responded. Is this to raise me like a pet? Yang Lingchen felt extremely frustrated, filled with helplessness and resentment. In the following days, apart from delivering his daily tribute, Yang Lingchen's life was quite relaxed. Moreover, after a period of diligent cultivation, he successfully broke through to the peak of the 9th level of the Ruishuan realm. What made Yang Lingchen feel depressed was that Xiao Qingyun's cultivation seemed to have accelerated dramatically, growing at an outrageous speed. Just earlier, while accompanying Xiao Qingyun, he suddenly noticed that she had broken through to the 2nd level of the Lingxian realm. No, I need to come up with a strategy, otherwise I will never be able to compete with her, Yang Lingchen thought to himself. In the following days, Yang Lingchen found various excuses to refuse Xiao Qingyun, even nearly saying he wasn't feeling well. Little Qinzi, if you dare to find any more ridiculous excuses today, don't blame me for being ruthless, Xiao Qingyun said with a chilling gaze, glaring at Yang Lingchen. My body has been too weak lately. Can you let me cultivate for a while? Yang Lingchen said with a stiff neck, speaking cautiously. Come over here, Xiao Qingyun said coldly. Yes, Yang Lingchen replied, slowly walking over. At the same time, he secretly activated his energy, trying to keep his body as calm as possible. After Yang Lingchen approached, Xiao Qingyun slowly hooked his chin. I hope you know your place. Otherwise, you'll die a miserable death. Sigh. Yang Lingchen sighed softly, ultimately having no choice but to compromise. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. One day, an old man with profound aura and a youthful appearance arrived at Xiao Qingyun's peak. This person was Xiao Qingyun's grandfather, Xiao Zishan. Grandpa, why are you here? When she saw her grandfather arrive, Xiao Qingyun's face showed a rare sweet smile. Girl, you've been back for a while. I didn't know you would come to see Grandpa, Xiao Zishan said with a kind and gentle smile. Grandpa, I've been busy cultivating lately. I plan to visit you once I finish this period, Xiao Qingyun said playfully. At this time, Yang Lingchen walked in holding tea. Usually, he handled such trivial matters like serving tea. Girl, where did you find this kid? He is so young, yet has already reached the 9th level of the Ruishuan realm. Xiao Zishan asked curiously. He is a servant my granddaughter found outside, Xiao Qingyun casually replied. Oh, this kid is actually a pure young body. Xiao Zishan's eyes nearly popped out. Chapter 74. Qingyun forces marriage. Kid, what is your name? Are you willing to be my disciple? Xiao Zishan looked at Yang Lingchen with immense excitement and surprise, as this was a once-in-a-millennium pure young body. Wow, my chance to turn my life around has finally come. Yang Lingchen felt a surge of joy within, fully aware that this was his only chance to rise. Without thinking, Yang Lingchen knelt down without hesitation, respectfully saying, Disciple Yang Lingchen, pay my respects to Master. Good, 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 get up quickly. From today on, you are my last closed-door disciple, Xiao Zishan said with a beaming smile as he helped Yang Lingchen up. At this moment, Xiao Zishan was overwhelmingly excited. After all these years, he had finally found a suitable successor. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyun was completely bewildered, and by the time she realized what had happened, Yang Lingchen had already completed the apprenticeship process. Grandpa, how can you steal my servant? Xiao Qingyun said angrily, her face flushed with anger. Girl, it's just a servant. I'll send you a few more later, Xiao Zishan said with a kind smile, then continued. This time, Grandpa must really thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have found a successor for my Daong divine art. No way, I don't agree. He is my man. If he becomes your disciple, won't that put me at a lower status than him? I firmly disagree with you taking him as a disciple, Xiao Qingyun quickly interjected. At this point, Xiao Qingyun could only lie and say that Yang Lingchen was her man, hoping her grandfather wouldn't take him away. Qingyun, don't worry. My cultivation with Master 1T affect our relationship. I will come back to see you often. Yang Lingchen smiled and turned to Xiao Qingyun, saying that with such a good opportunity in front of him, he would not let Xiao Qingyun ruin it no matter what. Girl, what Lingchen said makes sense. You can have your own relationship, and Grandpa won't interfere, but this disciple, Grandpa has already decided to take him in. You wouldn't want to see Grandpa's lineage cut off in his hands, would you? Xiao Zishan said firmly, leaving no room for doubt. Master, you can rest assured that your lineage will definitely not be cut off. I will always follow you closely and learn diligently, Yang Lingchen said, bowing deeply with utmost sincerity. Haha, good disciple, come with me. Xiao Zishan laughed heartily. Yes, Master. After Yang Lingchen finished speaking, he followed Xiao Zishan excitedly. Before leaving, he stuck out his tongue at Xiao Qingyun and rolled his eyes dramatically. You brat, you can't escape from my phone. This immediately made Xiao Qingyun so angry that she almost fainted, but she also knew in her heart that once her grandfather made a decision, it was hard to change. The only way now was to have her grandfather arrange a marriage for her, making Yang Lingchen her legitimate man. Only then could she firmly keep this man by her side. Yang Lingchen followed Xiao Zishan to a mountain peak where the spiritual energy was so dense it was almost tangible. Lingchen, from today on, you will cultivate here with me. Xiao Zishan said. Yes, master, Yang Lingchen replied respectfully. Whether or not he was officially apprenticed didn't matter much to him. What mattered was that he had finally escaped the control of that witch, Xiao Qingyun. In the following days, Yang Lingchen devoted himself to cultivation on this mountain peak, and Xiao Zishan took a keen interest in him. Not only did Xiao Zishan teach Yang Lingchen his most proficient and powerful skills without reservation, but he also came to personally guide Yang Lingchen's training from time to time. A month went by in the blink of an eye. During this month, Yang Lingchen successfully broke through to the first layer of the Gui Xian realm. Xiao Zishan was very pleased with Yang Lingchen's astonishing speed of cultivation. During this month, Yang Lingchen also learned about Xiao Zishan's identity in the Wuji sacred land. It turned out that Xiao Zishan was the second elder of the Wuji sacred land and a true faction elder with real power. One day, Xiao Qingyun and a middle-aged man arrived at Xiao Zishan's residence. Father, I heard you have taken in a talented young man, the middle-aged man said. Lingchen, this is your senior brother Xiao Bidong, and also my unworthy son, Xiao Zishan introduced. Senior brother, I have met you, Yang Lingchen said, cupping his hands and wearing a humble smile. Junior brother is indeed quite talented, and to reach the Gui Xian realm at such a young age. He is truly a prodigy, Xiao Bitong said with a smile, his eyes full of admiration. Senior brother overpraised me, Yang Lingchen replied with a smile. Let's all have a meal together today. It's rare for us to gather, Xiao Zishan said, his face beaming with satisfaction. Grandpa, Yang Lingchen's cooking is very good. Why don't we let him cook, and I'll help him? Xiao Qingyun suggested. Really? Lingchen, can you cook? Xiao Zishan asked curiously. I'll go do it now. Yang Lingchen replied helplessly. Yang Lingchen stepped out and headed towards the kitchen. Not long after, Xiao Qingyun followed him. Upon entering the kitchen, as Yang Lingchen was about to wash the pot, the door was pushed open by Xiao Qingyun, who then locked it behind her. Qingyun, what do you want to do? Yang Lingchen took a couple of steps back, fully aware of this woman's formidable strength. He was not her match at the moment. Xiao Qinzi, guess what this holy maiden wants to do? Xiao Qingyun said with a flirtatious smile, her eyes glinting with mischief. How would I know what you want? Yang Lingchen replied irritably, feeling a wave of anxiety. Stop talking nonsense and come over here, Xiao Qingyun said, then took off the shawl draped over her shoulders. This is the kitchen. I'm making food, Yang Lingchen said helplessly, feeling quite exasperated. So what if it's the kitchen? Xiao Qingyun asked flirtatiously, pressing closer. Ahem. My body has been a bit inconvenient these past couple of days, Yang Lingchen said, trying to find an excuse to avoid her. Why don't you just say you're on your period? Xiao Qingyun said coldly, her eyes full of disdain. I'm hurt directly like this, and I haven't recovered yet. Yang Lingchen said, looking quite embarrassed. Stop talking nonsense. I'll count to 3, and if you don't obediently come over, this holy maiden will go and deal with Dongfang Yunbing. Xiao Qingyun said coldly, her tone filled with threat. 1, 2, don't count. I'm coming, all right? Yang Lingchen said helplessly as he walked over. He genuinely feared that this woman would do something to Dongfang Yunbing and Nangongyan. An hour later, Yang Lingchen was busy in the kitchen, and soon a large table of sumptuous dishes was served. Lingchen, your cooking skills are really good. I've never eaten such delicious food before, Xiao Zishan said, looking quite satisfied. Junior brother's cooking is truly excellent. After eating your food, how will I ever eat someone else's cooking again? Xiao Bitong said, continuously praising him. At that moment, Xiao Qingyun suddenly stood up and pleaded, Grandpa, Lingchen and I are willing to be together. Please help us get married. Damn it, who is willing to be with you? I was clearly forced by you. Yang Lingchen cursed inwardly, feeling extremely unwilling. Lingchen, what do you think? Xiao Zishan asked Yang Lingchen. Master, I just want to focus on my cultivation right now and don't want to be tied down by romantic entanglements. Qingyun is so beautiful. She will definitely meet someone better in the future, Yang Lingchen quickly said, not wanting to be trapped by this woman. Otherwise, his life would be completely ruined. Chapter 75, The History of Tianwu Smack. Yang Lingchen, do you want to eat me clean and then kick me aside? Xiao Qingyun suddenly slammed her palm on the table, the sound causing the dishes to jump. Her face was filled with anger and grievance. Qingyun, what's going on between you and junior brother? Xiao Bidong asked, puzzled. Well, he slept with me for a few months, and now he wants to dump me. Woo-woo, Xiao Qingyun said, tears streaming down her face, looking as pitiful as possible. This is a waste if she doesn't become an actress. Her acting is simply amazing. Yang Lingchen felt quite depressed and couldn't help but secretly complain. How dare you sleep with my daughter and not take responsibility? I'll kill you. Xiao Bidong immediately flew into a rage. His eyes wide and his aura surging as if he was about to strike. Father, stop. Xiao Qingyun quickly held her father back, thinking that if he really killed Yang Lingchen, she would be at a great loss. Stop it, Tonger. At this moment, Xiao Zishan spoke. His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. Xiao Zishan then looked at Yang Lingchen and asked, Lingchen, let me ask you one thing. Do you and Qingyun have any marital relations? Well, there indeed was, but that was all her doing. Yang Lingchen began to explain, but was interrupted by Xiao Zishan. Xiao Zishan said, since you have already been a couple and have been together for several months, as a man, you should take responsibility. However, Yang Lingchen was about to speak, but was interrupted again. There is no buts. Today, I will officiate your wedding. The 15th of this month is a good day. Let's hold the wedding then. Xiao Zishan's tone was firm, carrying an irresistible momentum. Thank you, Grandpa. I will definitely take good care of you with Lingchen in the future. Xiao Qingyun smiled through her tears, her face beaming with joy. Haha, one is my closed-door disciple, and the other is my favorite granddaughter. I am truly very happy that you two can be together. Xiao Zishan said, his face full of gratification. Grandpa, you take your time eating. Lingchen and I will go out and talk. After Xiao Qingyun finished speaking, she pulled Yang Lingchen out. Haha, go ahead. Xiao Zishan laughed. Watching the two leave, his eyes filled with blessings. Yang Lingchen was pulled by Xiao Qingyun and walked a considerable distance before stopping. Xiao Qingyun, what are you trying to do? Yang Lingchen said coldly, his eyes filled with confusion and anger. Of course, I want to be your woman. Xiao Qingyun replied with a playful smile. Aren't you just trying to use my pure yang body for your cultivation? Yang Lingchen shot her a glance, his tone full of sarcasm. Yes, at first, I did think of you as a tool for cultivation, but as time went by, I found that I liked you a bit. Xiao Qingyun said charmingly, her eyes revealing a hint of sincerity. Like me? You're not joking, are you? Yang Lingchen said, his face full of disbelief. Do I look like I'm joking? Xiao Qingyun replied, her gaze fixed intently on Yang Lingchen. Then will you still hit me in the future? Yang Lingchen asked, his eyes showing a hint of expectation. As long as you pay your dues once a day, how could I bear to hit you? Xiao Qingyun said, her face carrying a mischievous smile. Once a day? I don't have time to pay every day. At most, once every half month. Yang Lingchen said, his expression very determined. No, at least once every 2 days. Xiao Qingyun said, her tone also very firm. No way, when I enter seclusion, I need at least 7 days. Yang Lingchen spoke, trying to negotiate for more time. Once every 3 days, that's my final bottom line. If you keep whining, don't blame me for being rude. Xiao Qingyun said coldly, her eyes revealing a hint of threat. Fine, once every 3 days, but you can't call me Xiao Qinzi anymore. Otherwise, I'll go on strike. Yang Lingchen said irritably, but I'm used to calling you that. Xiao Qinzi is such a cute name. Xiao Qingyun laughed, her face full of teasing. Cute my ass. Xiao Qinzi is a term for eunuchs. Do you want me to become a eunuch? Yang Lingchen said irritably, feeling quite helpless. I won't call you Xiao Qinzi. But the dues every 3 days must not be delayed. Otherwise, it'll be 10 times the penalty for each day delayed. Xiao Qingyun said, her expression very serious. What does a tenfold penalty mean? Yang Lingchen frowned, feeling a bad premonition in his heart. It means if you delay for a day, you get penalized for 10 days. Xiao Qingyun said, her face full of pride. So ruthless? If I delay for 3 days, won't I be squeezed for a whole month? Yang Lingchen thought to himself, his expression turning very ugly. The two chatted for a while before parting ways. In the following days, Yang Lingchen was engaged in intense cultivation, fully aware that in this world where martial strength was paramount, only powerful strength could set the rules, while the weak had to obey them. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyun was no longer as dominant as before. She was much gentler towards him, which made him feel somewhat unaccustomed. Am I really a masochist? Do I just enjoy being mistreated by her? Yang Lingchen shook his head secretly, feeling quite speechless about his own thoughts. One day, Yang Lingchen arrived at the library of the Wuji sacred land, intending to search for books about the Tianwu continent. Since he had become a disciple of the second elder, Xiao Zishan, his current status could be considered that of a core disciple. After registering his identity token, Yang Lingchen entered the library, and on the first floor, he found a book titled Chronicles of Tianwu. This was a book documenting the origins and historical changes of the Tianwu continent. Yang Lingchen began to read it seriously. The Tianwu continent is vast and boundless. However, since Yang Lingchen's arrival, he only knew about the North Xian region. He had no idea where other places were. The Chronicles of Tianwu recorded a segment of history that was quite alluring. It was said that 1,000,000 years ago, the heavenly absolute war god fought against the outer demon race and ultimately battled the demon leader in the sky above the Tianwu continent. That battle caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter, splitting the Tianwu continent into 5 parts. Today, the Tianwu continent is divided into 5 regions. The largest being the central region of Shenzhou, which is countless times larger than the other 4 regions combined. The other 4 regions are the North Xian region, East Xian region, West Xian region, and South Xian region. These 4 regions are scattered in the depths of the ocean, separated by tens of millions of kilometers. It is rumored that whoever can gather the 5 Tianwu divine pearls can reunite the Tianwu continent into one complete land. In the main hall of the Wuji sacred land, a cold and beautiful voice rang out. And you, have you found out who has the Tianwu divine pearl? A woman, around 30 years old, with a voluptuous figure and an exquisite demeanor, her eyes carrying a hint of coldness, asked. She wore a luxurious robe, exuding an air of superiority. Reporting to the Holy Master, according to our investigation, 15 years ago, Xiao Zishan and Feng Xueqing entered that secret realm together. However, after several years of investigation, my subordinate found that the Tianwu divine pearl is not in Feng Xueqing's hands. The most likely candidate now should be with Xiao Zishan. A man in black spoke respectfully, his voice deep and hoarse. Yang Lingchen spent the entire day in the library before coming out. Just as he returned to his residence, Xiao Qingyun walked in. Yang Lingchen, Grandpa is looking for you, Xiao Qingyun said, her expression a bit anxious. What does my master want with me? Yang Lingchen asked curiously. Filled with doubt. The Grand Elder took in a new disciple 6 months ago, and I heard that Grandpa also took in a new disciple. So he brought his disciple to give Grandpa a hard time. So don't embarrass Grandpa later, Xiao Qingyun said, her eyes filled with concern. Don't worry. If I lose, just punish me by not touching you for a month, okay? Yang Lingchen said with a confident smile. You wish. If you lose, you won't get any rest this month. Xiao Qingyun smiled seductively and then took Yang Lingchen's arm and walked out. Chapter 76. Change respectfully greeting Master and Grandpa and the Grand Elder. Yang Lingchen and Xiao Qingyun both bowed respectfully, their expressions solemn and respectful. Haha, Brother Xiao, I've long heard that you've taken in a talented young disciple. Today, seeing him in person, he truly lives up to the name. The Grand Elder Feng Xueqing said with a hearty laugh, though his laughter seemed to carry a hint of deliberate meaning. Brother Zeng is overpraising. Lingchen is still young and cannot handle flattery. Compared to your disciple, there is still a significant gap, Xiao Zishan said, his face showing humility, yet his eyes revealed a barely perceptible confidence. Xiao Xiong is too modest. It's rare for both young people to be here today. Why not let them spar a bit to enhance their friendship? Feng Xueqing said with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Yang Lingchen noticed the young man beside Feng Xueqing. This was a tall youth with sword-like eyebrows and big eyes, exuding a strong aura. With a cultivation level at the 5th layer of the returning void realm. Brother Zeng, this isn't appropriate. Lingchen is only at the 1st layer of the returning void realm, while your disciple is already at the 5th layer. How can they spar? Xiao Zishan frowned, showing an expression of exasperation. He thought to himself that Feng Xueqing usually didn't get along with him. Now that he had just accepted Yang Lingchen as a disciple, Feng Xueqing had deliberately brought his newly accepted disciple over to spar, clearly trying to slap him in the face. Brother Xiao is overthinking it. Sparring among young people is a good thing, especially with both of us present. Are you worried he will get hurt? Feng Xueqing said with a sly smile, his eyes revealing a firm determination not to give up until he achieved his goal. All right then, Lingchen, go spar with him. Your master is watching, you won't get hurt. Xiao Zishan said after a moment of contemplation, his gaze full of encouragement and trust towards Yang Lingchen. Yes, master, Yang Lingchen replied, then stepped firmly into the center of the arena. Ranger, give him a bit of leeway, don't hurt him too badly, understand? Feng Xueqing said with a smile, his face full of pride. Yes, master. One hand is enough for me to deal with him. Xiao Ring stood proudly, with one hand behind his back. walking towards Yang Lingchen with extreme contempt, as if looking at an insignificant ant. Elder, this isn't right. Your disciple is only using one hand. If I accidentally hurt him badly, you can't blame me, Yang Lingchen said with a half-smile, a hint of provocation flashing in his eyes. Kid, you're seeking death. Xiao Rong glared at Yang Lingchen. If it weren't for the second elder's face, he would have rushed up to kill this ignorant kid immediately. How rude. I'm talking to your master. What are you interrupting for? Yang Lingchen scoffed, coldly glaring at the other party, as if his gaze could freeze someone instantly. You. Xiao Rong was so angry that his chest heaved violently, his face turning red. TSK. Elder, your disciple doesn't seem very impressive. So impatient. He's going to suffer a big loss in the future. Besides, he has no other skills, but he sure is good at boasting. Even saying he only needs one hand against me. Yang Lingchen shook his head, a look of regret and mockery on his face. Master Lingchen, why don't you teach him a lesson? Feng Xueqing's eyes flashed with a cold light, his voice deep and eerie. If I really do it, don't blame me. Yang Lingchen said, his face full of eagerness. Don't worry, as long as you can hurt him, I won't blame you. Feng Xueqing said confidently. Whoosh. Slap. Before Feng Xueqing's words could finish, Yang Lingchen transformed into a white light, appearing like a ghost, and slapped Xiao Rong on the face. Ah, you little bastard. How dare you sneak attack me? Xiao Rong screamed, his right cheek swelling rapidly before their eyes. How dare you still curse at me? Yang Lingchen shouted coldly. Activating his movement technique and rushing towards Xiao Rong like a bolt of lightning, then began to rain down slaps. Slap, slap, slap. Oh, cries of pain filled the air. And in no time, Xiao Rong was beaten into a pig's head. How could someone at the 5th layer of the returning void realm withstand Yang Lingchen's attacks? If Yang Lingchen wanted to kill him, a single slap could send his head flying. Elder, I'm really sorry for beating your disciple like this. I truly didn't mean it. Yang Lingchen stopped his actions, feigning a look of shame, yet his eyes clearly sparkled with pride. No problem. Ringer is usually arrogant. It's a good thing for him to be educated today. Feng Xueqing's face was extremely grim, his icy eyes revealing a strong killing intent. But he couldn't express his anger due to face. You little brat, how many times have I taught you to be low-key? Look at what you've done to Xiao Rong. Xiao Zishan feigned anger, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Disciple is wrong. Next time I will definitely go easier. Yang Lingchen quickly pretended to admit his mistake, a flattering smile on his face. Brother Xiao, I will stop my nagging here today. I will visit again next time. Feng Xueqing cupped his fists and then dragged Xiao Rong away, his back appearing quite flustered and angry. Haha, good kid, not bad, finally didn't embarrass your master. Xiao Zishan laughed heartily, full of satisfaction and pride. Xiao Zishan was increasingly pleased with his disciple and son-in-law, Yang Lingchen. Afterward, Xiao Zishan urged Yang Lingchen a few more times to prepare well, as in a few days it would be the 15th, the day he would marry Xiao Qingyun. Thinking of this, Yang Lingchen felt a headache. After all, he had previously sworn to kill this woman, and now he was to marry her. Wasn't that slapping himself in the face? After such a long time together, Yang Lingchen found that Xiao Qingyun didn't seem that bad. At least he hadn't seen her do anything evil. The only thing Yang Lingchen found unpleasant was that Xiao Qingyun treated him like a cultivation furnace. But recently, her attitude towards him had clearly changed a lot. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Late at night, Yang Lingchen was busy with Xiao Qingyun on important matters when suddenly, earth-shattering sounds of battle came from outside. Yang Lingchen was almost scared out of his wits. Without thinking much, the two quickly put on their clothes and rushed outside. At this moment, they saw Xiao Zishan and Xiao Bidong being besieged by several people. From the aura of these people, their strength was at least above the spiritual void realm. Such a level of battle was something Yang Lingchen couldn't intervene in. Xiao Zishan, hand over the heavenly martial god pearl, and I, the holy master, will spare your life. A beautiful woman with cold eyes spoke, her voice chilling and filled with endless authority. Wang Yuyan, as the holy master, how dare you ambush a subordinate? It's truly laughable. Xiao Zishan sneered, his eyes filled with anger and disdain. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless. Wang Yuyan's eyes were cold, an invisible pressure emanating from her, as if the air around them had solidified. Grandpa, the anxious Xiao Qingyun shouted, her voice filled with worry and fear. Girl, Lingchen, you two run quickly. And never come back. Xiao Zishan shouted urgently to Xiao Qingyun while fending off several attacks, his face full of determination. Just then, Xiao Zishan was sent flying by a palm strike from Wang Yuyan, while Xiao Bidong was also being restrained by others. Stupid girl, what are you waiting for? Yang Lingchen pulled Xiao Qingyun and began to escape into the distance. However, just as the two had run a short distance, they were intercepted by Wang Yuyan. Hee. Heaven helps me. I didn't expect to encounter a pure yang body. Wang Yuyan licked her sexy lips, her eyes full of greed, as if she saw an exquisite feast. Wang Yuyan, you shameless woman, I will fight you. Xiao Qingyun directly drew her sword and charged at her, her eyes filled with anger and determination. Yang Lingchen swung the immortal demon sword without hesitation, following Xiao Qingyun as they charged towards Wang Yuyan, exuding an indomitable aura. Unaware of the danger, Wang Yuyan's eyes narrowed, and with a wave of her hand, a powerful shockwave swept towards Yang Lingchen and Xiao Qingyun. Boom, boom, boom. Yang Lingchen and Xiao Qingyun were blasted several dozen meters away, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Chapter 77. Fourth layer of returning to the void realm. Bring the others to the heavenly prison. Except for this pretty boy, Wang Yuyan said, a sinister smile curling her lips, the smile chilling to the bone. Damn it. Why is this old woman smiling so lewdly? She can't be planning to force me, right? Yang Lingchen thought to himself, feeling a chill run down his spine. Soon, Xiao Qingyun and Xiao Zhanshan were taken to the heavenly prison, while Yang Lingchen was brought to a clean medicine room filled with countless precious herbs. In the center of the room stood a massive bronze cauldron, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura. At that moment, Wang Yuyan walked in, her steps light, yet commanding as she slowly approached Yang Lingchen, lightly lifting his chin with her index finger. TSK, TSK, TSK. You're really handsome, Wang Yuyan said, looking at Yang Lingchen with a flirtatious expression, her eyes glimmering with a strange light. What do you want? Yang Lingchen asked, fear etched on his face as he instinctively moved back, wariness and unease filling his eyes. Guard, take this pretty boy down and clean him inside and out. If there's even a speck of dirt, there will be no mercy, Wang Yuyan ordered coldly, her voice devoid of any emotion. Yes, holy master. Several maidservants responded and quickly carried Yang Lingchen away, as he was carried by the maidservants toward the bathhouse. Yang Lingchen's heart was filled with apprehension and confusion. Soon, he was brought to the bathhouse. At that moment, a maidservant around 17 or 18 years old approached with several scrubbing brushes. Hey, if we're taking a bath, why are you bringing iron brushes? Yang Lingchen asked in bewilderment, his face filled with confusion and shock. Are you crazy? I'm already clean, and you're going to scrub me with iron brushes. Yang Lingchen shouted angrily, his voice filled with rage and pain. After a long time, a clean Yang Lingchen was carried back by 8 maidservants. Looking at the returned Yang Lingchen, Wang Yuyan couldn't help but sniff him and even stuck her tongue out to lick him, her actions sending chills down his spine. You damned old witch. If you want to do it, just do it. Do you really have to torment me like this? Yang Lingchen cursed, his anger reaching its peak. Throw him into the cauldron and prepare the herbs, Wang Yuyan commanded, her face showing no hint of compassion. Yes, holy master. The 8 maidservants directly carried Yang Lingchen toward the large cauldron. Oh my god, they're going to refine me into a pill. Yang Lingchen was horrified, his face turning pale, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. The key was that his cultivation had been temporarily sealed, and it would take at least 1 or 2 hours to break free. 1 or 2 hours later, he would probably be nothing but ash. Beautiful sister, can you spare me? I'm very obedient, and I know how to have fun. I guarantee you'll be satisfied, Yang Lingchen pleaded frantically, his voice trembling with despair. He did not want to be turned into a medicinal pill. I don't want to refine you into a pill either, but there's no choice. After all, you're a pure yang body. Wang Yuyan laughed, but her smile was more horrifying than crying. She then told the maidservants, aren't you going to throw him in yet? Yes, holy master. Bang. Yang Lingchen was pushed into the cauldron, and the heavy lid was slammed shut, leaving only a tiny hole for the herbs to be added. Qiujiu, start the fire and throw in the herbs for me. This pill will take 7 days and nights to refine, and you 8 will take turns watching it. The fire must be kept strong, Wang Yuyan ordered coldly, her eyes filled with determination. Yes, holy master. The 8 maidservants began to work, some starting the fire, others adding herbs, their movements practiced and swift. Soon, the fire was lit. At this moment, Yang Lingchen felt an overwhelming sense of despair. As the herbs continued to pour in, he quickly found himself submerged in the pile of herbs. At first, he didn't feel too uncomfortable. It felt somewhat like soaking in a hot spring, warm and cozy. But he knew that the fire outside was already lit, and it wouldn't be long before he was boiled alive into a medicinal pill. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Ah, Wang Yuyan, you old hag. You unwanted wretch. You perverted freak. You gave birth to a son with no anus. Yang Lingchen screamed in agony, his voice piercing and tragic. At this point, the temperature inside the cauldron had reached over 300 degrees, and he felt he could barely endure it, as if his body were being melted. No, I can't die here. My sister and Yin are still waiting for me at home. Xueqing is still waiting for me to find her. Thinking of this, Yang Lingchen desperately activated the Haotian secret art, trying to break through the seal on him. Only by regaining his strength could he enter the Haotian jade space. After repeated failures, the temperature inside the cauldron soared to over 500 degrees. Yang Lingchen felt he was on the brink of collapse. But he still refused to give up, relentlessly attacking the seal left by Wang Yuyan, his eyes filled with determination. Finally, just as Yang Lingchen was about to faint, he broke through the seal left by Wang Yuyan. Without a second thought, he quickly channeled his energy to resist the high temperature and frantically absorbed the spiritual herbs in the cauldron. Now that he had regained his strength, Yang Lingchen could withstand the heat. The cauldron was filled with countless spiritual herbs, all the essence parts, and Yang Lingchen didn't want to miss out. So he activated the Haotian secret art and began devouring the spiritual herbs. In no time, his cultivation broke through to the second layer of returning to the void realm. At this point, the temperature in the cauldron was extremely high, and Yang Lingchen felt he could no longer endure it, so he quickly flashed into the Haotian jade space. Once inside, Yang Lingchen took out countless pills and spirit stones, starting to devour them madly. At this moment, he only wanted to quickly increase his strength, otherwise, death awaited him. The Haotian jade was an ancient artifact, and such temperatures couldn't harm it. Even if it were thrown into molten lava, it would not suffer any damage. Yang Lingchen knew this much. The problem was, Yang Lingchen couldn't hide in the Haotian jade forever. As time passed, 3 days quickly went by. At this point, Yang Lingchen had reached a critical moment of breakthrough. Boom, boom, boom. Returning to the void realm, third layer. Mid-stage of the third layer of returning to the void realm. Peak of the third layer of returning to the void realm. At this moment, Yang Lingchen had exhausted all his spirit stones. So he activated the Haotian jade to absorb the spiritual energy from the cauldron into the Haotian jade space. If Wang Yuyan knew that the spiritual herbs she had collected for over a decade were completely refined by Yang Lingchen, she would surely vomit blood in anger. As the spiritual energy continuously flowed into the Haotian jade space, Yang Lingchen's cultivation soared again. Boom, boom, boom. Returning to the void realm, fourth layer. Mid-stage of the fourth layer of returning to the void realm. Late stage of the fourth layer of returning to the void realm. He only stopped at the peak of the fourth layer of the returning to the void realm. After the breakthrough, Yang Lingchen finally breathed a sigh of relief, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. At this moment, all of Yang Lingchen's attention was focused on the mouth of the cauldron. Once the giant cauldron opened, he would throw out dozens of explosive poison pills and take the opportunity to rush out. The explosive poison pills would produce toxic smoke, which was the main reason he chose them. With the cover of toxic smoke, he would have a slight chance to escape. He had also thought of a plan for after escaping, which was to use the shadow shift technique to change into someone else's appearance and then continue to stay in the infinite Holy Land, hoping to find an opportunity to rescue Xiao Zishan, who had truly treated him well. Chapter 78. Xiao Qingyun's wedding time flew by to the 7th day. On this day, Wang Yuyan returned to the pill room. The moment she stepped into the pill room, her delicate brow furrowed, as she keenly sensed that there was not even a hint of medicinal fragrance in the room. Even if the alchemy had failed, there should still be some residual medicinal scent. However, there was not a whiff of medicinal fragrance emanating from the giant cauldron in front of her, which was simply illogical. Has anyone been here in the past 7 days? Wang Yuyan's voice was cold and piercing. Reporting to the Holy Master, we have been guarding it, and no one has approached the cauldron. Qiujian hurriedly replied, her voice tinged with nervousness. Wang Yuyan quickly walked to the giant cauldron and unhesitatingly lifted the lid. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, dozens of explosive poison pills shot towards her. Faced with this sudden situation, Wang Yuyan reacted quickly and immediately dodged and retreated. Boom, boom. A loud explosion sounded, and toxic smoke instantly filled the entire pill room. Amidst the chaos, Yang Lingchen's figure burst out of the giant cauldron and swiftly darted towards the window. "Where are you running?" Wang Yuyin shouted angrily, her figure darting after Yang Lingchen like a ghost. However, by the time she burst through the window, Yang Lingchen had already vanished without a trace. "Ah, you ruined my spiritual medicine. I will tear you to pieces." At this moment, Wang Yuyin was furious, her beautiful face twisted in rage. This was the spiritual medicine she had spent over a decade gathering, and it was destroyed by Yang Lingchen just like that. In that moment, Wang Yuyin had only one thought in her mind, to kill Yang Lingchen. She then issued an order to search for Yang Lingchen's whereabouts with all her might. At this moment, Yang Lingchen had transformed into a rather handsome young man. Just a moment ago, he had killed a core disciple of the Holy Land and used the soul search technique to obtain the other party's memories, then used the shadow shift technique to change into their appearance. From the memories of the other party, Yang Lingchen learned that this person was named Yang Li, 20 years old, a core disciple of the infinite Holy Land, and also the son-in-law of the Grand Elder. That old woman is truly terrifying. Luckily, I ran fast. It was only at this moment that Yang Lingchen let out a long sigh of relief, his tense nerves finally easing a bit. Next, he needed to gather information on Xiao Zishan. As long as there was a sliver of hope, he would do his utmost to rescue him. Otherwise, he would feel guilty. "Yang Li, you bastard, where have you been recently? Are you coming home or not?" At that moment, a fierce voice rang out, and a sturdy woman walked over. The newcomer was Yang Li's wife, Zheng Xiaoyan. "Ahem, madam," Yang Lingchen stammered, completely bewildered. "Dead ghost, not coming home every day? If I don't squeeze you dry today, I won't take your surname." After Zheng Xiaoyan finished speaking, she unceremoniously pulled Yang Lingchen towards home. "Oh my god, is this a joke?" Yang Lingchen looked helpless, knowing he had no choice but to follow Zheng Xiaoyan. If he resisted now, he would definitely expose his identity. Before long, Yang Lingchen was brought by Zheng Xiaoyan to a secluded courtyard. Once inside the courtyard, Zheng Xiaoyan dragged Yang Lingchen into a room. "Madam, I was injured a few days ago, and it's not convenient for me right now. Could you let me rest for a few days? Once I'm healed, I'll make it up to you, how about that?" Yang Lingchen was startled by Zheng Xiaoyan's predatory gaze, his speech becoming stammered. "Stop making excuses for me. So what if you're injured? Just lie there. You don't need to move. I'll take care of it myself." After Zheng Xiaoyan finished speaking, she pounced on Yang Lingchen like a hungry tiger, her powerful body pressing down on him. Boom. With no other choice, Yang Lingchen struck Zheng Xiaoyan on the back of her head, instantly knocking her unconscious. He then took out a soul-confusing pill and fed it to her. With this pill, it would be enough for her to sleep for half a month. At this moment, Yang Lingchen even felt a bit sympathetic towards Yang Li. If it weren't for having such a fierce woman at home, he wouldn't have dared to stay away for several days. Time passed, and 10 days went by. On this day, Yang Lingchen finally heard news about Xiao Qingyun. In 3 days, Wang Yuyin would personally preside over the wedding of Xiao Qingyun and Zheng Wenjie. Zheng Wenjie was the most outstanding grandson of the Grand Elder, with a cultivation level at the second layer of the spiritual profound realm. "Damn you, Wang Yuyin. You're trying to make a cuckold out of me." Yang Lingchen took a deep breath, trying to calm his angry heart, and then walked towards Zheng Wenjie's residence. At this moment, Yang Lingchen had made up his mind to kill Zheng Wenjie and then transform into his appearance. Fortunately, Yang Li and Zheng Wenjie had a decent relationship, and Yang Li was also Zheng Wenjie's uncle. According to Yang Li's memories, Yang Lingchen quickly found Zheng Wenjie's residence. "Haha, congratulations, Wenjie," Yang Lingchen said with a smile. "What brings my uncle here?" Zheng Wenjie responded with a smile. "Wenjie, I heard that the Holy Master personally betrothed Xiao Qingyun to you. How enviable." Yang Lingchen said with a smile, his face showing no signs of abnormality. "The Holy Master only did this out of consideration for my grandfather. Thinking of Xiao Qingyun's enchanting figure, I'm really afraid I won't be able to hold on." Zheng Wenjie laughed lewdly, his expression as disgusting as it could be. "Wenjie, you don't need to worry about that. I brought you a special medicine. As long as you take it, you can make Xiao Qingyun beg for mercy on her knees." At this moment, Yang Lingchen took out a few soul-destroying pills and tossed them over, smiling as he said, "This was bought at a high price by your uncle. Your aunt was so exhausted last night that she can't even get up now. Is this medicine really that effective?" Zheng Wenjie's eyes lit up with greedy desire. "Don't believe me? Try one. If it weren't for the fact that you're getting married, your uncle wouldn't be willing to give you such a good thing," Yang Lingchen said with a smile, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. "All right, I'll try one now and then go find Ruhua." Zheng Wenjie directly took one and swallowed it. When Zheng Wenjie swallowed it, Yang Lingchen finally felt relieved. Although he could easily kill him, for safety's sake, he still chose to use poison. Ah, Uncle Yu. Just then, Zheng Wenjie started foaming at the mouth and rolling his eyes. Yang Lingchen quickly pressed his index finger against his forehead, then used the soul-searching technique to copy his memories into his own mind. After successfully copying the memories, Yang Lingchen directly stored his corpse into the Haotian jade space, then transformed into the appearance of Zheng Wenjie. For the next few days, Yang Lingchen immersed himself in Zheng Wenjie's memories. He didn't want to make any mistakes, or he would end up with no place to be buried. Time swiftly moved to the wedding day. Today, Yang Lingchen was dressed in a bright red groom's outfit, wearing a jade crown, looking decent enough, mainly because Zheng Wenjie looked quite ordinary. "Jie, have you seen your aunt and uncle?" Feng Xueqing asked. "Grandpa, I haven't seen them either. They might be held up by something," Yang Lingchen replied. "Humph, what could be more important than your wedding? Those two scoundrels, just wait until I deal with them," Feng Xueqing said angrily, his face looking very displeased. "Grandpa, calm down. Maybe they'll arrive shortly," Yang Lingchen comforted. "Prepare yourself well. It's almost time to pay respects to heaven and earth," Feng Xueqing instructed. "Yes, Grandpa," Yang Lingchen respectfully replied. Chapter 79, The Rescue Plan Today. The elder's mansion was adorned with an array of magnificent flower baskets. The entrance was festooned with colorful decorations, creating a joyous atmosphere. Bright red lanterns hung high everywhere, illuminating the surroundings in a rosy glow. The doors and windows were plastered with festive couplets and large characters of joy, the vibrant red seemingly dyeing the entire world into a sea of happiness. At this moment, inside the mansion, a long red carpet stretched out like a path of burning flames, extending from inside the mansion to the outside. Today was the wedding day of the elder's most beloved grandson, Zheng Wenjie, marking a significant event for the Wuji Holy Land. Thus, most of the guests who came to congratulate were high-ranking members of the Holy Land and exceptionally talented disciples. Due to the overwhelming number of guests, the large elder's mansion was almost packed to the brim. At this time, Yang Lingchen, dressed in festive red robes, was beaming with a warm smile as he busily greeted the guests who came to present their gifts. Just then, Wang Yuyan's figure appeared in the main hall. Her ethereal presence exuded an aura of majesty and nobility that made one hesitant to look directly at her. Fortunately, Yang Lingchen practiced a special technique that could conceal his aura and physique. Otherwise, he might have been detected again. "Greetings, Holy Master." Everyone hurriedly bowed and saluted. "Welcome, Holy Master. Please take your seat," Feng Xueqing respectfully said, bowing deeply. You all continue," Wang Yuyan said as she slowly sat down in the seat of honor, while Feng Xueqing carefully attended to her. Finally, it was time to welcome the bride. The bright red bridal sedan chair and horse-drawn carriage arrived grandly from the Holy Master Peak. Surrounding the sedan chair were 8 powerful maidservants, who were the same 8 that had bathed Yang Lingchen before. "Jie, aren't you going to receive the bride?" Feng Xueqing said with a smile. "Yes, Grandpa," Yang Lingchen responded, and then walked determinedly towards the red bridal sedan chair. He had been waiting for this moment. At that moment, the sedan chair came to a steady stop at the mansion's entrance. Yang Lingchen quickly stepped forward, lifted the curtain of the sedan chair, and saw Yanyun sitting quietly inside, her head covered with a red cloth. Although her head was veiled, Yang Lingchen could clearly sense that it was indeed Yanyun, and he noticed that her cultivation had been sealed by Wang Yuyan. But this little restriction was quite easy for Yang Lingchen to unravel. "Little girl, do you miss me?" Yang Lingchen directly used soul transmission to speak to Yanyun. At that moment, Yanyun's figure trembled slightly as she looked up at Yang Lingchen. "Don't speak. I'll find a way to rescue you. Just cooperate with me," Yang Lingchen continued to transmit. "My dear, I'm here to support you." Yang Lingchen smiled and carefully helped Yanyun out of the sedan chair. At this moment, Yanyun was incredibly moved, unconsciously leaning against Yang Lingchen. Originally, she thought that Yang Lingchen had forgotten her, but hearing his voice just now almost brought her to tears. During this time, she had been worried about Yang Lingchen, thinking he had been killed by that wicked woman, Wang Yuyan. With Yang Lingchen's assistance, the two entered the wedding hall. "You must hold on, listen to me, and don't act recklessly. Otherwise, we will meet a terrible end," Yang Lingchen transmitted his instructions. Just then, the wedding officiant stepped forward. "First, bow to heaven and earth." Yanyun very cooperatively knelt down with Yang Lingchen. "Second, bow to your parents." At this moment, Xiao Qingyun hesitated to kneel down, and Yang Lingchen quickly transmitted, Qingyun, just pretend to bow to the dead. After hearing Yang Lingchen's words, Xiao Qingyun reluctantly knelt down. Good, 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 Feng Xueqing said with a delighted smile. Bow to each other as husband and wife. Enter the bridal chamber. Yang Lingchen appeared impatient, pulling Xiao Qingyun as they hurried towards the bridal chamber. Ha ha ha! Laughter erupted from the guests behind them. In no time, Yang Lingchen brought Xiao Qingyun into the bridal chamber and then said to all the servants, "You all can leave. No eavesdropping." Yes, young master, the servants respectfully left the courtyard one by one. At this moment, Yang Lingchen quickly walked in front of Xiao Qingyun, gently lifting the red veil from her head. Yang Lingchen, how did you become like this? Xiao Qingyun stared at Yang Lingchen, her eyes filled with confusion. At this point, Yang Lingchen hurriedly used the transformation technique, instantly changing back to his original appearance. Bastard, I thought I would never see you again. Xiao Qingyun's beautiful eyes glistened, her voice trembling slightly. Well, didn't you just see me? Where are your grandfather and father? Yang Lingchen asked, concern filling his expression. Grandpa and father are still locked in the heavenly prison. Thinking of this, Xiao Qingyun's tears fell again, her sorrowful expression making one's heart ache. Don't be sad. Let's focus on living well first, and then slowly figure out how to rescue them. Today is our wedding day. We need to prioritize the important matters, Yang Lingchen smiled, comforting her. Is this really considered a wedding? Xiao Qingyun blinked, uncertainly asking. Of course it counts. We've already bowed to heaven and earth, right? Yang Lingchen replied with a smile. Why are you all outside? Feng Xueqing looked at the servants. Reporting to the elder, the young master kicked us out and forbade us from listening. One maidservant cautiously said. This brat still has some shame. I'll go listen, Feng Xueqing said, quietly sneaking over. Qingyun, Feng Xueqing is eavesdropping, Yang Lingchen transmitted. What should we do? Xiao Qingyun anxiously asked. What else can we do? Of course, we enter the bridal chamber. Yang Lingchen directly picked Xiao Qingyun up and gently placed her by the bed. Then a fierce battle broke out. Good boy, worthy of being my grandson. He managed to drag it out for so long, Feng Xueqing muttered to himself before leaving. At this moment, the restrictions on Xiao Qingyun's body were completely broken by Yang Lingchen. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. During these 7 days, the two hardly left the room. With Yang Lingchen's help, Xiao Qingyun's cultivation level unexpectedly broke through to the 4th layer of the spirit profound realm. Of course, Yang Lingchen's cultivation level did not lag behind either, successfully breaking through to the 5th layer of the return to origin realm. Qingyun, quickly cultivate this set of skills. It can be used to conceal your aura, so Wang Yuyin won't be able to discover that you have restored your cultivation. Yang Lingchen said as he handed a manual to Xiao Qingyun. Where did you get these manuals? Xiao Qingyun asked curiously. This is my husband's secret. Yang Lingchen replied with a smile. Have you thought of a way to save Grandpa? Xiao Qingyun asked with anticipation. During this time, if it weren't for Yang Lingchen's advice, she would have really wanted to rush alone to save her father and grandfather without caring about the consequences. I have already thought of a method. Yang Lingchen said in a low voice. What method? Hurry up and tell me, Xiao Qingyun asked anxiously. Right now, the only ones who can approach the heavenly prison are Wang Yuyin or Feng Xueqing, and starting from Wang Yuyin will definitely be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yang Lingchen said slowly. Then are you planning to start with Feng Xueqing? Xiao Qingyun asked. That's right. My plan is for the two of us to find an opportunity to directly kill Feng Xueqing. And then I will disguise myself as Feng Xueqing to rescue people from the heavenly prison, Yang Lingchen pondered. But Feng Xueqing is a powerful master at the 8th layer of the spirit profound realm. How can we kill him? Xiao Qingyun frowned and said worriedly. Right now, Feng Xueqing sees me as his beloved grandson, so he definitely won't guard against me. We can poison him first and then launch a surprise attack. There is still a chance, Yang Lingchen said. It seems we can only do it this way, Xiao Qingyun said after a moment of contemplation. Chapter 80. Killing Feng Xueqing in the blink of an eye. 2 days passed quickly. On this day, Feng Xueqing came to Yang Lingchen's residence. Grandpa, what brings you here today? Yang Lingchen quickly bowed and asked. I'm going out for 2 days, so I came to see you. How have you been these days? Feng Xueqing said with a smile. Qingyun, aren't you going to pour tea for Grandpa? Yang Lingchen instructed. Yes, husband, Xiao Qingyun replied respectfully, and then stepped out. Haha, good. Jierer truly has a way with people. Feng Xueqing laughed heartily, feeling proud to see his grandson teach Xiao Qingyun to be so obedient. At this moment, Xiao Qingyun walked in steadily with a cup of tea, bowing as she said, "Grandpa, please have some tea." Feng Xueqing held the tea to his lips, gently sniffed it, then carefully took a sip, exclaiming, "Good tea. Grandpa, if you like it, come often to drink it," Yang Lingchen said with a smile. At the same time, the immortal demon sword within Yang Lingchen's Haotian jade was already poised to strike. He was ready to act as soon as Feng Xueqing showed any signs of being poisoned. 10, 9, 8, 7. Yang Lingchen silently counted in his heart. 1. When he counted to 1, Feng Xueqing finally showed signs of being poisoned. "Uft, you vile person, daring to poison me." Feng Xueqing spat out a mouthful of poisonous blood and slumped weakly onto the chair. "Grandpa, are you all right?" Yang Lingchen hurried over and helped Feng Xueqing up. "Ah, Jier, I can't hold on much longer. The poison has entered my bones. This poison is too domineering. Quickly kill this woman," Feng Xueqing said with great difficulty, his face now covered in dark energy, clearly indicating that he was deeply poisoned. "You vile person, daring to harm my grandpa, die?" Yang Lingchen said, and as soon as the words left his mouth, he struck hard at Feng Xueqing's back. "Uft, Jier you." Feng Xueqing coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, looking at Yang Lingchen in disbelief. "Old man, see who I am." Yang Lingchen sneered and revealed his true appearance. "Uft, you little bastard, it's you. Even if I die, I will take you with me." Feng Xueqing lunged at Yang Lingchen recklessly. At that moment, Xiao Qingyun suddenly struck Feng Xueqing's back with a palm. Boom! Feng Xueqing was instantly sent flying, with his body filled with poison, and after taking 2 hits, Feng Xueqing had completely lost his fighting ability, and his aura was gradually weakening. At this time, Yang Lingchen rushed over and began to use the soul-searching technique. Pressing his right hand on Feng Xueqing's head, and memories flowed into him. After a long time, Feng Xueqing finally took his last breath. Yang Lingchen sat cross-legged and began to digest the memories in his mind. Next, he had to face the holy master Wang Yuyan, whose strength far surpassed Feng Xueqing's. So he had to be extremely cautious. About a quarter of an hour later, Yang Lingchen finally fully integrated the memories in his mind. Then, his figure flickered, and he transformed into Feng Xueqing's appearance. At this time, he also took off Feng Xueqing's storage ring. As the Grand Elder of the Wuji Holy Land, Feng Xueqing's storage ring was rich in resources. With these resources, Yang Lingchen was confident he could break through to the 6th layer of the Return to Origin realm in a short time. "Yang Lingchen, what should we do next?" Xiao Qingyun asked softly. "First, cultivate. Let's plan after our cultivation improves," Yang Lingchen said, frowning and speaking in a low voice. Through Feng Xueqing's memories, Yang Lingchen knew that the heavenly prison, where Xiao Zishan was imprisoned, was filled with experts. Saying it was a den of dragons and tigers would not be an exaggeration. Therefore, if they wanted to rescue Xiao Zishan, they had to plan carefully and wait for the right opportunity. In the following days, the two began intense cultivation. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. After 10 days of cultivation, Yang Lingchen finally reached the critical moment of breakthrough. As long as he broke through this barrier, he would reach the 6th layer of the Return to Origin realm. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and urged all his profound energy, crazily washing through the profound veins in his body. Boom! 6th layer of the Return to Origin realm. At this moment, Yang Lingchen finally succeeded in breaking through to the 6th layer of the Return to Origin realm. During this time, Xiao Qingyun also broke through to the 6th layer of the Spirit Profound realm. The cultivation method she practiced had low resource requirements. As long as Yang Lingchen contributed more, it was more effective than any resources. On this day, summoned by Wang Yuyan, Yang Lingchen arrived at the Holy Master's Great Hall. "Grand Elder, has Xiao Qingyun shown any abnormalities recently?" Wang Yuyan asked coldly, her beautiful eyes turning to look at Feng Xueqing. Reporting to the Holy Master, "I have been monitoring her every day and have not found any abnormalities for the time being," Yang Lingchen said, cupping his hands and bowing, while secretly remaining vigilant. After all, Wang Yuyan's strength was at the peak of the 9th layer of the Spirit Profound realm. A slight mistake could lead to his demise. "Continue monitoring her. If there are any abnormalities, report to me immediately," Wang Yuyan said coldly. "Yes, Holy Master," Yang Lingchen bowed. At this moment, he was secretly shocked. Through his earlier observations, he realized that he was far from Wang Yuyan's opponent. Even if he attempted a sneak attack, it would be impossible to injure Wang Yuyan even slightly, and he might even end up sacrificing himself. "You should know quite a bit about Xiao Zishan, right?" Wang Yuyan asked, reporting to the Holy Master. I have dealt with him for many years and know him quite well, Yang Lingchen said, lowering his head. The Holy Lord gives you 3 days to find out the whereabouts of the heavenly martial divine pearl. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Wang Yuyan's eyes shot out a fierce glare. Yes, Holy Lord, Yang Lingchen replied. This is my token. With this token, you can freely enter and exit the heavenly prison to interrogate Xiao Zishan. Wang Yuyan tossed a golden token to Yang Lingchen. Rest assured, I will definitely find out the whereabouts of the heavenly martial divine pearl, Yang Lingchen assured, then retreated. At this moment, he was extremely excited. He finally had the chance to meet Xiao Zishan. Returning to Feng Xueqing's residence, Yang Lingchen recounted what had just happened to Xiao Qingyun. You mean you can now freely enter the heavenly prison? Xiao Qingyun exclaimed, hugging Yang Lingchen's arm. Yes, Wang Yuyan only gave me 3 days. So we must rescue our master within this time frame, Yang Lingchen said in a low voice. What are your plans? Xiao Qingyun asked eagerly. We will act tonight. You will disguise as my guard and come with me. I'll do your makeup now, Yang Lingchen said. His plan was to have Xiao Qingyun impersonate his guard to help rescue their master. Yang Lingchen then began to apply makeup to Xiao Qingyun. In the evening, Yang Lingchen, with Xiao Qingyun in disguise, headed towards the heavenly prison of the infinite Holy Land. With Wang Yuyan's token in hand, the two entered the heavenly prison without any hindrances. I come on the Holy Lord's orders to interrogate the criminal Xiao Zishan. You all may leave. Yang Lingchen said coldly. Yes, Grand Elder, the guards replied and exited. Chapter 81. Exposure. Ling Xueqing, you despicable scoundrel, what are you doing here? Inside the heavenly prison, Xiao Zishan and Xiao Bidhong glared at Yang Lingchen and Xiao Qingyun with dark expressions. Master, it's me. Yang Lingchen hurriedly changed back to his original appearance. Grandpa, father, you have suffered, Xiao Qingyun said, unable to contain her emotions as she rushed to her father and grandfather's side. Lingchen, Qingyun, is that you? Xiao Zishan and Xiao Bidong were instantly filled with shock. Master, take this recovery elixir and eat it. We'll talk after we get out. Yang Lingchen quickly handed over several pills and then gripped the immortal demon's sword tightly, striking down on the chains binding Xiao Zishan. With a series of crisp sounds, the chains broke apart. Lingchen, Qingyun, you protect Grandpa first. Once he recovers his strength, we'll fight our way out together, Xiao Zishan instructed, then sat cross-legged without hesitation, focusing on recovering his cultivation. At this moment, Yang Lingchen was extremely nervous. After all, this was the heavenly prison of the infinite Holy Land. If Wang Yuyan discovered them, it would be disastrous. In just a quarter of an hour, Xiao Zishan and Xiao Bidong had recovered about 50% of their strength. Lingchen, Qingyun, you are so foolish. Do you know how dangerous this is? Xiao Zishan said with a furrowed brow, then spoke in a deep voice. He had no confidence in escaping the infinite Holy Land because he knew better than anyone how terrifying Wang Yuyan was. Master, we can discuss this after we get out. Right now, we should take advantage of Wang Yuyan's absence and fight our way out, Yang Lingchen urged. Just then, Xiao Zishan suddenly forcefully pulled open his right ribcage and took out a colorful pearl from his chest, handing it to Yang Lingchen. Lingchen, this is the heavenly martial divine pearl. You must keep it safe. If you encounter Wang Yuyan, I and Bitong will cover for you. You must escape. This cannot fall into Wang Yuyan's hands, Xiao Zishan warned gravely. Master, is this the heavenly martial divine pearl? Yang Lingchen's eyes revealed immense shock. Indeed, this is the coveted treasure of the heavenly martial continent. I obtained this heavenly martial divine pearl by chance. Wang Yuyan has tried every means to deal with me just for it. From today on, I entrust it to you. And I hope one day you can unravel the secret within this pearl, Xiao Zishan said solemnly. Creak, creak, creak. Yang Lingchen, I didn't expect you to have this ability. Now, let's see where you can run. At that moment, Wang Yuyan's tinkling laughter came from outside the prison, and a graceful figure appeared before everyone. Damn, how unlucky can I be? As soon as Wang Yuyan appeared, Yang Lingchen's eye twitched violently, feeling extremely frustrated. Lingchen, Qingyun, you all run. Xiao Zishan shouted and charged towards Wang Yuyan without hesitation. Lingchen, I leave Qingyun to you, you all hurry. Xiao Bidong also rushed towards Wang Yuyan without any hesitation. Father, Grandpa, if we're leaving, we leave together. Xiao Qingyun waved her sword and rushed forward recklessly. Yang Lingchen naturally could not be a coward alone. He swung the immortal demon sword and unleashed the god-slaying sword technique towards Wang Yuyan. However, even with the four of them working together, Wang Yuyan still held absolute superiority. At this moment, the outside of the heavenly prison was already surrounded by high-ranking members of the infinite Holy Land. Yang Lingchen, for the sake of your decent looks, if you hand over the heavenly martial divine pearl, I will spare your life, Wang Yuyan said with a cold smile. Old hag, the heavenly martial divine pearl is in my hands. If you have the ability, come and take it. Yang Lingchen continued to attack Wang Yuyan. You little brat. You're seeking death. When I catch you, I'll make you wish you were dead, Wang Yuyan replied with a wicked smile. Facing Wang Yuyan's sinister smile, Yang Lingchen felt a chill run down his spine. Lingchen, Qingyun, you all hurry and escape. At this moment, Xiao Zishan was already covered in injuries, recklessly charging towards Wang Yuyan. Bang bang. Having not fully recovered his strength, Xiao Zishan was no match for Wang Yuyan and was sent flying with a single palm strike. Father, Demoness, I will fight you. Xiao Bitong roared and crazily attacked Wang Yuyan. You don't know the meaning of death, Wang Yuyan sneered, unleashing a terrifying force that instantly rendered Xiao Bitong unable to fight. Master, Father, Grandpa. At this moment, Xiao Qingyun also lost her rationality and charged at Wang Yuyan with her sword. Seeing this, Yang Lingchen hurriedly rushed forward with the immortal demon sword. He could not watch Xiao Qingyun go to her death. However, in the face of absolute strength, all struggles were futile. Wang Yuyan suddenly released a sword light from her right hand, piercing through Xiao Qingyun's right shoulder. Die! Just then, Yang Lingchen reached Wang Yuyan's front and struck down with the immortal demon sword. You seek death, Wang Yuyan snorted, her figure retreating in an instant, successfully avoiding Yang Lingchen's lethal blow. Qingyun, are you okay? After forcing Wang Yuyan back with one strike, Yang Lingchen quickly helped the injured Xiao Qingyun up. Lingchen, you all hurry and escape. Otherwise, I won't die in peace, Xiao Zishan roared, channeling all his energy towards Wang Yuyan. Wang Yuyan die? At that moment, Xiao Zishan's aura suddenly surged, his body ballooning as if it would explode at any moment. At the same time, Xiao Bitong's aura surged violently as he charged towards Wang Yuyan. This is bad. Master is going to self-destruct. In that moment, Yang Lingchen sensed something was off with Xiao Zishan's momentum. Grandpa, father, no. Xiao Qingyun screamed heart-wrenchingly. Lingchen, Qingyun, run. Don't let me die in vain, Xiao Zishan shouted hoarsely. Xiao Zishan, are you crazy? At this moment, terror flashed in Wang Yuyan's eyes. She never expected Xiao Zishan and Xiao Bitong to be so resolute. Seeing this, Yang Lingchen grabbed Xiao Qingyun and rushed towards the outside of the heavenly prison, knowing that everything was already beyond stopping. The urgent task now was to leave the heavenly prison quickly, otherwise they would die here. Boom boom. Just as Yang Lingchen burst out of the heavenly prison, a deafening explosion sounded behind him. No, father, grandpa, Yang Lingchen, you bastard, let me go. Hearing the explosion behind her, tears of despair flowed from Xiao Qingyun's eyes. Bang. Yang Lingchen did not respond to her and directly threw her into the Haotian jade space, then used all his strength to dash towards the outside of the heavenly prison. Yang Lingchen, where are you running? Suddenly, a figure shot out from beneath the collapsing heavenly prison. It was Wang Yuyan, looking extremely tragic, covered in blood and with tattered clothes. Despite this, she crazily pursued Yang Lingchen because the Tianwu Divine Pearl was too important to her. Chapter 82. In flight, due to Yang Lingchen's astonishing speed, the guards outside the heavenly prison had no time to react and instantly lost track of him. In no time, Yang Lingchen sped out of the Wuji's holy land like the wind. However, despite his extreme speed, he still couldn't completely shake off the relentless pursuit of Wang Yuyan. After all, Wang Yuyan's current strength had reached the peak of the 9th layer of the Lingxian realm, and she could break through to the higher Linghai realm at any moment. After exiting the Wuji's holy land, he found himself facing a vast, boundless mountain range that seemed endless. Yang Lingchen, like a headless fly, began to flee frantically. Since arriving at the Wuji's holy land, he had never left, so he was completely at a loss as to which direction to escape. In order to deal with Wang Yuyan's pursuit, Yang Lingchen pushed the phantom body technique to the limit, his figure darting through the dense and intricate mountain range like lightning. Even so, Wang Yuyan's figure still closely followed him, not far behind. Due to the significant disparity in their cultivation levels, the distance between them gradually closed as time went by. After all, Wang Yuyan's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th layer of the Lingxian realm, while Yang Lingchen was only at the 6th layer of the Guixian realm. The gap between them was like a chasm. This is bad, This old hag is too fast. If this continues, I will definitely be caught. At this moment, Yang Lingchen was anxious, feeling like an ant on a hot pan. If Wang Yuyan caught him, he would certainly end up in a terrible situation and would definitely die a miserable death. Yang Lingchen, you can't escape. I advise you to surrender. As long as you hand over the Tianwu Divine Pearl, I will not mistreat you. Wang Yuyan's threatening voice came from not far behind. You old hag, forget about it. The Tianwu Divine Pearl is not in my possession. Yang Lingchen cursed angrily, continuing to flee desperately without looking back. Yang Lingchen, I have a way to save your life. Do you want to know? Just when Yang Lingchen was at a loss and felt utterly hopeless, a graceful and melodious voice, like the sound of heaven, came from the immortal demon, sword in his hand. Miss Linger, help. Yang Lingchen quickly sent a desperate message. If it weren't for Linger speaking up, he would have almost forgotten her entirely. This is a very terrifying girl. Although she has no physical body, her terrifying pressure is something ordinary people cannot withstand. My soul is getting weaker and weaker. I can't help you now. Linger's voice came softly. Then why did you say you could save me? While Yang Lingchen desperately fled, he asked urgently, although I can't save you, you have something on you that can save you. Linger said faintly. What is it? Yang Lingchen eagerly asked. It's the Tianwu Divine Pearl. Linger's beautiful voice came again. The Tianwu Divine Pearl? But I don't know how to use it. Miss Linger, Yang Lingchen said helplessly. If I guess correctly, you must be cultivating a divine level technique, right? Linger spoke. How do you know? Yang Lingchen asked in shock. Don't worry about how I know. You just need to tightly grasp the Tianwu Divine Pearl, then activate your cultivation method and infuse a strand of your soul power into it. And you will be able to control the Tianwu Divine Pearl, Linger instructed. Listening to Linger's words, Yang Lingchen desperately fled while trying to activate his technique, simultaneously infusing a strand of soul power into the Tianwu Divine Pearl. Instantly, Yang Lingchen felt a subtle connection forming between himself and the Tianwu Divine Pearl. What should I do now? Yang Lingchen continued to ask. If I'm not mistaken, this Tianwu Divine Pearl should be the source stone of the Tianwu continent. Although the energy in this source stone is limited, it should be enough to support you in teleporting to a safe place, Linger said. How do I teleport? I don't know how. Miss Linger, Yang Lingchen said anxiously. At this moment, Wang Yuyan was already within 500 meters of Yang Lingchen. Isn't this simple? The Tianwu Divine Pearl has already recognized you as its master. You just need to infuse a strand of Xuanli into it and silently think of teleporting. And you can quickly teleport. However, I'm not quite sure where you will end up, Linger explained. Hearing Linger's explanation, Yang Lingchen had no time to consider anything else. Without hesitation, he infused a strand of Xuanli into the Tianwu Divine Pearl and silently thought of teleporting. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, the Tianwu Divine Pearl erupted with a dazzling white light, and then Yang Lingchen's entire body was tightly enveloped by this white light. Just as this light surrounded Yang Lingchen, Wang Yuyan suddenly increased her speed, her figure darting like lightning into the white light. Whoosh! The white light flashed and disappeared, and both Yang Lingchen and Wang Yuyan vanished completely from the mountain range. Yang Lingchen, you can't escape. At this moment, Yang Lingchen and Wang Yuyan were rapidly traversing through a spatial vortex. Fortunately, they were both enveloped by the white light emitted by the Tianwu Divine Pearl. Otherwise, with their strengths, they would definitely be torn apart by the chaotic flow of space. You old hag, you really are a persistent pest, aren't you? Yang Lingchen retorted unhappily. You're looking for death. Wang Yuyan's delicate face showed anger as she swung her sword fiercely at Yang Lingchen. Damn it, are you trying to get yourself killed? Yang Lingchen quickly dodged. Boom. Just then, a deafening roar erupted from within the spatial vortex, and chaotic currents surged wildly. In an instant, Yang Lingchen and Wang Yuyan were thrown out of the spatial vortex, completely separating them from each other. Phew, what the hell is happening? Thrown out of the spatial turbulence, Yang Lingchen had a look of shock and confusion on his face, filled with fear and doubt. At that moment, he was high in the sky and rapidly descending. As a cultivator of the Xian realm, he should have been able to fly. However, what shocked him was that he couldn't fly at all. No matter how he tried to use his flying techniques, he could not take off. Fortunately, below him was a dense forest. As Yang Lingchen fell quickly, his body landed directly on a tree branch, the immense force of his fall breaking the branch and sending him crashing to the ground. Bang! It hurt like hell. With a dull thud, Yang Lingchen's eyes went white, almost passing out from the impact. After lying on the ground for a long time, He finally managed to get up with great difficulty, tidying up his disheveled clothes and vigorously shaking off the leaves and dirt from his body. He cautiously observed his surroundings, and after confirming there was no danger, he felt somewhat relieved. Yang Lingchen sat cross-legged to begin recovering his Xian power, as he had used up a lot of it during his desperate escape. Several hours passed in the blink of an eye, and Yang Lingchen finally restored his Xian power to its peak state. He then began to assess his surroundings. It was a lush, vibrant forest, rich in spiritual energy. With a very pleasant climate, the elemental laws in the air were completely different from those in the North Xian region. Miss Linger, what kind of place is this? Why do I feel so insignificant here, unable to fly at all, as if I am bound? Yang Lingchen asked. Chapter 83. Arrival in the central domain of Xinzhou. After a moment of contemplation, Linger replied. The elemental laws and spatial dimensions here are indeed much higher than those in the North Xian region. From this, we can deduce that this is no longer the North Xian region. However, from the perspective of the heavenly Tao laws, this should still be within the Tianwu continent. Then where is this? How do I go back? Yang Lingchen murmured softly. Inside the immortal demon sword, Linger's voice came again. You will need to explore that for yourself. But what you need to focus on now is not how to return to the North Xian region, but how to establish yourself in this world and quickly enhance your cultivation. Only by becoming stronger can you find a way back. Yang Lingchen pondered in silence, carefully observing the situation around him, and then cautiously began walking towards the direction of the sun. He was unsure of what kind of world he was in now, nor did he know what dangers he would face next. But he would not give up easily, for he was not alone. He would live strong for the people he loved and those who cared for him. After walking for a while and confirming there was no danger, Yang Lingchen released Xiao Qingyun from the Haotian jade space. At that moment, Xiao Qingyun's injuries had stabilized, but her face was still somewhat pale, and there was a hint of emptiness in her beautiful eyes. The death of her father and grandfather had made her completely lose her attachment to this world. If it weren't for revenge, she could barely find a reason to live. Yang Lingchen gently embraced Xiao Qingyun, comforting her. Qingyun, you need to pull yourself together. I'm still here. We will avenge Grandpa and Uncle, but right now we need to survive in this unfamiliar world and then find Wang Yuyan for revenge. What place is this? Xiao Qingyun asked in a calm voice. I was being chased by Wang Yuyan, so I activated the Tianwu Divine Pearl, and then I was transported to this place. But one thing is certain. This is no longer within the North Xian region, and Wang Yuyan has also been sent to this world, Yang Lingchen explained. Where do we go next? Xiao Qingyun asked softly. Upon hearing that Wang Yuyan had also arrived in this world, Xiao Qingyun finally found the courage to continue living because she still had not avenged herself. Let's leave this forest first and find a populated area to inquire about our exact location, Yang Lingchen said. The two then continued walking towards the direction of the sun, resting whenever they got tired. Each time they rested, Yang Lingchen would hunt some wild game to prepare for Xiao Qingyun. Hee, Yang Lingchen. It took me a lot of effort to find you. At that moment, a seductive figure appeared in front of them. It was Wang Yuyan. Why are you looking for me? Yang Lingchen quickly shielded Xiao Qingyun behind him, watching Wang Yuyan warily. What do you mean? Wang Yuyan frowned, momentarily confused about what he meant. Nothing, just complimenting you, Yang Lingchen sneered, then threw a poison pill at Wang Yuyan and quickly took Xiao Qingyun to flee into the distance. Boom, boom. The sound of a violent explosion echoed. You little brat. Still trying to run? This time I will definitely skin you alive. Wang Yuyan's voice rang out behind them. However, Yang Lingchen did not look back, holding Xiao Qingyun tightly as they fled madly into the depths of the forest. He knew very well that he was no match for Wang Yuyan. Fighting her head-on would only lead to death. Let me down. I want to kill that bitch Wang Yuyan. Xiao Qingyun's eyes were filled with hatred. Yang Lingchen quickly reassured her. Qingyun, calm down. Right now, we are not her opponents. Once our strength increases, we can seek revenge. Holding Xiao Qingyun, Yang Lingchen desperately fled through the depths of the forest, while Wang Yuyan pursued closely behind. Damn, this is so unfortunate. Just as Yang Lingchen thought he was about to escape, a bottomless cliff blocked his path. Gazing at the misty, bottomless abyss, Yang Lingchen couldn't help but shiver. Haha, why aren't you running anymore? Wang Yuyan laughed coldly. Just as Yang Lingchen was about to change direction, Wang Yuyan appeared in front of him, blocking all his escape routes. Miss Linger, what should I do now? Do you have a way to help me kill this old hag? Yang Lingchen secretly communicated with the immortal demon sword. No. Why don't you consider being her male pet? Linger responded. Ignoring Linger's words, Yang Lingchen thought, what a joke, becoming Wang Yuyan's male pet. How could she even say that? Wang Yuyan, if I give you the Tianwu divine pearl, will you let us go? Yang Lingchen said. Haha, Yang Lingchen. You are not in a position to negotiate with me. If you obediently hand over the Tianwu divine pearl and stay by my side as a furnace for training, I might consider sparing your life. Wang Yuyan smiled seductively. Wang Yuyan, the Tianwu divine pearl is in this box. If you don't agree to my terms, I will throw the Tianwu divine pearl into this bottomless abyss, Yang Lingchen threatened. Fine, Yang Lingchen, I accept your terms. As long as you hand over the Tianwu divine pearl, I will let you go. But if I find out you dare to play tricks, I will make sure your life is filled with fear from then on. Wang Yuyan's eyes glinted coldly. Yang Lingchen, you can't give the Tianwu divine pearl to that bitch, Xiao Qingyun anxiously said. After all, the Tianwu divine pearl was entrusted to Yang Lingchen by her grandfather, and she did not want him to hand it over to Wang Yuyan just like that. The man spoke. Why are you interrupting? Yang Lingchen turned around and said fiercely, giving Xiao Qingyun a glance. Wang Yuyan, I hope you keep your word. Yang Lingchen sighed and said. Then he threw the box filled with explosive poison pills towards Wang Yuyan. Take the Tianwu divine pearl. However, as he threw the box, Yang Lingchen injected a strand of soul power into it. At this moment, with just a thought, he could completely detonate all the explosive poison pills. These explosive poison pills were made by Yang Lingchen before, specifically for self-defense and ambushing others, and now they were useful again. Just as the box of explosive poison pills was about to land in Wang Yuyan's hands, she sensed a hint of danger and immediately dodged to the side without hesitation. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The intense explosion sounded, and although Wang Yuyan avoided the center of the explosion in time, she was still blown away several dozen meters by the shockwave. Landing in a very disheveled state, her clothes completely shattered. Chapter 84. Life and Death Separation. Just as Wang Yuyan was violently thrown away by the shockwave of the explosive poison pills, Yang Lingchen's figure darted forward like lightning, wielding the immortal demon sword and pouncing towards Wang Yuyan. Stinky bitch, die? Yang Lingchen knew the principle of taking advantage of someone's weakness. If he let the opponent recover, they would face disaster. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyun, who had reacted, was shocked. She knew Yang Lingchen was quite cunning, but she didn't expect him to be so treacherous. However, she didn't hesitate at all and also swung her long sword towards Wang Yuyan. In an instant, sword energy surged wildly, and Wang Yuyan was forced to retreat repeatedly by Yang Lingchen and Xiao Qingyun. Yang Lingchen, gaining the upper hand, unleashed the god-slaying sword technique, crazily attacking Wang Yuyan with all his might. But Wang Yuyan was a peak practitioner of the spirit profound realm. After being caught off guard by Yang Lingchen, she quickly adapted and began a fierce counterattack. Stinky brat, today, I will make you two bitches wish you were dead. At this moment, Wang Yuyan's face was frosty, almost twisted beyond recognition. After so many years, it was the first time she had suffered such a huge loss. Old hag, look at your figure. No chest, no butt. And you still want to lay hands on me. Just looking at you makes me want to vomit. Yang Lingchen mocked mercilessly while fighting fiercely. Due to the immense power of the explosive poison pills earlier, Wang Yuyan's clothes were almost completely destroyed. At this point, describing her as naked would not be an exaggeration. Stinky brat, you're looking for death. At this moment, Wang Yuyan was completely enraged. As the battle continued, Wang Yuyan gradually took the initiative, and both Yang Lingchen and Xiao Qingyun were forced to retreat continuously. Bang! At this moment, Wang Yuyan struck Xiao Qingyun with a palm, sending her flying. Originally, her injuries had not yet recovered, and now being hit hard again caused her to be severely injured and lose all combatability. Qingyun, seeing Xiao Qingyun injured, Yang Lingchen instantly lost all reason, launching deadly attacks, every strike aiming for mutual destruction. Resisting stubbornly, you don't know when you're dead. Wang Yuyan snorted coldly, waving her hand to unleash a palm light that heavily struck Yang Lingchen's chest. Puff! Bang! In the face of absolute power, Yang Lingchen was sent flying, spitting out blood in midair before crashing down heavily at the edge of the cliff. At this moment, Wang Yuyan had no intention of letting Yang Lingchen go. Instead, she rushed towards him, aiming to completely cripple him to prevent any further accidents. Just as Wang Yuyan was about to reach Yang Lingchen, a stunning figure blocked her path. Faced with the sudden appearance of Xiao Qingyun, Wang Yuyan showed no mercy and immediately unleashed a palm strike. Bang! Xiao Qingyun was knocked away by this palm, falling straight towards the bottomless abyss behind her. In midair, Xiao Qingyun had already lost consciousness, but a faint smile and reluctance lingered at the corner of her mouth. Perhaps this was the last thing she could do for the man she loved. Qingyun, ah! Yang Lingchen let out a heart-wrenching roar, his grief reaching an extreme, almost to the point of despair. Old hag, I want your life. Yang Lingchen, like a madman, charged wildly at Wang Yuyan. Bang bang bang. After being knocked away repeatedly, in the final blow, Yang Lingchen fell at the edge of the cliff. Stinky brat, hand over the Tianwu divine pearl, and I might consider sparing your life. Wang Yuyan said coldly with a hint of ice at the corner of her mouth. Old hag, today's grudge, I will repay 100-fold in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Lingchen resolutely jumped into the abyss behind him. You don't want to live? Wang Yuyan exclaimed and rushed towards Yang Lingchen. But she was still a step too late. At this moment, Yang Lingchen's body was rapidly falling, the biting cold wind howling in his ears. But he dared not close his eyes. He carefully observed the branches on the cliff. If Xiao Qingyun was caught on a tree, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Although he was falling rapidly, he wasn't worried about dying from the fall because he had the Haotian jade with him. At the moment of landing, he could enter the Haotian jade. Qingyun, you will be fine. I will definitely find you. Wait for me. Yang Lingchen fell for a full 2 minutes before finally seeing the bottom of the cliff, then chose to enter the Haotian jade space. What disappointed him was that during his descent, he did not spot Xiao Qingyun's figure hanging from the branches, which meant she might have fallen to the bottom of the cliff. Just thinking about this made him extremely anxious. Bang! The Haotian jade slammed heavily against the rocks at the bottom of the cliff. After landing, Yang Lingchen immediately exited the Haotian jade space. Qingyun, where are you? Yang Lingchen, as if soulless, frantically searched for Xiao Qingyun's figure. Soon, he turned the entire bottom of the cliff upside down. However, to his disappointment, it was as if Xiao Qingyun had vanished without a trace. There were no signs left behind, as if she had never been here at all. The area at the bottom of this abyss was not large, and after carefully inspecting the cliff face again, he ultimately confirmed that Xiao Qingyun was not there. You will be fine. You must still be alive. But where exactly are you? Yang Lingchen stood there quietly, motionless, his eyes filled with long accumulated tears. From a distance, his back appeared so sorrowful, lonely, and helpless. Let's go. From today on, you will be the chief eunuch by my side. Xiaoqinzi, I'm tired. Go take a bath. I'll be waiting for you in the room. At first, I did treat you as a cultivation tool, but as time passed, I found that I liked you a little. Memories of the past flooded his heart like a tide. It hurt. His heart truly ached. Unbeknownst to him, this beautiful and strong woman had already taken root in his heart like a seed. Don't be sad here. If I'm not mistaken, Xiao Qingyun should have been rescued by someone, because there is no trace of her here. At that moment, Linger's graceful voice came through. The urgent thing is that you should find a way to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, when Wang Yuyao comes looking for you, you will be in big trouble. Linger continued. Qingyun, no matter where you are, I will definitely find you. Hearing this, Yang Chunling felt a little relieved. He then began searching for an exit at the bottom of the cliff. This was a chasm surrounded by cliffs on all sides, and ordinary warriors could not climb up at all. After several failed attempts to climb, Yang Chunling completely gave up on the idea of climbing. At that moment, he discovered a cold pool at the bottom of the chasm, and the water was flowing, which meant that there must be an exit at the bottom of the pool. Overjoyed, he quickly submerged into the cold pool. After several dives to explore, Yang Chunling finally found a small opening at the bottom of the pool. This time he was fully prepared, took a deep breath, and then quickly submerged into the cold pool, swimming like a fish towards the small opening. Yang Chunling was not sure where this opening would lead, but it was his only way out, so he had to take the gamble. Yang Chunling swam at the bottom for several hours. Just as he was about to run out of strength, he finally saw a faint light in the distance. When he saw this faint light, a look of surprise appeared on Yang Chunling's face. Just then, a gigantic monster fish charged towards him. Bang! Exhausted, Yang Chunling was knocked unconscious by the giant monster fish. Damn it! This was Yang Chunling's last thought before he fainted. Chapter 85. Being taken as a slave. When Yang Chunling woke up again, he was shocked to find himself trapped in an iron cage, with heavy shackles on his hands and feet. This was an iron cage carefully crafted from cold iron. Next to the cage that held Yang Chunling, many other iron cages were neatly arranged, and there were also quite a few people imprisoned inside them. A beautiful elf girl could be taken home for just 2,000 middle-grade spirit stones. A middle-aged man with a scarred face pointed at a girl in the cage and began shouting loudly. After carefully observing his surroundings, Yang Chunling realized that this place was actually a slave market, and he had been captured to be sold as a slave. The scarred-faced middle-aged man kept shouting, and Yang Chunling felt extremely irritated. After all, being captured and sold as a slave would put anyone in a bad mood. What frustrated him the most was that his cultivation had been sealed. In this situation, Yang Chunling felt powerless. The people here were far stronger than him, especially the scarred-faced middle-aged man, whose aura far exceeded that of Wang Yuyao and was not something he could contend with. At this moment, people were coming and going in the slave market, and many elegantly dressed young masters and ladies were carefully selecting their desired slaves. As slaves were chosen one after another, Yang Chunling's cage seemed to be ignored. This might be related to his cultivation level. After all, most of the slaves present had a cultivation level above the 8th layer of the returning to the void realm, and many had even reached the spiritual void realm. Yang Chunling, however, was only at the 6th layer of the returning to the void realm, so in this martial arts-dominated world, a lower-level slave was clearly not as popular as those with higher cultivation levels. "Miss, look at this guy. He looks quite decent. What do you think?" At that moment, a girl in a green-made outfit pointed at Yang Chunling and said, "He looks fair-skinned, and his age is just right. Let's take him." A tall girl with snow-white skin glanced at Yang Chunling and nodded. "This young lady has a discerning eye. This kid is our signature slave. Although he looks handsome and seems weak, his abilities in certain aspects definitely match those of any strong man." The scarred-faced middle-aged man quickly stepped forward to boast when he saw someone interested in Yang Chunling. In his view, this young lady must be the type with a rather chaotic personal life, which is why she would be interested in a pretty boy like Yang Chunling. How does this bastard know I can compare to a strong man in that aspect? Yang Chunling couldn't help but feel curious. The girl seemed to understand the deeper meaning behind the scarred man's words, but she didn't take it to heart. After some intense bargaining, the tall, fair-skinned girl successfully bought Yang Chunling for 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Seeing that he had been sold as a slave, Yang Chunling was filled with rage. However, he could only endure it for now. After all, his cultivation was temporarily sealed, and even without the seal, he would definitely not be a match for the scarred-faced man. With the transaction completed smoothly, Yang Chunling was released from the cage, his shackles were removed, and the seal on his body was lifted. Of course, they were not afraid that Yang Chunling would run away. In their eyes, he was merely a minor character at the 6th layer of the returning to the void realm. "Kid, from today on, you are a servant of the Qin family. This young lady is our eldest young lady, Feng Xueqing. Hurry up and greet her," said the girl in the green-made outfit. "Thank you, young lady," Yang Chunling said to the young lady, Feng Xueqing. After all, she was the one who had redeemed him. Otherwise, he would have been imprisoned for a while longer. "Do a good job following me, and I will not treat you unfairly," Feng Xueqing said lightly. "Yes, young lady," Yang Chunling nodded. Arriving in such a strange place, he indeed needed to find a place to settle down temporarily. After that, Feng Xueqing bought a few more maids before leading the group out of the slave market. Under Feng Xueqing's guidance, they arrived at a large mansion. This mansion was noble in appearance and luxurious without losing its grandeur. This mansion was the private residence of Feng Xueqing, the eldest young lady of the Qin family. After entering the mansion, Feng Xueqing left, while Yang Chunling and the other newly purchased servants were assigned tasks by the green-clad maid, each given their daily chores. The green-clad maid was named Lala, and all the servants called her sister Lala. "Everyone, go down to work. Remember, no slacking off. Also, I must remind you that there are guards all around this mansion. And without the young lady's permission, no one is allowed to leave the mansion without authorization. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences," Lala instructed before turning to leave. "Damn it. Do they really think of me as a servant?" Yang Chunling cursed inwardly. However, for now, he had no choice. After all, in this place, his cultivation was indeed not enough, and more importantly, he wanted to understand this new world first. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Yang Lingchen had gathered a lot of information from several subordinates. It turned out that this was the legendary central domain of the Divine Land. Previously, when he was at the Wujing Sacred Ground, Yang Lingchen had read a historical record about the Tianwu continent. It was said that 1,000,000 years ago, the Tianwu continent was vast and boundless. Later, to combat the demon race, the heavenly absolute war god and the leader of the demon race engaged in a life-and-death battle. Ultimately, the Tianwu continent was shattered into pieces, dividing into 5 major regions: the Eastern Domain, the Western Demon Domain, the Southern Demon Domain, the Northern Mysterious Domain, and the Central Domain of the Divine Land. Subsequently, the demon race was sealed in the Western Demon Domain by the heavenly Absolute War God. The demon race occupied the Southern Domain, while humans occupied the Central Domain of the Divine Land, the Eastern Domain, and the Northern Mysterious Domain. As the core of the Tianwu continent, the area of the Central Domain of the Divine Land far exceeded the total area of the other 4 regions. Aside from the Central Domain, the other 4 regions were scattered in the depths of the ocean, separated by vast distances. Even for powerful beings at the King realm, crossing the ocean was a perilous endeavor. Yang Lingchen was currently in the southern part of the Central Domain, in the city of Zhanyang. Among the forces in this southern region, the most powerful was the Phoenix Divine Dynasty, followed by the 4 major sects: the Tianmin, the Tianyin sect, the Medicine King Valley, and the Immortal Sword sect. Sigh. It seems I won't be able to return in a short time, and I don't know how I's sister and Yanyun are doing now. The priority is to focus on cultivating and then find Qin Yun, Yang Lingchen thought to himself. In the following days, aside from doing some odd jobs during the day, Yang Lingchen quietly entered the Haotian Jade space to cultivate fervently at night. After several days of diligent cultivation, Yang Lingchen successfully broke through to the 7th layer of the returning mysterious realm, and his various martial skills were significantly enhanced. One day, Feng Xueqing came to the mansion again and directly found Yang Lingchen. "What is your name?" Feng Xueqing asked, her red lips slightly parted. Yang Lingchen replied. "Change into this outfit." Feng Xueqing tossed a set of luxurious brocade clothes to Yang Lingchen and then turned to Greenlow and said, "Take him down and let him freshen up properly." "What's going on?" Yang Lingchen was filled with confusion, but he didn't ask further. He was then taken by Greenlow to a luxurious bathroom. "Wash yourself clean. If the young lady smells even a hint of odor, I'll make you suffer." Greenlow glared at Yang Lingchen fiercely. After bathing, under Greenlow's careful arrangement, Yang Lingchen reappeared before everyone, his entire demeanor transformed. His facial features were sharp and well-defined, as if meticulously carved, with every line perfectly proportioned. As he walked, Xiaoruoqing exuded calmness, with steady steps and an extraordinary bearing. His exquisitely sculpted handsome face, against the backdrop of his splendid attire, radiated a noble aura that was hard to ignore. Looking at Yang Lingchen approaching from afar, Feng Xueqing's eyes brightened involuntarily, and she couldn't help but doubt, "Is this really the servant I bought at the slave market?" It was no wonder Feng Xueqing questioned her judgment. It was mainly due to Yang Lingchen's unique aura and the mysterious vibe he emanated, which made him look nothing like an ordinary person. "Miss, the person has been brought." Greenlow respectfully brought Yang Lingchen to Feng Xueqing's side. "You can leave now," Feng Xueqing said softly. "Yes, young lady," Greenlow responded, and then bowed before slowly retreating. "Yang Lingchen, who exactly are you? Where do you come from?" Feng Xueqing's big, watery eyes fixed intently on Yang Lingchen. "Clearly, I am a man. As for where I come from, that's classified," Yang Lingchen said without hesitation. He didn't want to easily reveal his true origins to anyone. "You don't have to say, but I need you to do something for me. After it's done, there will be a generous reward, and you can choose to stay or leave," Feng Xueqing said seriously. Her gaze fixed on Yang Lingchen. "What is it?" Yang Lingchen frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice. He wasn't eager to agree without knowing the specifics. "Tonight, there will be a young heroes banquet in Zhanyang City, and I need you to pretend to be my fiancé and accompany me," Feng Xueqing said, her voice cool like a mountain stream. "Why me?" Yang Lingchen asked, puzzled. "Because you are a stranger and good-looking. Isn't that reason enough?" Feng Xueqing replied, her voice elegant and melodious, like the song of a nightingale. Yang Lingchen furrowed his brow and said, "Miss, with my lowly strength, pretending to be your fiancé could be fatal. On this completely unfamiliar land of the Central Domain, if he pretended to be someone else's fiancé and got exposed, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. Don't be afraid. You just need to stay by my side. No one would dare to do anything to you," Feng Xueqing said firmly. "I want to know, what benefits do I get for taking such a big risk?" Yang Lingchen's gaze carried an aggressive edge as he stared intently at Feng Xueqing's stunning face. "You recognize this, right?" Feng Xueqing suddenly took out a crystal-clear stone from her hand. "Spirit mysterious crystal stone." Yang Lingchen couldn't help but exclaim. His eyes instantly filled with eagerness as he stared at the spirit mysterious crystal stone. The spirit mysterious crystal stone was a rare treasure that could directly elevate warriors of the returning mysterious realm at the 7th layer or above to the 1st layer of the spirit mysterious realm. Such precious crystals were extremely rare in the Tianmu continent. However, it was only effective for returning mysterious realm warriors, and for those in the spirit mysterious realm, it had little effect. Now, Yang Lingchen's cultivation was just at the 7th layer of the returning mysterious realm, so this spirit mysterious crystal stone was something he absolutely needed. Hee, do you want it? Feng Xueqing smiled charmingly, like a spring flower in bloom. I do, very much, Yang Lingchen quickly responded, his voice filled with urgency. Perform well tonight. As long as you help me get rid of those annoying flies, this spirit mysterious crystal stone will be yours, Feng Xueqing said, her pink lips curving into an enchanting arc, instantly alluring and making one's heart race. Miss, to better accomplish tonight's task, could you give me the spirit mysterious crystal stone first? That way, I can elevate my strength to the spirit mysterious realm. And it will be more impressive when you take me out, don't you think? Yang Lingchen said cautiously, his eyes filled with anticipation. You have a point. But how do I know you won't run away after getting the spirit mysterious crystal stone? Feng Xueqing frowned slightly and replied, Miss, you can rest assured. Even if I break through to the spirit mysterious realm, I won't be your match. Yang Lingchen said with a smile. All right, take it. You must help me break through to the spirit mysterious realm before evening. Feng Xueqing thought for a moment and then tossed the spirit mysterious crystal stone to Yang Lingchen. She was at the peak of the 9th layer of the spirit mysterious realm, and in her opinion, even if Yang Lingchen broke through to the spirit mysterious realm, she was confident she could suppress him. Thank you, Mississippi. I'll take care of tonight's banquet, Yang Lingchen said excitedly as he caught the spirit mysterious crystal stone, thanked her, and then quickly returned to his room. After confirming that no one was watching, Yang Lingchen entered the Haotian jade space and sat cross-legged. He first carefully wiped the spirit Xian crystal, as if treating it like a peerless treasure, and then without hesitation, swallowed it whole. Instantly, an incredibly pure spiritual energy enveloped his body, quickly spreading to his limbs and bones. The pure spiritual energy filled every inch of his skin and every vein in his body, bringing a feeling of swelling. Yang Lingchen hurriedly activated the Haotian Ju, crazily refining the spiritual energy within him. As the Haotian Ju operated, this pure spiritual energy was gradually refined into Xuanli. Boom, 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 boom. He reached the 8th level of the returning Xian realm. With a loud sound from within, Yang Lingchen successfully broke through to the 8th level of the returning Xian realm. Yet his aura continued to grow wildly, like surging waves, with each wave higher than the last. The 9th level of the returning Xian realm. Less than an hour later, Yang Lingchen's cultivation once again broke through to the 9th level of the returning Xian realm. As the spiritual energy continued to be refined, his cultivation was still climbing at an astonishing speed. Mid-9th level of the returning Xian realm. Late 9th level of the returning Xian realm. Peak perfection of the 9th level of the returning Xian realm. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours had passed. At this point, Yang Lingchen had reached the limit of the 9th level of the returning Xian realm, just one step away from breaking through to the spirit Xian realm. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, fully operating the Haotian Ju, repeatedly urging the Xuanli within him towards the bottleneck of the spirit Xian realm. 1st level of the spirit Xian realm. Finally, a breakthrough. After dozens of full-force impacts, Yang Lingchen successfully broke through to the spirit Xian realm. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented power filling his entire body. If he were to encounter Wang Yuyin again, he was absolutely confident he could defeat her in one move. Even if he faced a strong opponent in the Spirit Sea realm, he was confident enough to fight, and even if he couldn't win, he believed he could retreat safely. After his breakthrough, Yang Lingchen refreshed himself, adjusted his state to the best condition, and then exited the Haotian jade space. When Yang Lingchen reappeared, Feng Xueqing showed a look of surprise in her eyes, because now Yang Lingchen felt completely different to her than before. Feng Xueqing didn't know why, but Yang Lingchen, who was only at the 1st level of the spirit Xian realm, gave her a very dangerous feeling, as if a sleeping beast was about to awaken. Indeed, he has broken through. The young talent's banquet is about to begin. Let's go. Feng Xueqing looked Yang Lingchen up and down, then took the lead and walked out of the mansion. At the entrance of the mansion, the servants had already prepared a luxurious beast cart. Yang Lingchen followed Feng Xueqing directly onto the beast cart, which then whipped its reins and left, kicking up a trail of dust. Many servants in the mansion were dumbfounded, staring blankly at the departing beast cart. This kid really is lucky to be noticed by the young lady. At this moment, many servants in the mansion showed expressions of envy and jealousy, murmuring incessantly. Chapter 87. Young Talents Banquet. Yang Lingchen, the organizer of today's banquet, is the first genius of the younger generation in Zhanyang City, Zhang Juanhao. You better not embarrass this young lady, Feng Xueqing said seriously, her expression solemn. Hearing this, Yang Lingchen chuckled lightly and said, "Don't worry. It's just a young people's banquet in Zhanyang City. It's not going to scare me." In Yang Lingchen's view, the so-called Young Talents Banquet in Zhanyang City was merely an occasion for the younger generation to show off and compare with each other. With Feng Xueqing's stunning beauty, there would definitely be many fervent pursuers in Zhanyang City, which is why she needed him to pretend to be her fiancé to fend off those troubles. The beast cart moved at lightning speed, and before long, it stopped in front of a mansion filled with luxurious ambience. At this time, Feng Xueqing calmly took out the invitation. Under the respectful guidance of the guards, Feng Xueqing and Yang Lingchen were led into an extremely luxurious hall. The hall was already filled with various delicacies and fine dishes, a feast for the eyes. Colorful lanterns hung all around, illuminating the entire hall like a dream, resembling a fairyland. Feng Xueqing's arrival instantly attracted the attention of many young men present. As the first beauty of Zhanyang City, every appearance of Feng Xueqing would be like a brilliant star streaking across the night sky, drawing the focus of the younger generation. However, what surprised everyone was that this time, Feng Xueqing entered with an unfamiliar young man. When everyone saw that Yang Lingchen's cultivation was only at the first level of the spirit Xian realm, disdain and contempt appeared in their eyes, as if they were looking at a dying person. Who is this kid? He dares to touch Zhang Juanhao's woman, truly unaware of his own death. A young man dressed in luxurious clothing frowned and said in a low voice, "I don't know him. He shouldn't be from our Zhanyang City." A companion beside him shook his head, staring at Yang Lingchen with an unfriendly gaze. "This kid doesn't seem special at all. His cultivation is only at the first level of the spirit Xian realm. I really can't understand why Feng Xueqing would take a liking to such a waste." Another young man's tone was filled with jealousy and mockery. At this moment, many people in the hall were discussing animatedly, their voices rising and falling. After all, as the first beauty of Zhanyang City, every move, every frown, and smile of hers would attract countless people's attention and speculation. Yang Lingchen did not pay much attention to the hostile gazes directed at him. He remained calm, observing his surroundings with a steady gaze. He noticed that the young men and women present were all dressed extravagantly, exuding an extraordinary aura, their every gesture revealing an innate sense of superiority. What shocked him the most was that these young men and women were all under 18 years old. Yet their strengths were all above the 9th level of the returning Xian realm, with some even reaching the spirit sea realm. Seeing this, Yang Lingchen was completely stunned. It's worth noting that in the North Xian region, Wang Yuyan, at the peak of the returning Xian realm, was already a godlike figure. However, Wang Yuyan's strength, when placed in the central region, could only be compared to the young members of small families from these remote cities. The foundation and strength of the central region truly left him shocked and in awe. As more and more people took their seats, after about a quarter of an hour, nearly all the spots in the hall were filled. At this moment, a young man dressed in a white robe with golden edges strode into the hall like a dragon or tiger. His tall figure stood like a pine tree, straight and resilient. His deep and sharp eyes concealed his brilliance, as if he could see through everything, accompanied by a faint smile that gave people a refreshing feeling. "Zhang Xiao has arrived." With this shout, the previously noisy hall instantly fell silent, and the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All eyes focused on this elegant young man. The newcomer was none other than the organizer of this banquet, the young master of Zhanyang City, Zhang Juanhao. Yang Lingchen merely glanced at this person from a distance, yet he suddenly felt a very dangerous aura from him, as if facing a ferocious beast hiding in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. At this moment, Zhang Juanhao also noticed Yang Lingchen beside Feng Xueqing. His gaze quickly flashed with a shadow, a gloomy expression like dark clouds gathering, but he soon wore an elegant smile and slowly walked towards Feng Xueqing. "Miss Xueqing, your arrival is truly a loss of distant welcome," Zhang Juanhao said with a warm smile, his voice gentle, yet the smile did not reach his eyes. "Young Master Zhang is being polite. We just arrived not long ago." Feng Xueqing's voice was cool and clear, like a mountain spring, devoid of any emotion. "Miss Xueqing, Who is this young man? At this moment, Zhang Juanhao smiled, seemingly casually glancing at Yang Lingchen, yet his eyes held a hint of inquiry and vigilance. I am Yang Lingchen, Xueqing's fiancé. Yang Lingchen wore a calm smile on his face, gently wrapping his right arm around Chun Xueqing's slender waist. Since they were going to act, it had to be convincing, otherwise it would serve no purpose. The moment Yang Lingchen's hand encircled Chun Xueqing's waist, her delicate body trembled involuntarily, as if struck by electricity. Her originally flawless face instantly flushed with a rosy hue, like the evening glow on the horizon, stunningly beautiful. Just then, a fierce killing intent flashed through Zhang Juanhao's eyes like lightning. The murderous aura vanished in an instant, and his expression quickly returned to calm, still wearing that seemingly harmless smile. If it weren't for Yang Lingchen's soul strength far surpassing that of ordinary people and his keen perception, he would have found it difficult to notice this fleeting killing intent. Yang Lingchen didn't take this person's killing intent to heart, because after tonight, he would be leaving Zhanyang City, and if the other party insisted on entangling him, he wouldn't hesitate to be rude. Fiancé? Miss Xueqing, I haven't heard that you have a fiancé. Zhang Juanhao smiled, but the smile seemed somewhat stiff. This is a man I found myself, so I haven't publicized it widely. It's normal for young Master Zhang not to know. Chun Xueqing's tone was flat, her gaze indifferent, as if stating a matter unrelated to herself. I see. The corner of Zhang Juanhao's eye twitched slightly as he suppressed the anger in his heart and looked at Yang Lingchen, saying, This young man seems unfamiliar. May I ask which family or sect you come from? I am just a nameless nobody, not from any prominent family. Yang Lingchen replied calmly, his expression indifferent. Seeing that he couldn't extract any useful information, Zhang Juanhao exchanged a few pleasantries before returning to his seat with a gloomy expression. You wretched person, thinking that finding any man will help you escape from my grasp. And that brat, daring to compete with me for a woman. Tonight I will make sure you have no place to die. Zhang Juanhao secretly cursed in his heart, his tightly clenched fist turning pale, revealing his inner anger and unwillingness. At this moment, all the guests had arrived, and the time for the banquet was drawing near. Zhang Juanhao returned to his seat, took a deep breath to calm his anger, and said aloud, Today I hold this gathering for the young talents of Zhanyang City. It is truly an honor for me to have you all here amidst your busy schedules. I would like to toast to everyone. After saying that, Zhang Juanhao raised his glass and drank it all, displaying a heroic spirit. The young talents present also raised their glasses, and for a moment, the atmosphere became lively, filled with laughter and cheers. Soon, the atmosphere became more boisterous, with many talented youths from various families flattering each other, their sycophantic voices echoing continuously. At this moment, Zhang Juanhao gestured to a young man in blue. Instantly, the young man in blue understood, stood up with his glass, and loudly declared, Everyone here is a young talent of Zhanyang City. It is rare for us to gather together today. If we only drink, it seems too monotonous. I have a suggestion, but I wonder if it should be mentioned. Feel free to speak, young Master Moreau. Zhang Juanhao smiled, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Since we are all cultivators, why not spar with each other? It would not only liven up this gathering of talents, but also deepen our relationships. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Murong Xian's face beamed with a smile, yet his gaze occasionally darted toward Zhang Juanhao. Good suggestion that serves two purposes. I support Brother Morong's proposal. Zhang Juanhao said with a smile, while secretly plotting how to make Yang Lingchen embarrass himself during the sparring. I wonder if there are any rules for this sparring? Another young man in white asked, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Since we are all young talents, injuries are inevitable in sparring. So let us try to keep it light and avoid life-threatening harm or serious injuries. There aren't many other rules. Zhang Juanhao stated, appearing fair and reasonable, while secretly hiding his schemes. In an instant, the young men and women present were eager to try, rolling up their sleeves. After all, no one wanted to be at a disadvantage in this gathering of talents. It was the best opportunity for the young generation of Zhanyang City to shine and make a name for themselves. Meanwhile, Yang Lingchen was enjoying the food, thinking it was better to eat than listen to their nonsense. He hadn't had a proper meal in a long time. He had no interest in these people's suggestions. He was not someone who liked to show off, and sparring without substantial benefits was meaningless to him. Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? Can you pay attention to your image? Chun Xueqing glanced at Yang Lingchen, who was devouring his food, and rolled her eyes in annoyance. Ahem. The food has been a bit poor lately, and I couldn't help but eat a bit more. Yang Lingchen coughed lightly. then picked up a handkerchief to wipe his mouth, revealing a slightly embarrassed smile. Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. Be careful not to choke yourself, Feng Xueqing said with annoyance, her playful demeanor adding a unique charm. At this moment, a spacious area in the center of the hall had been cleared for everyone to spar. As the sparring began, challengers quickly stepped up to face their opponents. In an instant, the air was filled with sword energy and swirling profound force, and the exciting duels drew cheers from the crowd. A young girl in white moved gracefully, like a dancing butterfly, her sword flashing as she fought her opponent fiercely. Another young man in gray displayed powerful fist techniques, each punch accompanied by a whooshing sound, exuding an imposing aura. As Yang Lingchen munched on delicious food, he casually observed the sparring, silently assessing the strength of these individuals. Feng Xueqing's expression remained indifferent, seemingly uninterested in the sparring. The sparring continued round after round, and the atmosphere grew increasingly heated. However, Zhang Juanhao's gaze occasionally fell on Yang Lingchen, a hint of sinister light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 88. Shocking the crowd. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, a young man dressed in white brocade, a cold smile on his lips, slowly walked toward Yang Lingchen. This person's handsome face was now filled with arrogance and disdain. This brother, as Miss Xueqing's fiancé, your strength must surely be more than what meets the eye. The young man in white brocade's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile, seemingly hiding deep provocation within it. What is it? Speak. Yang Lingchen replied calmly, his eyes showing no fear, only indifference. Miss Xueqing, as the most beautiful woman in Zhanyang City, has countless admirers. Therefore, to protect her, one must possess sufficiently strong strength. The young man in white brocade continued, his scrutinizing gaze sizing up Yang Lingchen from head to toe. Enough with the nonsense. What exactly do you want to say? Yang Lingchen said impatiently, his patience wearing thin against this self-important individual. I want to challenge you. If you lose, you must leave Miss Xueqing and roll out of Zhanyang City. The young man in white shouted, his eyes filled with anger and jealousy, as if Yang Lingchen were his sworn enemy. Why should I accept your challenge? Winning or losing has no benefit for me. Yang Lingchen sneered. He found the person in front of him utterly unreasonable, acting so impulsively and recklessly over a woman. You are a coward. The white-clad youth's eyes were filled with disdain. He wanted to provoke Yang Lingchen into accepting the challenge. Whether I'm a coward or not is none of your business. Yang Lingchen smiled wickedly. He wouldn't be easily angered by such a lowly tactic. If you're a man, fight me. The white-clad youth provoked again, raising his voice to attract the attention of those around them, trying to put Yang Lingchen in a difficult position. Whether I'm a man or not, my Xueqing knows better than anyone else, and I don't need to prove anything to you. Yang Lingchen sneered, glancing at Feng Xueqing standing nearby, his eyes filled with tenderness and confidence. You. The white-clad youth was at a loss for words. He had never expected that such a shameless person existed in the world. His face turned red, and his hands clenched into fists, as if he would rush over to fight Yang Lingchen at any moment. What do you mean by you? Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. If I lose, I'll leave Xueqing, but what if you lose? Yang Lingchen's lips curled into a sly smile, his eyes flashing with cunning, as if he was already certain of victory. I lose. How could I lose to a coward like you? The white-clad youth scoffed, filled with confidence in his own strength. To him, Yang Lingchen was merely a waste at the first level of the spirit profound realm, far from being his opponent, who was at the 9th level. Do you still want to spar? If not, get lost. Yang Lingchen continued to provoke, his tone filled with impatience. He was tired of entangling with this self-righteous guy. Fine. I agree. What stakes do you want? The white-clad youth said irritably, his eyes filled with anger, determined to make Yang Lingchen pay for his arrogance. If I lose, I'll leave Xueqing, but if you lose, I will confiscate your storage ring. You have no objections, right? Yang Lingchen said casually, his gaze fixed on the storage ring on the white-clad youth's hand, as if it contained endless treasures. Haha, you crack me up. A first-level spirit profound realm trash. And you think you can defeat me? The white-clad youth laughed maniacally, coldly saying, my storage ring is right here. Come and take it if you can. As he spoke, he deliberately waved the storage ring in his hand, showing off to Yang Lingchen. At this moment, Feng Xueqing walked over. Li Xiefeng, as a strong 9th-level spirit profound realm cultivator, you really have the nerve to challenge someone at the 1st level. Feng Xueqing's face was filled with anger and dissatisfaction. She felt that Li Xiefeng's behavior was outrageous. Feng Xueqing also did not expect that Yang Lingchen would really dare to accept the challenge. So she looked at him with concern. Although she had not known Yang Lingchen for long, she did not want him to be harmed because of her. Xueqing, don't worry. He's just trash. I can take care of him in no time. Yang Lingchen smiled at Feng Xueqing, trying to reassure her. He then walked directly to the center of the arena, his steps firm and powerful, as if he was ready to face any challenge. This kid is in for a hard time. Yeah, a first-level spirit profound realm cultivator dares to accept Li Xiefeng's challenge. He really doesn't know how to die. At this moment, the boys and girls in the audience were all discussing it, each showing expressions of glee, almost no one believing in Yang Lingchen. In their eyes, the outcome of this challenge was a foregone conclusion. Yang Lingchen would undoubtedly lose. Kid, you will pay a heavy price for your arrogance just now, Li Xiefeng said coldly, exuding a powerful aura, trying to overpower Yang Lingchen with his presence. Are you done with your nonsense? Yang Lingchen said coldly, his eyes filled with no fear, but rather determination. Kid, your name is Yang Lingchen, right? If you have the guts, come at me. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If I strike first, you won't have any opportunity to retaliate. Li Xiefeng crossed his arms, looking at Yang Lingchen with disdain. Completely dismissing him as an opponent he could easily defeat. Humph! Yang Lingchen snorted coldly, no longer wasting words, directly swinging his staff while using the phantom movement technique, smashing towards Li Xiefeng. Now, Yang Lingchen's phantom movement technique had reached great perfection. No one at the same realm could compare to him. And even those a whole realm higher could not match him in speed. Yang Lingchen's figure vanished like a ghost in an instant. Li Xiefeng felt a blur before his eyes. Before he could react, he sensed a powerful force rushing towards him. Bang! Ah! Li Xiefeng let out a piercing scream. The crowd didn't see what had happened. They only felt a gust of wind pass by, and then they saw Li Xiefeng being sent flying. Bang bang bang. Damn it. Let us see you act tough. Let us see you be the first to stick your head out. After Yang Lingchen swung his staff a few times, Li Xiefeng was knocked out. Of course, Yang Lingchen didn't strike to kill. Li Xiefeng mostly sustained superficial injuries. After all, this was someone else's territory, and he was new here, unfamiliar with the middle domain, so there was no need to kill anyone. At this moment, Yang Lingchen directly walked up to Li Xiefeng and snatched the storage ring from his hand. Is this really a first-level spirit profound realm person? That movement technique was way too fast. The numerous onlookers, both boys and girls, were stunned, their eyes wide open, as if they couldn't believe what had just happened. Even Feng Xueqing was gaping, unable to close her mouth. At that moment, she was completely shocked, never expecting that the servant she had casually bought back would have such an incredible power. It wasn't until Yang Lingchen returned to her side that she reacted. Yang Lingchen, how are you so strong? Feng Xueqing, now responsive, quickly asked while holding on to Yang Lingchen's arm, her eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. Miss, your expression just now looked like you were infatuated. Have you never seen such a handsome man? Yang Lingchen teased, a confident smile on his face. You narcissist. Feng Xueqing rolled her eyes at Yang Lingchen, but a blush involuntarily appeared on her face. Clap clap clap. No wonder Miss Xueqing has her eye on him. His strength is indeed extraordinary. At that moment, Zhang Juanhao applauded. Although he wore a smile, there was a hint of darkness in his eyes. Yang Lingchen cupped his fists. Young Master Zhang, you flatter me. I merely took advantage of a momentary sneak attack. My true strength is indeed not worth mentioning. Yang Lingchen could tell that Zhang Juanhao was extremely treacherous, and since this was the other party's territory, he had no need to completely offend him for the sake of a woman he had only recently met, especially since this was the other party's territory. Of course, this did not mean Yang Lingchen was afraid of Zhang Juanhao. If the latter went too far, he wouldn't mind erasing him completely, and at worst, he could just slip away later. Haha, Brother Yang is being modest. That movement technique you just displayed, even I could barely catch a glimpse of it. If Brother Yang doesn't mind, I would like to learn from you. Although Zhang Juanhao wore a warm smile, Yang Lingchen's sixth sense told him that this person had already developed a killing intent towards him. Yang Lingchen was secretly estimating in his heart that Zhang Juanhao had already reached the first layer of the Spirit Sea realm. With his current strength, he could barely contend with him, and it would be very difficult to kill him in a direct confrontation. Moreover, this was the opponent's territory, and once they started fighting, he would only suffer losses. Young Master Zhang is too kind. I'm just at the first layer of the Spirit Profound realm, and I only managed to defeat Li Xiefeng because of my speed. I don't have the qualifications to spar with you. Yang Lingchen said lightly, trying to politely decline Zhang Juanhao's challenge to avoid unnecessary trouble. I'm just a bit eager to spar with you because I see that Brother Yang's speed is impressive. You wouldn't deny me this favor, would you? Zhang Juanhao's expression darkened slightly, his tone carrying a hint of threat. Damn it. This little schemer has set his sights on me. If I get the chance, I'll definitely make him pay. Yang Lingchen cursed inwardly. But he couldn't find a reason to refuse. Daring to compete with me for women? Just wait and see how I deal with you. Zhang Juanhao was also secretly calculating, having made up his mind to teach Yang Lingchen a good lesson in this sparring session, letting him know who the real ruler was here. Chapter 89. Choice Young Master Zhang. As a strong figure in the Spirit Sea realm, don't you feel embarrassed to challenge someone in the Spirit Profound realm? At this moment, Feng Xueqing stepped forward, her pretty face frosty as she spoke coldly. Haha, Miss Xueqing, you misunderstood. I just wanted to spar with Brother Yang because I admire his speed. If Brother Yang is afraid, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Zhang Juanhao laughed heartily, but a hint of malice flashed in his eyes. It must be said that Zhang Juanhao was quite insidious. He hated Yang Lingchen to the bone, but still called him Brother Yang. If it weren't for Yang Lingchen sensing a subtle killing intent, he might have been deceived by Zhang Juanhao's seemingly amiable facade and mistaken him for a gentleman. Since young Master Zhang is sincerely inviting me, then how can I refuse to spar with you? Yang Lingchen said with an indifferent expression, but in his heart, he thought, since you want to put me to death, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yang Lingchen had never been merciful to his enemies. Yang Lingchen, are you crazy? Do you know what you're doing? Feng Xueqing's face turned pale as she hurriedly pulled Yang Lingchen behind her. Although Yang Lingchen had just defeated Li Xiefeng with his speed advantage, she did not believe he could defeat Zhang Juanhao, who was the top genius of the younger generation in Zhanyang City. In recent years, no peer had been able to compete with Zhang Juanhao. Feng Xueqing was very familiar with Zhang Juanhao's character. Over the years, anyone who had fought him had not ended well. Therefore, she had to step in to stop Yang Lingchen. At this moment, Murong Xian walked over with a hypocritical smile on his face, saying, Miss Xueqing, it's better not to interfere in the sparring between men. This will only make everyone look down on your fiancé. Murong Xian, if you don't speak, no one will consider you a mute. Feng Xueqing shot a fierce glare at Murong Xian, her beautiful eyes filled with disgust. After saying that, she hugged Yang Lingchen's arm and said, Yang Lingchen, let's go. This banquet is meaningless. Yeah, it really isn't interesting. I originally thought the young talents of Zhanyang City would be extraordinary, but it seems I overestimated them. Yang Lingchen smiled slightly, looking relaxed. Why do you say that? Feng Xueqing asked with a curious smile. In my opinion, these people are not true talents at all, because real geniuses only challenge those at a higher level. Yet here, people who are already at the 9th layer of the Spirit Profound realm, or even in the Spirit Sea realm, still come to challenge someone at the 1st layer of the Spirit Profound realm like me. Don't you think they are a joke? Yang Lingchen said with a laugh, his eyes filled with disdain. Now that you mention it, they do seem like a joke. Feng Xueqing chuckled, her laughter ringing like silver bells, particularly clear in the banquet. Let us go. Let's head home and make some babies. After saying this, Yang Lingchen wrapped his arms around Feng Xueqing's waist and walked toward the banquet's entrance. If it weren't for Feng Xueqing blocking him just now, he would have definitely found a chance to kill Zhang Juanhao. However, seeing Feng Xueqing protect him, Yang Lingchen felt very touched. Meanwhile, the so-called geniuses at the banquet were all blushing, unable to utter a single word in response. Upon seeing Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing leave, Zhang Juanhao's face darkened completely. His eyes filled with a strong, killing intent. For so many years in Zhanyang City, it was the first time someone had slapped his face like this. Young Master Zhang, this kid is too arrogant. Are you really just going to let him go? Murong Xian looked at Zhang Juanhao and cautiously spoke. Let him go. Zhang Juanhao snorted coldly, his expression extremely grim as he said, in Zhanyang City, anyone who dares to compete with me for women will not have a good ending. Seeing the murderous intent on Zhang Juanhao's face, everyone involuntarily shivered, their hearts filled with worry for Yang Lingchen. Bastard, why don't you take your hand off? As soon as Yang Lingchen got into the beast cart, Feng Xueqing slapped Yang Lingchen's hand away and said angrily, Cough. Sorry, I got distracted for a moment. Yang Lingchen coughed lightly to cover his embarrassment, his face turning slightly red. Then where did your hand just now go? Feng Xueqing shot a fierce glare at Yang Lingchen, feeling both ashamed and angry. This guy was too much. His hand had slowly slipped from her waist to her bottom. and he dismissed it with a mere excuse of being distracted. "Miss, I really was distracted just now." Yang Lingchen forced a smile, his eyes evasive, not daring to meet Feng Xueqing's furious gaze. "Humph." Feng Xueqing coldly snorted, turning her head away and ignoring Yang Lingchen. The beast cart sped toward Feng Xueqing's residence, and the atmosphere inside felt somewhat awkward. "By the way, how come you were so fast? You actually knocked Li Xiefeng out." After a while, Feng Xueqing broke the silence and asked curiously, "Actually, it wasn't he that fast. Mainly, that guy was too careless." Yang Lingchen casually found a reason, not wanting to expose too many of his secrets. "By the way, Yang Lingchen, what are your plans next?" Feng Xueqing asked with a light smile, her beautiful eyes glancing at Yang Lingchen. "I plan to join a sect and raise my cultivation level first." Yang Lingchen thought for a moment and said seriously. Since he had come to the central domain, he had to do one thing: find his mother. Yang Lingchen learned from his father, Yang Daolin, that his mother, Su Wanyun, was from the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Therefore, he planned to raise his cultivation level first before searching for his mother and Xiao Qingyun. He was eager to improve his strength. His two women, Dongfang Yunbing and Nangong Yan, were still waiting for him in the northern Xian domain. To return to the northern Xian domain, he needed absolute strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to cross the vast ocean. "Why don't you come with me to the Immortal Sword Sect?" Feng Xueqing blinked, looking at Yang Lingchen with expectation and sincerity in her eyes. "The Immortal Sword Sect?" Yang Lingchen was slightly taken aback. "Yes, in half a month. It will be the day when the 4 major sects recruit new disciples. I plan to go to the Immortal Sword Sect. Do you want to go with me?" Feng Xueqing looked at Yang Lingchen expectantly, hoping he would agree. After pondering for a moment, Yang Lingchen said, "I want to be going to the Immortal Sword Sect. I plan to go to the Medicine King Valley." Yang Lingchen knew that in the central domain of Shenzhou, the strongest power in the southern wilderness region was undoubtedly the Phoenix Divine Dynasty, followed by the 4 major sects. These 4 major sects are the Tianmen sect, the Tianyin sect, the Yaowang Valley, and the Xianjian sect. Of course, even if the 4 major sects joined forces, they could not be a match for the Phoenix Divine Dynasty. But the Phoenix Divine Dynasty did not arrogantly seek to destroy the other sects, as the strength of a region also relies on the existence of these sections. Currently, Yang Lingchen was most interested in the Yaowang Valley, because by going there, he could access more precious medicinal materials, which would be crucial for his cultivation speed. The Yaowang Valley has an ancient history and is the only sect in the southern wilderness that primarily focuses on alchemy. Although its overall strength ranks at the bottom among the southern wilderness sects, this does not hinder the Yaowang Valley status, as alchemists are respected wherever they go. Although we haven't known each other for long, I can feel that your talent far surpasses that of ordinary people. Come with me to the Xianjian sect. The Yaowang Valley is not suitable for your growth and will only waste your talent, Feng Xueqing advised, genuinely believing that Yang Lingchen would have better development at the Xianjian sect. Yang Lingchen thought for a moment and said, "I've made my decision. I still want to go to the Yaowang Valley. If you have the chance, you can come to find me there. Although I might be inconspicuous for a while, I believe it won't be long before you hear my name." At this moment, a confident smile appeared on Yang Lingchen's face, a smile that seemed to carry a firm belief that was undeniable. Although the Yaowang Valley has a long history, it has gradually declined in recent years, and its overall strength is noticeably weaker than that of other sections. "I hope your choice is not a mistake," Feng Xueqing said with a face full of regret, still feeling that Yang Lingchen's decision not to choose the Xianjian sect was a wrong one. "Don't worry, Miss Xueqing. I have my own plans for choosing the Yaowang Valley. I would never joke about my future," Yang Lingchen said earnestly, his eyes flashing with determination. With the memories of the top-tier powerhouse Ling Yanyun from the Divine Realm, he lacked cultivation techniques but had no shortage of resources. And the Yaowang Valley was a resource-rich place where he could find enough medicinal materials for his alchemy. He believed that with his abilities and efforts, he could carve out a territory for himself in the Yaowang Valley. The beast cart sped through the night, and both Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing fell into their own thoughts. They were filled with expectations and aspirations for the future, although their paths might be different. Their determination to pursue strength was equally resolute. Chapter 90. Intercepted. The beast cart slowly stopped at the entrance of the mansion. Yang Lingchen got off the cart, said goodbye to Feng Xueqing, and walked straight back to his room. He looked hurried, quickly closed the door after entering, and took out Li Xiefeng's storage ring from his bosom. Yang Lingchen took a deep breath, focused his mind, and mobilized his soul power to strike at the imprint left by Li Xiefeng in the storage ring. The soul power surged like a tide, continuously washing over the imprint. Finally, through his relentless efforts, the imprint left by Li Xiefeng was completely broken. Yang Lingchen eagerly dumped the contents of the storage ring onto the floor, a pile of dazzling items appearing before him. Looking at the pile of middle-grade spirit stones emitting a faint glow, Yang Lingchen counted them carefully, estimating that there were at least 20 to 30,000. In addition, there were various precious pills, magical treasures, and rare materials. At this moment, Yang Lingchen couldn't help but exclaim that although robbing was not a glorious method, it was indeed the fastest way to gather wealth. However, he also understood that such actions carried great risks and should not be taken lightly. In Zhanyang City, at the Chun family residence, smack! A crisp sound broke the tranquility of the room. What is going on with that Yang Lingchen? A middle-aged man dressed in a deep blue satin robe, with a face full of anger, slammed his palm on the table, his eyes glaring at Feng Xueqing with an intimidating presence. He is my man. Feng Xueqing's voice was not loud, but carried a sense of determination and stubbornness, her gaze unwavering as she met her father's eyes. Impudent. Do you still see me as your father? Chen Donghai was furious. I don't care who he is. Tell him to get out of the Chen family immediately. My daughter Chen Donghai's daughter is not someone a nameless nobody like him can match. His voice boomed like a bell, echoing through the room. Humph. I will decide my own marriage. No one can interfere. Feng Xueqing coldly snorted and ignored her angry father, turning and rushing out. In the following days, Yang Lingchen locked himself in his room to cultivate. He understood the preciousness of these spirit stones and planned to use their power to elevate his cultivation to the peak of the first layer of Lingxian realm before heading to the Yaowang Valley. During these days, a maid named Lu Luo wisely refrained from disturbing Yang Lingchen. That morning, the room was filled with rich spiritual energy, and Yang Lingchen's body was glowing. As he slowly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance passed through. He successfully broke through to the peak of the first layer of Lingxian realm. Yang Lingchen got up, washed up, and changed into clean clothes. His thick, black hair was tied up high, and his exquisitely sculpted handsome face radiated a charming aura under the sunlight. When Yang Lingchen walked out of his room, the maids in the mansion cast surprised glances at him. They could hardly believe that the extraordinary-looking man before them was the same slave that had once been bought by the young lady. Especially Lu Luo. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Kid, you are Yang Lingchen? At that moment, a middle-aged man approached Yang Lingchen, his gaze filled with scrutiny and authority. I am Yang Lingchen. Who are you? Yang Lingchen responded calmly, without a trace of fear on his face. Yang Lingchen, this is the head of our Chen family. Why don't you greet the master? Lu Luo hurriedly signaled to Yang Lingchen, feeling anxious inside, worried that Yang Lingchen would offend the family head. I wonder what the Chen family head seeks from a junior like me. Yang Lingchen realized and quickly cupped his fists in greeting, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. Lu Luo, you may leave, Chen Donghai said, his voice carrying undeniable authority. Yes, master, Lu Luo replied and carefully retreated. Kid, I don't care who you are. But remember this, my daughter is not someone just anyone can match. Chen Donghai's eyes radiated a sharp aura, as if he wanted to see through Yang Lingchen. There are only women who are not worthy of me in this world, and the women I am not worthy of will never appear in this world. Yang Lingchen replied with a faint smile, a glimmer of confidence in his eyes. His words were calm, yet carried a sense of determination and fearlessness. Humph, ignorant. I've said all I need to say. I don't want to see you in this residence after an hour. Chen Donghai snorted coldly and then turned to leave the mansion. He initially intended to drive Yang Lingchen out of the Chun family directly, but considering his daughter's feelings, he gave him an hour's time. What an arrogant fellow. Does he really think he is someone important? Yang Lingchen cursed silently as he watched Chen Donghai's departing figure. Although he had no romantic feelings for Feng Xueqing, she had helped him multiple times. Therefore, it was necessary to say goodbye to her before leaving. In a quiet pavilion of the mansion, Yang Lingchen found Feng Xueqing. She was sitting there quietly, gazing at the lotus flowers in the pond, her expression a bit melancholic. Miss Xueqing, thank you for your help during this time. I have to leave now. If one day you encounter troubles you can't solve, you can come to Yaowang Valley to find me. Yang Lingchen smiled, his tone sincere. Are you leaving so soon? Feng Xueqing turned her head, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Yes, if fate allows, we shall meet again. Yang Lingchen said with a smile, trying to keep his tone light. If fate allows, we shall meet again. A complex expression appeared on Feng Xueqing's face. her lips trembling slightly as if she had many things to say but didn't know where to start. After bidding farewell to Feng Xueqing, Yang Lingchen resolutely walked out of the mansion. He knew in his heart that Feng Xueqing had feelings for him, but he had already incurred too much emotional debt and did not want to bring more trouble to this kind-hearted girl. In fact, he had a good impression of a beautiful and kind woman like Feng Xueqing. After all, she had helped him a lot, especially with that Lingxian crystal, which directly allowed him to break through from the 7th layer of Guixian realm to the 1st layer of Lingxian realm. He kept this kindness in mind. Yang Lingchen first bought a detailed map of the central domain of Shenzhou at the market in Zhanyang City, then chose a sturdy and durable beast cart. After everything was ready, he drove the beast cart slowly towards the direction of Yawang Valley, Zhanyang City, City Lord's Mansion, beside a beautifully landscaped artificial lake. Zhang Juanhao was leisurely lying on a chair basking in the sun, holding a voluptuous woman in his arms. His right hand was recklessly exploring inside the woman's clothing. "Young master, according to the report from our man, that guy just left Miss Feng Xueqing's mansion and is now heading towards outside Zhanyang City." A guard in armor hurried over and bowed. "Send the order down to stop that kid. I want to deal with him personally." A cold glint appeared in Zhang Juanhao's eyes as he recalled past grievances, and his anger became hard to suppress. "Yes, young master." Although Zhanyang City was just a small city on the edge of the central domain of Shenzhou, it was still a giant compared to the cities in the northern Xian domain. After several hours of travel, Yang Lingchen finally reached the city gate of Zhanyang City. To his surprise, the city gate was heavily guarded, with hundreds of city guards stationed on both sides. They all looked serious, holding weapons as if facing a great enemy. However, Yang Lingchen didn't pay much attention. He slowly drove the beast cart towards the city gate. "Get off and submit to inspection." A leading guard shouted at Yang Lingchen in a rough and stern voice. Yang Lingchen frowned at this. He noticed that many people were smoothly exiting the city. Why were these city guards specifically stopping him? A hint of confusion arose in his heart. "Sir, may I ask why I am being stopped?" Yang Lingchen cupped his fists and politely inquired. He tried to keep his tone calm, not wanting to provoke trouble easily. The leading city guard was at the 9th layer of the Lingxian realm. Although Yang Lingchen was not afraid of him, he didn't want to offend anyone without understanding the situation first. "Oh, isn't this Yang Lingchen? Where are you going?" At that moment, Zhang Juanhao, dressed in a white robe with gold trim, strode over with a proud smile on his face, full of provocation. "So it's young Master Zhang. I wonder why I'm being stopped," Yang Lingchen said lightly, while secretly calculating how he could kill Zhang Juanhao in one blow and then escape. At this moment, he was already very clear that the reason these city guards were stopping him was undoubtedly instructed by Zhang Juanhao. "Yang Lingchen, I suspect you are related to a murder case. Under the command of the city lord, we are here to arrest you. Now come with me," Zhang Juanhao said with a mocking smile, his tone filled with sarcasm and disdain. "Murder case?" Yang Lingchen couldn't help but laugh out loud. He thought this was the most ridiculous excuse he had ever heard. "Take him down." Zhang Juanhao's face darkened as he heard Yang Lingchen mock him, and he coldly ordered. "Stop!" Yang Lingchen shouted loudly, his eyes filled with anger. "Zhang Juanhao, didn't you say I committed murder? I want to know exactly who I murdered," Yang Lingchen said coldly. His gaze fixed on Zhang Juanhao, trying to find a flaw on his face. "Then let me make it clear to you. According to reports, you are suspected of murdering old lady Li from the East District and her pet pig. Is that reason sufficient?" Zhang Juanhao said with a sneer, looking at Yang Lingchen with contempt, as if he were looking at a dead man. In his view, Yang Lingchen was already a dead man. Not only did he want to kill Yang Lingchen, but he also wanted to ruin his reputation, making him infamous in front of everyone, and drag him out for public humiliation. This kind of framing was not the first time Zhang Juanhao had done it. In Zhanyang City, he acted recklessly, relying on his identity and background. As long as he wanted, there was nothing he couldn't do. "Young Master Zhang, must you go this far?" Yang Lingchen said expressionlessly, his anger nearly boiling over. "Damn you." At this moment, Yang Lingchen was extremely furious. He had never encountered such a disgusting person. At this moment, Zhang Juanhao had already made it onto his kill list. Yang Lingchen was waiting for the perfect opportunity to kill Zhang Juanhao in one blow. However, at this moment, the leading city guard was standing between him and Zhang Juanhao, making it difficult for him to guarantee a one-hit kill. "Desperate? You dare to act arrogantly in front of me while holding my woman? The fact that you are still alive is already my greatest mercy." Zhang Juanhao sneered and slowly walked towards Yang Lingchen. In his eyes, Yang Lingchen was just a small character at the first layer of the Lingxian realm. He could crush him anytime he wanted. Just then, Yang Lingchen suddenly erupted, his figure darting towards Zhang Juanhao like lightning. At the same time, he threw out dozens of explosive poison pills that shot towards the surrounding city guards like meteors. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sound of explosions erupted instantly. The surrounding city guards, caught off guard, were thrown into disarray. Some soldiers were blasted into the air and then crashed heavily to the ground. Others were directly overturned by the powerful shockwave, rolling on the ground in agony, while some were engulfed in flames and smoke, letting out wails of despair. In the face of Yang Lingchen's sudden attack, Zhang Juanhao was also taken aback. Although he knew Yang Lingchen was fast, he never expected him to dare to attack him under such circumstances and with such ferocity. In a panic, Zhang Juanhao quickly swung a palm to try to block Yang Lingchen's attack. However, he was still a step too slow. Bang! Just as he swung his palm, the staff in Yang Lingchen's hand struck hard against his chest. Crack! A crisp sound of a bone fracture echoed, and Zhang Juanhao let out a piercing scream. His sternum was broken on the spot, and he flew out like a kite with a severed string. Yang Lingchen had no intention of letting him go. His figure shadowed Zhang Juanhao, and the immortal demon sword appeared in his hand in an instant, pressed directly against Zhang Juanhao's neck with lightning speed. This series of confrontations happened in the blink of an eye. Before the city guards could react, Yang Lingchen's immortal demon sword was firmly against Zhang Juanhao's throat. Chapter 91. The angry Zhang Deshui, bold madman. Put down the young city lord immediately, or you will bear the consequences. The leader of the city guards shouted loudly, his voice filled with authority and anger. Swish. TSK, TSK, you reckless thing, dare to threaten me? A cold glint flashed in Yang Lingchen's eyes as he swung the immortal demon sword, instantly severing one of Zhang Juanhao's fingers. Ah, spare me, spare me. I won't dare to provoke you again. Zhang Juanhao cried out in agony, his face turning pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, filled with fear and pain. Stop! The leader of the city guards shouted quickly. If Zhang Juanhao died, he wouldn't survive either. His eyes widened, staring intently at Yang Lingchen, his hand gripping his weapon trembling slightly with rage. You, I'm talking about you. Do you see that pile of dog shit over there? Go eat it. Yang Lingchen pointed at the leader of the city guards with a disdainful smile, as if toying with his prey. Kid, you're asking for death. The leader of the city guards glared at Yang Lingchen, his teeth grinding with anger. If it weren't for the hostage in Yang Lingchen's hand, he would have rushed forward without hesitation to tear Yang Lingchen to pieces. Swish. He doesn't seem to be very obedient. Yang Lingchen smiled faintly at Zhang Juanhao, his smile carrying endless coldness, and then he swung his sword again, severing another of Zhang Juanhao's fingers. Ah! Zhang Juanhao's screams echoed, sounding like a hellish roar that sent chills down people's spines. Zhang Juanhao, you bastard, why don't you hurry up and eat that pile of dog shit? Zhang Juanhao screamed again, then hysterically shouted at the leader of the city guards. Young master. Zhang Juanhao's face showed difficulty, his complexion alternating between green and white, filled with humiliation and helplessness. Eat it for me, or I'll wipe out your entire family. Zhang Juanhao had completely lost his reason at this moment, shouting hysterically. Yes, young master. Zhang Juanhao reluctantly walked in front of the pile of dog shit, slowly squatting down and starting to eat. He knew that if he didn't eat it today, Zhang Juanhao would definitely do what he said and annihilate his entire family. Not far from the gate of Zhanyang City, a crowd had gathered to watch the spectacle. Some were dumbfounded, some whispered to each other, and others couldn't help but chuckle. Brother Yang, do you think we can resolve this misunderstanding and let me go first? Zhang Juanhao asked cautiously, his voice trembling, lacking the previous arrogance. Slap. Yang Lingchen directly slapped him, the force of the slap causing Zhang Juanhao's face to swell up immediately, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Who raped old lady Li from the East District and her pig? Yang Lingchen asked with a smirk, his eyes full of mockery. It was me, I did it all. Zhang Juanhao hurriedly spoke, wanting to quickly save his own life. Good. Now channel your energy to your throat and shout loudly. I, Zhang Juanhao, raped old lady Li from the East District and her pig. Shout it 10 times. And I'll let you go. Yang Lingchen's immortal demon sword pressed again against Zhang Juanhao's neck, threatening him. This. Zhang Juanhao's face turned ashen. If he shouted that, his reputation in Zhanyang City would be completely ruined, and he could forget about mixing in Zhanyang City in the future. Since you don't want to shout, Then die. Yang Lingchen's eyes suddenly erupted with intense killing intent, and with a slight shake of his immortal demon sword, Zhang Juanhao's skin was instantly cut. A trickle of blood seeping out. Don't kill me. I'll shout. At this moment, Zhang Juanhao was so frightened that he lost control of his bowels. His pants soaked, emitting a foul odor. I, Zhang Juanhao, raped old lady Li from the East District and her pig. I, Zhang Juanhao, raped old lady Li from the East District and her pig. Zhang Juanhao shouted repeatedly, his voice growing weaker with each shout until he seemed utterly exhausted. Haha. The onlookers burst into laughter, never expecting the usually domineering young city lord to be in such a humiliating situation today. You little brat. You dare to take my son Zhang Deshuai hostage? At that moment, a thunderous roar came from a distance. A middle-aged man in a deep blue plain satin robe flew over quickly and arrived near Yang Lingchen in the blink of an eye. Yang Lingchen, at the first moment, blocked Zhang Juanhao in front of him. Old man, why are you so fierce? Do you believe I'll make you bury your own son? Yang Lingchen revealed a cruel smile. Knowing he could not show weakness, facing this terrifying middle-aged man, his only trump card was Zhang Juanhao. Once he lost this card, he would die a miserable death. Kid, do you know who I am? Zhang Deshuai's eyes emitted a chilling aura. It was the first time in many years that anyone dared to threaten him like this in Zhanyang City. His gaze was like a sharp sword, as if it could pierce through Yang Lingchen. I don't care who you are. If you dare to make a move, I'll take your son to accompany him. Yang Lingchen coldly replied, unperturbed. Kid, if you dare to harm my son, I will wipe out your entire family. Zhang Deshuai's eyes were extremely cold, his tone filled with intense killing intent. Swish. Keep threatening. I can just take your son down with me. Yang Lingchen sneered. Then with a shake of his immortal demon sword, he instantly cut open Zhang Juanhao's neck, blood pouring out. Don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me. Zhang Juanhao was frightened and began to plead, his voice trembling with tears, his body shaking uncontrollably. Let my son go, and I guarantee you can leave. Zhang Deshuai said coldly, his fists tightly clenched as he struggled to suppress the anger within him. Open the city gate. No one is allowed to follow. Once I'm safe, I'll naturally release him. Yang Lingchen said coldly, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Do you think I would believe you? Zhang Deshuai said in a deep voice, his face dark and terrifying. You have no choice but to believe me. Besides, killing your son brings me no benefit. Yang Lingchen said, trying to persuade Zhang Deshuai. All right, I'll trust you this once. Zhang Deshuai gave Yang Lingchen a deep look, then said to the city guard leader, open the city gate and let him out. Boom. After the city gate was opened, Yang Lingchen quickly exited Zhanyang City with Zhang Juanhao in tow. I warn you, anyone who dares to follow within half an hour will be waiting to collect his corpse. Yang Lingchen shouted loudly, his voice echoing in the air. After finishing his words, Yang Lingchen swiftly took Zhang Juanhao hostage and flew rapidly towards the distance, his speed astonishing. You little bastard, I will make sure to crush you to ashes. Zhang Deshuai gritted his teeth, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, watching his son being taken away right under his nose. An infinite killing intent surged in Zhang Deshuai's heart. He silently vowed to make Yang Lingchen pay a painful price. As they sped along, half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Yang Lingchen brought Zhang Juanhao into a dense forest. Yang Lingchen wasted no time and directly pulled out the heavenly staff. Yang Lingchen, what do you want to do? If you dare to harm me, my father will never let you go. Seeing Yang Lingchen draw the staff, Zhang Juanhao couldn't help but shiver, his voice filled with fear. Young Master Zhang, don't be nervous. I just want to break your limbs to give you a little scare, Yang Lingchen said with a cold smile, a cruel light flickering in his eyes. Don't hit me, please spare me. Zhang Juanhao pleaded in terror, struggling but unable to move under Yang Lingchen's control. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, continuous screams erupted from deep within the forest, startling birds and beasts within a radius of several miles to flee in all directions. Yang Lingchen, you little bastard, if you have the guts, kill me. Zhang Juanhao's face twisted in pain, his eyes filled with resentment as he stared at Yang Lingchen. Bang, crack, crack, crack. With the sound of four bones breaking, Zhang Juanhao's limbs were smashed to pieces. His body collapsed to the ground, blood staining the surrounding soil. Even so, Yang Lingchen did not stop, directly pouring a vial of poison onto Zhang Juanhao's groin. Hiss! Suddenly, a putrid stench of decay wafted through the air as Zhang Juanhao's lower body was completely corroded. Feeling comfortable now, young Master Zhang? Yang Lingchen sneered. looking at Zhang Juanhao's painful expression without an ounce of compassion. "Ah, Yang Lingchen, you devil, may you die a terrible death." At this moment, Zhang Juanhao completely broke down. His voice hoarse, his eyes filled with despair and hatred. Bang! Yang Lingchen struck again, fiercely hitting Zhang Juanhao's dantian, completely crippling his cultivation. When it came to dealing with enemies, Yang Lingchen was never soft-hearted. "Since you want to kill me, then I will make you suffer for a lifetime instead of simply killing you." After everything was done, Yang Lingchen took Zhang Juanhao's storage ring and quickly headed in the opposite direction of Yaowang Valley. His purpose was to lure the enemy, as he didn't want anyone to know that he was heading to Yaowang Valley. Not long after Yang Lingchen left, Zhang Dashui arrived at Zhang Juanhao's location. Upon seeing his son's miserable state, Zhang Dashui was completely enraged. "Ah, you brat. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I will tear you into pieces and annihilate your entire clan." Zhang Dashui roared, his voice echoing through the forest, startling a flock of birds. He picked up the barely alive Zhang Juanhao, his eyes filled with pain and anger. He vowed to find Yang Lingchen and make him pay the most painful price for what he had done today. Chapter 92. The Peerless Demoness. After crippling Zhang Juanhao, Yang Lingchen took a big detour before buying another beast cart to continue heading towards Yaowang Valley. Due to the vast area of the southern wilderness, Yang Lingchen estimated that if he wanted to arrive before recruiting new disciples at Yaowang Valley, he must traverse the perilous Sangyun mountain range. All the way, he pressed on without a moment's delay. After a day of non-stop travel, Yang Lingchen finally reached the edge of the Sangyun mountain range, the Sangyun primitive mountain range. As the #1 mountain range in the southern wilderness of the central region, was filled with towering ancient trees, their dense branches and leaves blocking out the blue sky. Looking out, it seemed like a green ocean, deep and mysterious. Within this mountain range, there were countless demon beasts and innumerable spiritual herbs and treasures. Thus, it was both a paradise for demon beasts and a holy land in the eyes of mercenaries and adventurers. Countless people risked their lives to venture deep into it for wealth and opportunity. At this moment, deep within the Sangyun mountain range, countless demon beasts were fleeing in panic. The reason was that a legendary battle was erupting deep within the Sangyun mountain range, a fight between top experts of the Tianwu continent. As a result, countless demon beasts lost their lives. Demon Spirit Feather, quickly hand over the treasures of my Wujian sect, otherwise I will turn you to ashes. An old man in a gray robe, holding a long sword, hovered in the air, his cold eyes fixed on a stunningly beautiful woman opposite him. The old man exuded a powerful aura, as if he could collapse the void, causing the surrounding air to become heavy with his presence. "Old man Situ, that treasure has already been swallowed by me. Come and take it if you can." The beautiful figure of Demon Spirit Feather also hovered in the air, but a streak of fresh blood stained the corner of her mouth, clearly indicating she had sustained serious injuries. However, her eyes were filled with stubbornness and defiance, showing no sign of retreat. "Jia Jia Jia, Demon Spirit Feather, since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless." Situ Baishan's face revealed a lewd expression, his gaze roaming over Demon Spirit Feather's body, as if he wanted to see through her. "Despicable, shameless, dirty, and lewd human, today I will swallow you whole." As soon as Demon Spirit Feather's words fell, a pair of enormous golden wings rapidly sprouted from her back, shimmering and making her look as beautiful as an angel, sending shivers down one's spine. The feathers on her wings sparkled with mysterious light, seemingly containing endless power. "Having fallen into my Wujian sect's demon subduing formation, you still possess such battle strength. No wonder you are the top genius of the southern demon domain, but it's a pity you shouldn't have come to Central Region. Today, I will take you and let you experience the strength of human men." Ha ha ha. Situ Batian laughed wickedly, his laughter filled with arrogance and self-satisfaction. "Die, shameless human." Demon Spirit Feather scolded sharply, waving her golden wings and instantly charging towards Situ Batian. Her speed was like lightning, creating a whirlwind. Boom, boom, boom. Both sides unleashed their most powerful killing moves, relentlessly attacking each other. The powerful energy collided, creating terrifying shockwaves that spread outwards. At this moment, sword energy ravaged the area. Trees flew, and countless demon beasts were blown to bits by the overflowing energy from the two. The entire mountain range trembled as if the apocalypse was imminent. After entering the Sangyun mountain range, Yang Lingchen stored the beast cart into the Haoyan Jade space. The reason for putting the beast cart away was primarily due to the numerous dangers within the mountains. A slight mistake could lead to an irretrievable crisis. Every step here could hide deadly danger, and Yang Lingchen had to remain highly vigilant. Proceeding cautiously, Yang Lingchen tried to conceal his aura to the utmost. He moved like a ghost, silently traversing this ancient mountain range. As he delved deeper, Yang Lingchen finally reached the depths of the Canyun mountain range. However, to his surprise, the demon beasts in the mountains were fleeing in all directions, as if they had encountered some great crisis. At that moment, a thunderous sound of battle erupted not far away, with sword chi and cold light soaring into the sky. In the center of the battle, ancient trees thousands of years old were violently broken in half, their massive trunks crashing down and kicking up clouds of dust. Yang Qinglin was not one to meddle, so he quickly hid in a patch of grass to avoid being caught in the crossfire. He understood that a battle of this scale was far beyond what he could participate in at the moment. What he needed to do was patiently wait for the two to finish fighting, because the center of the battle was the only way for Yang Qinglin to reach the Medicine King Valley. However, he was shocked to find that this terrifying battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. During these 3 days and nights, Yang Qinglin's heart remained tense, not daring to relax for a moment. Just when he was getting impatient and preparing to take a detour, the battle finally stopped. He saw a disheveled and aged figure rise into the sky, quickly darting away into the distance, soon disappearing from sight. Seeing that the battle was over, Yang Qinglin crawled out of the grass after a while. His body was stiff from maintaining a single position for so long, but he did not dare to be careless and continued to cautiously observe his surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger nearby, Yang Qinglin lifted his immortal demon sword and continued on his way. His steps were light and cautious, taking care with each movement. When he passed through the center of the battle, Yang Qinglin was astonished. The area within a 10-mile radius of the battle center was almost devoid of intact trees. Everywhere were broken branches and fallen trunks, and there were also many corpses of demon beasts on the ground. The air was thick with the smell of blood and gunpowder, making it feel suffocating. At that moment, a strange bird with golden wings flapped its wings and flew towards Yang Qinglin. Its flight appeared somewhat unstable, as if it could fall at any moment. Just as it was about to get close to Yang Qinglin, it suddenly lost its balance and plummeted towards the ground. Yang Qinglin quickly noticed that the bird's wings seemed to be severely injured. He gently extended his arm and caught the strange bird in his hands. This was an exceptionally beautiful bird, its feathers shimmering with golden light, like dazzling stars. Even with his extraordinary memory, Yang Qinglin could not recognize what kind of bird it was. Its eyes were bright like jewels, exuding liveliness and intelligence. To his surprise, the strange bird seemed very intelligent. It blinked at Yang Qinglin as if smiling, then laid down in the palm of his hand and fell asleep. This little guy is really cute. Yang Qinglin smiled and said, then took out a top-quality healing pill and fed it to the strange bird. He also applied some ointment for external injuries to its wings. His movements were gentle and careful, afraid of hurting the injured bird. Seeing the adorable bird sleeping so soundly in his hand, Yang Qinglin couldn't bear to put it down. So he placed it into the Haotian jade space. There, it could receive better protection and rest. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Yang Qinglin finally arrived at the area belonging to the Medicine King Valley. During these 3 days, he traveled during the day and entered the Haotian jade space to cultivate at night, making full use of every moment to enhance his strength. During this time, his cultivation successfully broke through to the second layer of the spirit profound realm. This filled him with immense excitement and further solidified his determination to advance on the path of martial arts. Under Yang Qinglin's careful care, the injuries of the adorable strange bird finally healed completely. It became lively and full of energy again. Little guy, I'm going to cultivate in the Medicine King Valley now. Are you still going to follow me? Yang Qinglin asked the bird in his palm, his eyes filled with inquiry and concern. The strange bird nodded again, flew to Yang Qinglin's shoulder, and rubbed its golden feathers against his cheek. Its actions were full of affection and dependence. During this time, this strange bird seemed to have become attached to him. No matter how he tried to chase it away, it simply wouldn't leave, always sticking close to Yang Qinglin. All right then, you can follow me from now on. Yang Qinglin smiled knowingly, feeling a bit of fondness and reluctance for the bird in his heart. Hearing Yang Qinglin's response, the strange bird excitedly flew around him, its joyful cries echoing in the air. What should I name you? Yang Qinglin murmured to himself, falling into thought. "Oh, I got it. Your wing feathers are so beautiful. From now on, I'll call you Little Feather." Yang Lingchen smiled and said. Upon hearing this name, Little Feather flapped its wings excitedly, flying around Yang Lingchen as if very pleased with its name. Chapter 93. Captured. The Medicine King Valley is the only alchemy sect in the southern wasteland. It has a long history and tradition, with the passage of time leaving deep marks in the Medicine King Valley, showcasing ancient architecture, mysterious formulas, and alchemy techniques passed down for thousands of years, all of which highlight its unique charm and profound heritage. Of course, although the Medicine King Valley is primarily an alchemy sect, that does not mean their cultivation levels are low. On the contrary, the cultivation levels of the people from the Medicine King Valley are often higher than those of other sects. They simply fall one level short in terms of actual combat power compared to other sections. After all, alchemists spend most of their time refining pills, and many people's strength is built up through pills, so in terms of combat power, they truly cannot compete with the other three sections. Although the Medicine King Valley has faced economic challenges in recent years, its foundation remains deep. The ancient traditions and rich resources hidden deep within still make other forces wary. One day, Yang Lingchen arrived at Medicine King City, found an inn to stay in, and waited for the day when the Medicine King Valley would recruit new disciples. Medicine King City is affiliated with the Medicine King Valley and is the largest city under its jurisdiction. This city is bustling and lively, with crowds of people on the streets and the sounds of various vendors calling out. Yang Lingchen had also thoroughly understood the rules for recruiting new disciples in the Medicine King Valley, and he believed that with his alchemy level, joining the Medicine King Valley would be more than sufficient. During this time, Yang Lingchen gained a general understanding of the central domain of Shenzhou. In the North Xian region, a person at the 9th layer of the spirit profound realm, like Wang Yuyin, could dominate, but if she were placed in the central domain, it would be completely inadequate. In the central domain, people at the spirit profound realm could only be considered ordinary. Above the spirit profound realm, there are the spirit sea realm, king realm, and emperor realm. In the North Xian region, Yang Lingchen was the top-level deputy master of the Tianyuan Palace, but upon arriving in the central domain, he became a mere ant. This sense of disparity placed immense pressure on him, but it also served as motivation. Yang Lingchen understood that only by continuously striving to improve himself could he establish a foothold in this land filled with powerful individuals. Medicine King City is a vast city, far beyond the scale of a remote city like Zhanyang City. The buildings within the city are grand and magnificent, the streets wide and clean, and the shops are filled with a variety of goods. One day, Yang Lingchen suddenly remembered that Zhang Juanhao's storage ring was still in the Haotian jade space. Upon opening it, Yang Lingchen was stunned by the wealth before his eyes. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, a full 100,000. The mountain of spirit stones emitted a rich aura, dazzling and mesmerizing. Unlike the northern Xian region, the spiritual stones in the central region of Zhongyu contain energy that is far superior to those in the northern Xian region. The purity of the spiritual energy within them is simply on a different level. Yang Lingchen understands that this is due to the different elemental law levels of the regions, which result in different grades of spiritual stone veins. Subsequently, Yang Lingchen discovered many spiritual tools and martial arts manuals in his ring. These spiritual tools emitted a mysterious glow, as if telling the stories of their glorious past. The martial arts manuals contain profound martial arts principles. Yaowang City is a city of alchemists, where precious elixirs and medicinal materials can be found everywhere. The fragrance of medicine permeates the air, intoxicating those who breathe it in. Yang Lingchen initially thought his wealth was sufficient, but after a tour in Yaowang City, he realized that the amount of spiritual stones he held was hardly enough. Fortunately, his current cultivation level was still low, so he could still afford some spiritual materials from the spiritual profound realm. However, if it were materials from the spiritual sea realm, he would have to give up on them. After purchasing the medicinal materials, Yang Lingchen returned to the inn and entered the Haotian jade space to begin alchemy. The rich and pure spiritual energy within the space provided an excellent environment for his alchemy. As he produced batch after batch of elixirs, Yang Lingchen refined all the medicinal materials into pills. Each pill was round and plump, exuding an enticing luster and rich medicinal fragrance. He then sat cross-legged to begin cultivating, wanting to raise his cultivation level as much as possible because, in this unfamiliar world, no one knew when danger would strike. Yang Lingchen first pushed the Haoyan technique to its limits and then swallowed the pills one by one. Instantly, the pills transformed into rich spiritual energy, filling his limbs and bones. The powerful spiritual energy surged through his meridians, constantly impacting his acupoints and channels. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. On that morning, within the Haoyan Jade space, a booming sound echoed. Spiritual profound realm, 3rd layer. With a loud rumble from within, Yang Lingchen finally broke through to the 3rd layer of the spiritual profound realm. His aura became even stronger, and his eyes were filled with confidence and determination. That day, the disciple recruitment ceremony of Yaowang Valley finally arrived. Yang Lingchen freshened up and energetically walked out of the inn, heading towards Yaowang Mountain. The morning sunlight shone on him, illuminating his resolute face. Xiaoyu flew joyfully in the sky, as if cheering Yang Lingchen on. The assessment in Yaowang Valley was very simple, divided into 2 parts, a cultivation talent assessment and an alchemy talent assessment. The age requirement was under 18, and the cultivation level had to be above the 1st layer of the spiritual profound realm, with at least basic knowledge of refining some foundational pills. At this moment, the square at the entrance of Yaowang Valley was already crowded with countless young boys and girls, and Yang Lingchen estimated there were at least 1,000 of them. These young boys and girls were the talented youths of the younger generation from various cities in the southern wilderness. To participate in this disciple recruitment ceremony, they had all arrived early in Yaowang City. They wore splendid outfits, and their eyes were filled with anticipation and nervousness. Some were whispering to each other, while others were silently praying, each hoping to become a disciple of Yaowang Valley. The first assessment of the disciple recruitment ceremony was a bone age test, followed by talent and cultivation tests. The elders responsible for the tests had serious expressions as they carefully examined each participant's situation. The final round was the alchemy test. For the alchemy talent test, participants were required to be able to refine a 2nd-tier Mingxian pill. Since many people did not receive guidance from advanced alchemists after entering Yaowang Valley, even if they had talent, they could not refine high-level pills. After the bone age test, the talent and cultivation tests followed, and only a small portion of participants were eliminated in these 2 rounds. Most participants successfully passed the first 2 assessments. However, the real challenge was just beginning. Next was the final round of the alchemy assessment. Unlike the previous 2 rounds, the elimination rate in the final round was as high as 90%. After all, alchemists are a sacred profession that not everyone can become. This round of assessment tested not only the contestants' alchemy skills, but also their patience and concentration. Among the thousands of participants, while others were busy sorting medicinal materials, Yang Lingchen had already refined a batch of top-quality Mingxian pills. The pills emitted a dazzling light and a rich fragrance. Of course, this was not out of arrogance, but out of respect for the profession of alchemy. When he could refine top-quality pills, he would not waste time on lower-level pills. Moreover, to gain attention in Yaowang Valley, one must demonstrate the necessary strength. Top-quality Mingxian pill. Are you sure you refined this? At that moment, an old man in a golden robe approached, looked at the top-quality Mingxian pill in Yang Lingchen's hand, and asked coldly. His eyes were filled with suspicion and disdain. Yang Lingchen frowned and replied, "Indeed, I just refined it." He could tell that the old man's tone was clearly unfriendly, and from the glint in the other man's eyes, he sensed a hint of killing intent. Could it be that this old man is related to Zhang Deshuai? Yang Lingchen thought to himself, a sense of unease rising within him. How bold of you to dare cheat in my Yaowang Valley. Someone, capture this cheating lunatic. If he resists, kill him on the spot. The old man in the golden robe said coldly. His voice was like thunder, echoing through the square. As soon as the old man finished speaking, a group of law enforcement disciples from Yaowang Valley rushed towards Yang Lingchen. Each of them had serious expressions, holding weapons and exuding an intimidating aura. Yang Lingchen did not choose to run away because he knew that in front of the old man in the golden robe, he had no chance of escape. Moreover, he could sense that the old man had likely reached the level of the king realm. Facing such a powerful enemy, running away would only put him in a more dangerous situation. Yang Lingchen did not argue because the other party did not give him the chance to explain, directly intending to capture him. For now, he could only surrender and then think of a way to escape later. Take him to my spirit medicine peak. I will personally interrogate him, the old man in the golden robe said coldly. Yes, Elder Zhang, the law enforcement disciples responded. Subsequently, Yang Lingchen was taken by a group of law enforcement disciples to the spirit medicine peak. His gaze was steadfast and calm, silently contemplating his countermeasures. However, before he was taken away, Yang Lingchen kept a close eye on the old man in the golden robe, thoroughly memorizing his appearance. Yang Lingchen knew that this person must be related to Zhang Deshuai. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to target him without cause. Chapter 94. The Frenzied Harvest Spirit Medicine Peak. As the largest spiritual medicine cultivation base in Yaowang Valley, the defenses of Spirit Medicine Peak were very strict. There were patrolling disciples around the mountain, their eyes vigilant, not missing any suspicious signs. Along the way, Yang Lingchen noticed that Spirit Medicine Peak was filled with medicinal materials, with one medicinal garden planted with countless precious spiritual medicines. Those spiritual medicines emitted rich spiritual energy, gently swaying in the breeze, as if beckoning to him. If he could claim all these spiritual medicines, it would definitely elevate his cultivation to the spiritual sea realm in a short period. Just thinking about it made Yang Lingchen's heart race a little faster. Yang Lingchen was led by the law enforcement disciples into the dungeon of Spirit Medicine Peak. This is a very small dungeon, dark and damp, filled with a musty smell, and there are no prisoners inside. This is just Lingyao Peak, not the heavenly prison of Yaowang Valley, so generally speaking, prisoners are not held here. All the way, Yang Lingchen was looking for an opportunity to escape, and at this moment, he already had a plan in mind. His plan was to kill all the enforcement disciples in this team, and then use the shadow transformation technique to change into the appearance of the old man in the golden robe. However, what troubled Yang Lingchen was that there were 8 enforcement disciples in this team, all at the 3rd level of the spiritual sea realm, making it very difficult for him to kill them all with his strength. After thinking for a moment, Yang Lingchen ultimately decided to launch a sneak attack. Only in this way would he have a chance to kill them all. Can you guys let me go? I have 1 million mid-grade spirit stones in my storage ring. I can give them to you, Yang Lingchen said pitifully, his voice trembling, filled with fear and pleading in his eyes. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones? Kid, don't play tricks. The leading disciple of the enforcement team widened his eyes, a hint of greed flashing in his gaze, but still maintaining vigilance. Really? If you let me go, I'll show you the ring, Yang Lingchen said in a low voice, his body slightly trembling as if afraid the enforcement disciples wouldn't believe him. Aiming, let him go, the team leader said. His voice was deep but revealed a hint of determination. Captain, isn't this against the rules? Aiming frowned, looking somewhat worried. Don't worry. This kid is only at the 3rd level of the spiritual profound realm. With so many of us watching, he can't escape, the team leader said, his eyes showing a bit of confidence. All right. After hearing the captain's words, everyone felt it made sense, so they let Yang Lingchen go. Kid, behave, and hand over the storage ring. One of the enforcement disciples sneered. Their gazes were fixed on Yang Lingchen, like a pack of hungry wolves staring at a little lamb. If I give you 1 million spirit stones, will you really let me go? Yang Lingchen showed a skeptical expression. His eyes flickered uncertainly, as if hesitating whether to trust these enforcement disciples. Stop the nonsense. Hurry up and hand over the storage ring, or believe it or not, I'll kill you. The team leader's eyes carried a hint of threat. His expression darkened, and the weapon in his hand was slightly raised. No, don't kill me. I'll give it. I'll give it. Yang Lingchen tremblingly took out several storage rings. Due to his excessive nervousness, several rings fell to the ground. Seeing this, everyone quickly bent down to pick them up. Swish, 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 swish. The second style of the god-slaying sword technique, fairy scatter flowers, was performed to perfection by Yang Lingchen, instantly slashing out dozens of swords. The sword shadows flickered like meteors streaking across the night sky, carrying a sharp aura. Clang. The immortal demon's sword was sheathed beautifully. Yang Lingchen brushed his bangs and narcissistically said, "This move is so damn cool." As soon as he finished speaking, boom, 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 8 corpses fell straight to the ground. Blood stained the ground, and the air was filled with a bloody scent. Next, Yang Lingchen took out corpse-dissolving powder, handling the bodies on site cleanly. As soon as the powder was sprinkled, the bodies quickly melted away, disappearing without a trace. Then, using the shadow transformation technique, he transformed his appearance to look exactly like the old man in the golden robe. Yang Lingchen carefully adjusted every detail to ensure there were no flaws. After casually changing into a different outfit, Yang Lingchen quickly walked out of the dungeon. At this moment, he had to race against time, otherwise, when that old man in the golden robe returned, he would die a miserable death. However, Yang Lingchen knew that the old man in the golden robe was likely presiding over the disciple recruitment ceremony and should not return for a while. So he came up with a plan and headed straight for the medicinal herb garden on Lingyao Peak. Looking at the herb garden rich in spiritual energy, Yang Lingchen was extremely excited. At this moment, he made a plan to completely loot the entire Lingyao Peak, gently pushing open the herb garden. Several disciples working there approached and bowed, saying, "Greetings, Peak Master." Their faces were filled with awe and respect. "Everyone get out. I need to properly inspect the herb garden." Yang Lingchen shouted loudly, imitating the tone of the old man in the golden robe, sounding very imposing. "Yes, Peak Master." The several disciples guarding the herb garden answered and then retreated. They dared not defy him in the slightest and quickly left the herb garden. After confirming that everyone had left, Yang Lingchen quickly began to loot. "Damn, 1,000-year rare fruit. This is a 100-year bone-washing flower. Oh my. This is a 7 phantom green spirit birth." Yang Lingchen frantically looted various rare herbs, leaving no grass unturned. Excitement sparkled in his eyes as his hands worked tirelessly. At the entrance plaza of Yaowang Valley, "Second uncle, did you really catch that kid?" Zhang Deshuai asked, wearing a flattering smile, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Useless. Can't even catch a little garbage at the spiritual profound realm. I have to step in for you. If people find out that I, the dignified Peak Master of Lingyao Peak, am having trouble with a new disciple in the assessment, where do you expect me to put my face?" The old man in the golden robe said coldly, his expression dark, very displeased with Zhang Deshuai's incompetence. This old man in the golden robe was Zhang Deshuai's second uncle, Zhang Donghai. "Second uncle, you're right." Zhang Deshuai nodded repeatedly, lowering his head and not daring to look Zhang Donghai in the eyes. "That kid is locked in the dungeon of Lingyao Peak. Let us go. Let us check it out together," Zhang Donghai said, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, as if already imagining how to deal with Yang Lingchen. "What about the disciple recruitment ceremony?" Zhang Deshuai asked, looking somewhat hesitant, worried that leaving would affect the ceremony's progress. "No problem. Once I leave, someone will naturally take over. If it weren't for this matter of yours, how could I, with my status, come to preside over the disciple recruitment ceremony?" Zhang Donghai said impatiently, annoyed by Zhang Deshuai's question. After an hour of looting, Yang Lingchen successfully cleaned out the entire herb garden. Pushing open the door of the herb garden, Yang Lingchen walked out. At this time, the several disciples guarding the herb garden came over, ready to continue their watch. Seeing this, Yang Lingchen quickly stopped them, coldly saying, "I just set up a formation in the herb garden. You few should take a good rest today. No one is allowed to enter the herb garden to avoid triggering the formation I just set up." His voice was icy and undeniable. After speaking, Yang Lingchen walked down the mountain of Lingyao Peak. "Yes, Peak Master," the disciples guarding the herb garden quickly responded, their hearts secretly rejoicing. Finally able to rest for a day. Less than a quarter of an hour after Yang Lingchen left, Zhang Donghai brought Zhang Deshuai back to Lingyao Peak. When he discovered that the guarding disciples were all sitting there drinking tea, he immediately exploded with rage. "You bunch of scoundrels, what a big audacity. Not only did you not keep a good watch on the herb garden, but you also dared to slack off and drink tea." Zhang Donghai shouted angrily, his face turning red, as if he were about to spit fire. "Peak Master, didn't you tell us to come out?" The guarding disciples trembled in fear, their faces filled with terror, almost dropping their teacups on the ground. Slap, slap, slap. Zhang Donghai directly slapped a few times, reprimanding, "Did I ask you to come out for tea? You want us to take a break, but not let us drink tea?" A few disciples guarding the medicinal garden were left dumbfounded. None dared to respond, but they cursed Zhang Donghai's ancestors in their hearts. "Get back to work." Zhang Donghai shouted angrily. "Yes, yes, Peak Master." Several disciples guarding the medicinal garden quickly ran back to the garden. "A bunch of worthless things, they're driving me crazy." Zhang Donghai cursed angrily, then led Zhang Deshuai towards the dungeon. "Where is everyone?" When Zhang Donghai entered the dungeon, he found not even a ghostly shadow. All he saw was a puddle of dried blood on the ground. "Peak Master, it's bad, it's bad. Something big has happened." At that moment, an urgent voice came from outside. Hearing this voice, Zhang Donghai's heart sank, and he quickly rushed out of the dungeon. "What's with all this panic?" "Peak Master, it's not good. The spiritual herbs from the medicinal garden are missing." With a slap, Zhang Donghai sent the disciple flying, then quickly rushed towards the medicinal garden. When he saw the devastated state of the garden, he was so furious he nearly fainted. "Ah!" Zhang Donghai roared. "Who did this? Who? I will exterminate their entire family." His voice echoed throughout the spiritual herb peak, filled with anger and killing intent. "Second uncle, could it be Yang Lingchen who did it?" Zhang Deshui said cautiously, his voice trembling, fearing that Zhang Donghai would unleash his anger on him. "Tell me, who entered the medicinal garden before this?" Zhang Donghai calmed his emotions and asked, reporting to the peak master, "Only you have been here once. You said to set up a great formation and told us not to go in," a disciple guarding the medicinal garden replied. "How long ago did he leave? Was it that impersonator of mine?" Zhang Donghai said coldly, "Before you returned, he left less than a quarter of an hour ago," the disciple guarding the medicinal garden replied. "Little bastard, I will tear you into pieces," Zhang Donghai roared, then quickly rushed down the spiritual herb peak. Chapter 95. Golden Phoenix. In a remote and uninhabited area of the spiritual herb peak, Yang Lingchen held his breath and concentrated, using a marvelous technique to change his appearance into that of a law enforcement disciple. He adjusted his clothes and then hurriedly walked towards the outside of the Medicinal King Valley. For Yang Lingchen now, the Medicinal King Valley had become a dangerous place where he could no longer stay. In his hands, he held a large number of precious spiritual herbs, which contained immense spiritual power, enough to support him in breaking through to the spiritual sea realm. However, before this important breakthrough, Yang Lingchen knew he had to find a safe place to cultivate without distractions and do his utmost to enhance his cultivation level. After careful consideration, Yang Lingchen finally decided to go to the Xianjian sect for focused training. The Xianjian sect is considered a top sect in the vast region of the southern wilderness, renowned and well-regarded. With his mind made up, Yang Lingchen carefully took out the meticulously prepared map from his pocket. To his surprise, the Xianjian sect was not far from the Medicinal King Valley. If he drove a beast cart at full speed, he could reach it in about 10 days. As the top cultivation sect in the southern wilderness, the Xianjian sect also had a long recruitment period for new disciples, lasting a full month. Therefore, Yang Lingchen was not worried at all about missing the recruitment date. After walking a distance away from the Medicinal King Valley, a golden bird suddenly appeared in the sky from afar. It soared quickly towards Yang Lingchen. "Little Yu, how did you recognize me?" Yang Lingchen said with surprise, gently cradling Little Yu in his hands, full of curiosity. Yang Lingchen had always been confident in his shadow-shifting technique. In his view, unless someone was 2 major realms higher than him, it would be difficult to see through his true identity. Little Yu blinked its lively eyes at Yang Lingchen and made a mysterious and pleasant sound, as if to say, "Even if you turn to ashes, I can recognize you at a glance." "All right, we should leave now," Yang Lingchen said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he restored his original appearance, then released the beast cart, flicking the reins to drive it quickly towards the direction of the Xianjian sect. The beast cart sped down the wide road, the wheels rolling and kicking up clouds of dust. Yang Lingchen's gaze was firm, filled with anticipation and hope for the future. However, after traveling for a while, suddenly, a furious roar came from afar. "Little bastard, I will tear you apart." This voice thundered like a storm, filled with endless anger and killing intent. A figure soared through the air, approaching Yang Lingchen's beast cart like a flash of lightning. Hearing this voice, Yang Lingchen's heart sank. He truly did not expect the other party to find his trail so quickly. However, Yang Lingchen was not someone to easily give up. Even if his opponent was incredibly powerful, he would never surrender. Even if there was only a slim chance of survival, he was determined to fight to the death. Yang Lingchen stepped out of the beast cart without hesitation, gripping the Xianma sword tightly in his right hand. His gaze sharp as he fixed his eyes on the swiftly approaching Zhang Donghai. "Old guy, you react pretty quickly," Yang Lingchen sneered, his words filled with mockery and fearlessness. He knew very well that Zhang Donghai would not easily take his life until he found those precious spiritual herbs. At most, he would imprison him and interrogate him about their whereabouts. But as long as he was still alive, there would always be a chance to escape and counterattack. "Little bastard, hand over the spiritual herbs, and I'll give you a quick death." Zhang Donghai's eyes were as cold as ice, and his tone was chilling, as if he were a malevolent ghost from the underworld. "Old bastard, kneel down and call me grandpa, and I'll return the spiritual herbs to you." Yang Lingchen did not back down, holding his head high with a look of stubbornness and defiance. Looking for death, Zhang Donghai shouted furiously, his anger boiling. He struck out with a palm from a distance, a powerful force surging forth. The force of this palm formed a huge palm print in the air, carrying a destructive momentum as it slammed towards Yang Lingchen. Seeing this, Yang Lingchen quickly gathered all his power into the sword to try to block this terrifying strike. Boom! With a loud bang, Yang Lingchen was instantly sent flying over 10 meters by the powerful force. His body crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, his face turning as pale as paper. Faced with a powerful King Realm expert, Yang Lingchen had no resistance at this moment. In the instant Yang Lingchen fell to the ground, Little Yu was extremely anxious, flying around Yang Lingchen rapidly, making urgent calls. Finally, it landed in front of Yang Lingchen, spreading its wings, trying to protect the injured Yang Lingchen. Little bastard, I am giving you one last chance. Hand over all the spiritual herbs, or I will let you experience the taste of being sliced to pieces. Zhang Donghai's eyes revealed an extremely venomous look, as if he wanted to swallow Yang Lingchen alive. Go to hell. The spiritual herbs have already been hidden by me. You'll never find them. Yang Lingchen gritted his teeth and sneered, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. It seems that if I don't show you some color, you still think I'm a good-natured person. Zhang Donghai's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and before his words fell, a claw shot towards Yang Lingchen's neck. The strike was fierce and as fast as lightning. Bang! At that critical moment, a golden light crashed into Zhang Donghai's body with lightning speed. Immediately, Zhang Donghai was sent flying like a cannonball, tumbling backward for hundreds of meters before finally coming to a stop. Lying on the ground, Zhang Donghai spat out several mouthfuls of blood, his face filled with terror and disbelief. He never expected such a powerful force to appear at such a crucial moment. Without having time to think, he quickly turned and fled in the direction of Yawang Valley. His only thought now was to escape for his life. This sudden turn of events completely shocked Yang Lingchen, who widened his eyes to see a massive golden phoenix majestically standing before him. Xiaoyu, is that you? Yang Lingchen's voice trembled with disbelief. At this moment, the golden phoenix slowly walked up to Yang Lingchen and gently rubbed its beautiful and noble head against his cheek, as if to comfort him. Xiaoyu, I didn't expect you to be a phoenix. Yang Lingchen stroked Xiaoyu's brilliant feathers, the shock in his heart taking a long time to settle. Xiaoyu seemed to enjoy Yang Lingchen's touch, slightly squinting its eyes and emitting a low coo. This place isn't safe. We need to leave quickly. Yang Lingchen regained his composure and realized it was not wise to linger. This brush with death had given him a profound lesson, making him aware of his own carelessness. Yang Lingchen climbed back onto the beast cart, cracked the whip, and the cart sped off towards the direction of Xianjian sect again. Throughout the journey, Yang Lingchen and Xiaoyu stayed in the Haotian Jade space. Yang Lingchen focused on alchemy, while Xiaoyu quietly kept him company. Supported by the elixirs, Yang Lingchen's cultivation was rapidly increasing. To his surprise, Xiaoyu also showed a keen interest in the elixirs, especially the healing potions. It often took the opportunity to sneak a taste of his spiritual herbs, which were all top-tier healing medicines. Xiaoyu, do you have an injury? Yang Lingchen looked at Xiaoyu and asked curiously. Xiaoyu nodded, and at that moment, it transformed back to the size of a palm, obediently landing on Yang Lingchen's shoulder. After getting the answer from Xiaoyu, Yang Lingchen felt heartbroken and began to refine some top-tier healing elixirs day and night for it. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. On this day, Yang Lingchen finally arrived at Xianjian City. Xianjian City was magnificent and imposing, bustling with people coming and going at the city gate. Meanwhile, during these 10 days, Yang Lingchen successfully broke through to the 5th level of Lingxian realm, and his sure god sword technique had also reached a perfected state. As a top-tier city in the southern wilderness, Xianjian City was much larger than Yawang City. The streets were wide, lined with shops, and various rare treasures and technique manuals were dazzlingly displayed. Non-disciples of Xianjian sect were required to pay 100 mid-grade spirit stones to enter Xianjian City. After paying the spirit stones, Yang Lingchen smoothly entered the city. Once inside, Yang Lingchen couldn't help but marvel at the higher level of cultivators here compared to Yawang City. Experts at or above the Lingxian realm were everywhere on the streets, with some even at the Linghai realm. Yang Lingchen found a luxurious restaurant to stay in, planning to gather information about the city before heading to Xianjian sect the next day. Restaurants and tea houses were always places for cultivators to chat and exchange information, making it very convenient to gather news here. After carefully inquiring and understanding, Yang Lingchen learned that the disciple recruitment ceremony of Xianjian sect would last until the end of the month. The recruitment requirements of Xianjian sect were extremely strict. Anyone under 18 years old, above the Lingxian realm, and who successfully passed the assessment illusion could become an outer disciple of Xianjian sect. It was said that once a disciple broke through to the Linghai realm, they could advance to an inner disciple, and breaking through to the 6th level of Linghai realm would allow them to become a core disciple, enjoying more resources and privileges from the sect. There were even rumors that the sect leader of Xianjian sect had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the King realm, making him the true strongest among the 4 major sects in the southern wilderness. Yang Lingchen silently planned his future in his heart, intending to break through to the King realm and then go to Tian Emperor Palace to find his mother. After finding his mother and Xueqing, they would return together to the northern Xian region. Having been away for so long, Yang Lingchen couldn't help but feel homesick and wanted to go back. However, he knew very well that with his current strength, he could not cross the endless ocean. Only by continuously striving to cultivate and improve his strength could he have a chance to realize all this. Chapter 96. Joining Xianjian sect the next morning. Yang Lingchen got up early, washed up, and dressed neatly before energetically heading towards the mountain gate of Xianjian sect. Along the way, he walked with anticipation, his steps firm and powerful. Due to the large number of people coming to participate in the assessment at Xianjian sect, the crowd was immense, almost shoulder to shoulder. Thus, the disciple recruitment ceremony would last a full month. Now, half a month had passed since the recruitment ceremony began, but the number of registrants continued to rise, showing no signs of decreasing. This was the immense charm of Xianjian sect. For many young cultivators, entering Xianjian sect was like leaping over the Dragon Gate, an excellent opportunity to change their fate. Not only could they gain abundant cultivation resources, but they would also have the fortune of receiving guidance from top-tier experts. Once they became inner disciples of Xianjian sect, their families would also be protected by the sect, free from outside disturbances and threats. These numerous benefits were key reasons why so many young people yearned for and flocked to Xianjian sect. After successfully registering at the enrollment desk, Yang Lingchen was taken to the place for testing bone age and cultivation level. Under a series of strict and precise tests, he passed all assessments smoothly with his solid cultivation and qualifying bone age. Next, Yang Lingchen and a group of other boys who also passed the test were taken to the illusion assessment room. According to the rules, this was a mysterious and powerful spiritual illusion. In this illusion, everyone would encounter various temptations. Of course, once they entered the illusion, everyone's memories of Xianjian sect would be temporarily sealed. This way, they could reveal their true nature and character in the illusion. Only those who could awaken from the illusion within half an hour would qualify to become disciples of Xianjian sect. This was also the final key assessment of the disciple recruitment ceremony. As Yang Lingchen stepped into the illusion, a flash of white light appeared before him, and he found himself in a picturesque valley, surrounded by clear mountains, flowing waters, singing birds, and fragrant flowers. The beauty here was intoxicating, as if it were a paradise that everyone yearned for. At that moment, a girl, as if she had walked out from a fairyland, gracefully approached him. Dressed in a luxurious pink gown, her exquisite and flawless face resembled a hibiscus emerging from water. Her snow-white skin was delicate, and her stunning eyes sparkled like stars, making it impossible for anyone to resist being entranced by her with just one glance. The girl blinked her enchanting, beautiful eyes and softly said, "Can you stay here with me, retreat to the mountains and fields, and enjoy the rest of your life?" "Sorry, but I have no plans to retreat to the mountains and fields at the moment," Yang Lingchen politely responded. At this moment, he was filled with confusion and was curious about how he ended up here. Of course, he didn't know that his memories of the Sword Immortal sect had been temporarily sealed. Just then, the Haotian jade within Yang Lingchen trembled slightly, and a mysterious power instantly flowed out. Suddenly, his sealed memories were restored in an instant. Yang Lingchen immediately understood that everything was just an illusion. Without hesitation, he struck a palm toward the stunning girl. In an instant, all the illusory scenes vanished like bubbles. The illusion ended, and Yang Lingchen's consciousness returned to his original body. This kid is not bad, breaking the illusion in less than 15 minutes. He's a good seed. One of the elders of the Sword Immortal sect stroked his beard and nodded in satisfaction. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. During this half hour, more and more people woke up from the illusion, and these individuals ultimately passed the assessment and were allowed to enter the Sword Immortal sect. Of course, a large number of people were forcibly awakened by the elders of the Sword Immortal sect, and those who were forcibly awakened could only be eliminated in the end. After the assessment, under the careful selection of the elders from various peaks, Yang Lingchen was the first to be chosen by the elder Chun Yuyin from Lingxi Peak. At this moment, Yang Lingchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. After more than a month in the central region of Xinzhou, he finally had a place to settle down. Chun Yuyin, isn't your Lingxi Peak not accepting male disciples? A burly middle-aged man frowned and asked. This middle-aged man had previously noticed Yang Lingchen's potential during the illusion assessment and wanted to take him under his wing. Our peak master instructed me to select a male disciple, and we just happen to need a male disciple to do the dirty work, Chun Yuyin said indifferently. Are you kidding me? This is just picking me to go back as a laborer. Yang Lingchen felt quite speechless, but did not dare to speak out in front of the elder. Chun Yuyin, can you let this kid go to me? How about you pick another male disciple? The middle-aged elder was still not willing to give up and continued. No, Chun Yuyin said firmly, grabbing Yang Lingchen and flying toward Lingxi Peak. Lingxi Peak is one of the 7 main peaks of the Sword Immortal sect. For a long time, Lingxi Peak only accepted female disciples, and accepting Yang Lingchen today was already considered an exception. As they flew, Yang Lingchen secretly sighed. In the northern Xian region, one could fly once they reached the returning Xian realm, but in the central region of Xinzhou, one could only break free from the constraints of heaven and earth upon reaching the King realm. The mountains and rivers below rapidly receded, and the wind whistled in his ears. Soon, Yang Lingchen was brought by Chun Yuyin to a secluded courtyard. From today on, this will be your residence. Your job is to serve as a sparring partner for the new female disciples of Lingxi Peak, and also do some dirty and tiring work. No problem, right? Chun Yuyin said coldly. And no problem, Yang Lingchen gritted his teeth and replied, suppressing the anger in his heart. Thus, Yang Lingchen settled down at Lingxi Peak. At the same time, the news of Lingxi Peak accepting a male disciple spread throughout the peak. Everyone knew that this male disciple was actually just there to serve as a sparring partner for the new female disciples and to do some dirty and tiring work. At first, Yang Lingchen had a relatively leisurely life, but starting from the 3rd day, many female disciples came to find him to spar. These new disciples of Lingxi Peak had cultivation levels around the 8th or 9th layer of the Lingxian realm. Although Yang Lingchen could easily crush these people with his own strength, he did not dare to go all out, as they were only there to spar and improve themselves. Thus, Yang Lingchen began his sparring career at Lingxi Peak. However, this kind of life was still relatively relaxed. He trained as a sparring partner during the day and secretly entered the Haotian Jade space to cultivate crazily at night. In the Medicine King Valley, in the main hall of the Valley Master. Zhang Donghai, you have such audacity. You were put in charge of the Spirit Herb Peak, yet for your own personal grievances. You've caused irreparable damage to my Medicine King Valley. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. An old man with a sharp aura and cold eyes sat in the main seat of the hall. He was the Valley Master, Xiao Mingho. His voice boomed like thunder in the hall, filled with authority and anger. Please forgive me, Valley Master. At this moment, Zhang Donghai trembled all over, kneeling on the ground, too scared to move, with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Is that kid found yet? Xiao Mingho's face darkened as he coldly asked. Not yet. We have already issued a warrant in various cities. I believe we will find him soon, Zhang Donghai said, trembling, his voice filled with fear. Trash. You'd better pray that there are no losses in the spirit herbs. Otherwise, I will flay you alive, Xiao Mingho shouted angrily, his powerful aura making the air in the entire hall feel as if it had solidified. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and with the strong support of pills, Yang Lingchen successfully broke through to the 8th layer of the Lingxian realm. Meanwhile, Yang Lingchen's name spread throughout Lingxi Peak. In this month, all the new disciples of Lingxi Peak were defeated by Yang Lingchen one by one, and even many veteran disciples were defeated at his hands. Yang Lingchen could now be said to be the #1 outer disciple of Lingxi Peak. At the same time, during this month, Xiao Yu fell into a deep sleep in the Haotian Jade space. At first, Yang Lingchen was quite worried. But after seeing that its breathing was normal and its life signs were stable, he finally felt relieved. One day, Yang Lingchen arrived at the mission hall of the Sword Immortal sect. He planned to take on a few missions to earn some points to exchange for the items he needed. Of course, the main reason was that he wanted to go out for a breath of fresh air, as the monotonous training every day was not the life he longed for. The mission hall did not belong to the 7 main peaks. It was the place where the Sword Immortal sect issued missions. It was bustling with people, and many disciples were looking for suitable missions. Chapter 97. Challenge and Opportunity. Hey, Yang Lingchen, what are you doing here? At that moment, A pleasant voice sounded behind Yang Lingchen. He turned around and saw Feng Xueqing standing there with a smile. Her beautiful eyes filled with surprise as she looked at him. Miss Xueqing, it's you. Yang Lingchen smiled slightly. It's really you. How did you come to the Sword Immortal sect? Feng Xueqing exclaimed excitedly, quickly hugging Yang Lingchen's arm like a bird. Her face was filled with uncontainable joy, as if she had seen a long-lost close friend. Cough. I thought about it and felt that the Sword Immortal sect was more suitable for me. Plus there's a friend like you here. So I came. Yang Lingchen said with a smile, his eyes full of sincerity. Xueqing, who is this? A young man in the robes of a core disciple walked over, his gaze examining Yang Lingchen with some suspicion and scrutiny. This is Yang Lingchen, my friend, Feng Xueqing replied with a gentle smile. Her smile as bright and beautiful as flowers blooming in spring. Yang Lingchen, this is senior brother Wang Qinyu. Feng Xueqing continued to introduce, her eyes shifting between the two. Seeing Feng Xueqing hugging Yang Lingchen's arm, a shadow passed through Wang Qinyu's eyes. Although that gloomy glance flashed by, it was still keenly captured by Yang Lingchen. Wang Qinyu smiled lightly and said, which peak is this junior brother from? His tone seemed calm, yet there was an imperceptible hint of arrogance. Ling Yanyun, Yang Lingchen replied. He had no interest in getting to know this Wang Qinyu. He could tell that the other party harbored hostility towards him. Ling Yanyun. Wang Qinyu frowned and continued. Isn't Ling Yanyun only for female disciples? His words carried a hint of skepticism. I am the newly accepted disciple of Ling Yanyun and the only male disciple, Yang Lingchen said. His tone neither servile nor overbearing. Yang Lingchen, you must have a lot of luck with the ladies. I heard Ling Yanyun is filled with beauties. Feng Xueqing said, her tone tinged with a hint of jealousy. She looked at Yang Lingchen with a slightly complex emotion in her eyes. To be honest, I haven't really noticed any beauties. Yang Lingchen smiled and said. He could tell that Feng Xueqing was interested in him, but he wasn't keen on easily provoking any girl at the moment. Right now, he was solely focused on diligently cultivating in the Xianjian sect to enhance his strength. Yang Lingchen, did you come to the mission hall to take on a task? Feng Xueqing smiled sweetly, trying to change the subject to ease the slightly awkward atmosphere. Yes, I did come to take on a task, Yang Lingchen nodded. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Feng Xueqing, they headed towards the mission hall. Inside the mission hall, there were various tasks available. Yang Lingchen carefully selected and casually accepted 2 high-point tasks. One was to collect precious medicinal materials, and the other was to hunt specific demon beasts. Both tasks were quite difficult, but the corresponding point rewards were substantial. After receiving the tasks, Yang Lingchen exited the mission hall. At that moment, Wang Qinyu walked straight towards Yang Lingchen, while Feng Xueqing had already left. Brother Wang, do you have any advice? Yang Lingchen said, a slight sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Kid, no matter how good your relationship was with Xueqing before, from today onwards, I don't want to see you by her side again. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences, Wang Qinyu said coldly, his eyes filled with threats. Brother Wang, actually, there's something I want to tell you, Yang Lingchen said, still wearing a faint smile, but a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. What is it? Speak. Wang Qinyu said coldly, his expression very impatient. Brother Wang, with how you look, even if I don't show up, with Xueqing standards, she wouldn't look at you, Yang Lingchen said with a playful smile on his face. His words were deliberately loud, attracting the attention of passing disciples. You're asking for death. Wang Qinyu's face turned instantly furious as he struck out a palm towards Yang Lingchen. His palm contained immense spiritual power, the wind howling, and the momentum fierce. Facing Wang Qinyu's palm, Yang Lingchen did not hesitate to use the heavenly staff and smashed it down. Bang! The powerful force collided, producing a muffled sound. Although Yang Lingchen used a weapon, he was still knocked back several steps by Wang Qinyu's palm. He felt his arm go numb and secretly marveled at Wang Qinyu's strength. Brother Wang's strength is indeed well-deserved. My dog-beat stick technique can't gain the slightest advantage against you. I admire you, Yang Lingchen said with a smile, his words full of sarcasm. At this moment, the situation had already attracted quite a few passing disciples to watch. You're courting death. At this point, Wang Qinyu was so furious that his face was almost green, and he couldn't care about anything else. He directly swung his sword at Yang Lingchen. His sword was fierce, carrying a lethal intent. Stop. Just then, an elderly figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Lingchen, blocking Wang Qinyu's full-force strike with a wave of his hand. The person was Elder Ling Yanyun from the mission hall. What is going on between you two? Ling Yanyun said coldly, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Yang Lingchen and Wang Qinyu. his expression grim. "Elder, save me. Brother Wang has gone mad." Yang Lingchen called for help, then hid behind Ling Yanyun, feigning extreme terror as if he were genuinely under great threat. "Speak, what happened?" Ling Yanyun said, his tone serious and authoritative. "Here's the thing. Brother Wang likes a girl, but that girl is quite familiar with me, so he came to threaten me not to appear before her again, or he would kill me. Senior, don't you think he is shameless?" Yang Lingchen said with a look of grievance, his expression very convincing, making people unable to help but believe his words. This Wang Qinyu is really shameless," a watching disciple said. "Yeah, I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. TSK. This Wang Qinyu usually looks so righteous, but secretly he's so vile." A group of onlookers murmured to each other. "Elder Ling, this kid is clearly slandering me." At this point, Wang Qinyu's face was green with anger, and his eyes seemed to shoot fire as he glared at Yang Lingchen. Wang Qinyu, as a core disciple, to resort to killing a new Outer Sect disciple out of jealousy, don't you feel ashamed? Ling Yanyun glared at Wang Qinyu, his tone filled with reproach. "Kid, today I'll spare you for Elder Ling's sake. Cherish your last moments." Wang Qinyu glared fiercely at Yang Lingchen. "Wang Qinyu, you like to show off, huh? I'll give you a chance. Let's meet on the life and death platform in 7 days. Whoever doesn't go is a coward," Yang Lingchen said with a cold laugh, cupping his fists at Ling Yanyun before turning to leave the scene. "All right, I'll let you live an extra 7 days." Wang Qinyu said with a harsh remark as he also left the scene. "This kid is interesting. I look forward to your performance," Ling Yanyun said, stroking his beard with a smile. After leaving the Xianjian sect, Yang Lingchen made his way towards the Canyun mountain range. Along the way, he pressed on without stopping, his mind focused solely on one thought: to quickly complete the tasks and enhance his strength to prepare for the life and death battle in 7 days. After 2 days of traveling, Yang Lingchen finally arrived at the Canyun mountain range. The Canyun mountain range is the largest primitive mountain range in the southern wilderness, surrounded by the 4 major sections. Therefore, on ordinary days, the young disciples of the 4 major sects would basically train here. Along the way, wherever Yang Lingchen went, he would scour for medicinal materials, and he would slay any demon beasts he encountered. His eyes were filled with determination and resolution, as if racing against time. During the day, he continuously slaughtered demon beasts for training, and at night, he frantically consumed pills for cultivation in the Haotian Jade space. To prepare for the upcoming life and death battle, Yang Lingchen didn't want to waste a single moment, knowing that Wang Qinyu's strength was likely at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm. Yang Lingchen estimated that to defeat Wang Qinyu on the life and death platform in a few days, he would need to break through to the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Profound realm. One day, as Yang Lingchen passed through a valley, he heard a fierce battle taking place inside. Suddenly, he had an idea and quietly crept over, knowing that there had to be some treasure unearthed in this remote wilderness. Otherwise, how could there be fighting? Although Yang Lingchen was unwilling to admit that he was that kind of person, his actions betrayed him. He just wanted to take advantage of the situation. Holding the immortal demon sword, Yang Lingchen cautiously crept through the bushes, moving stealthily. His movements were light and agile, trying his best not to make a sound. From a distance, he could see a woman in a snow-white dress engaged in aerial combat with a young man in black clothes. "Yang Yunmeng, this black spirit ginseng was discovered by me first. If you continue to entangle, don't blame me for being ruthless," the young man in black said, his gaze sinister, a grim smile on his face, and his weapon emitting a chilling light. "Hong Tianyi, the treasures of heaven and earth belong to the capable. This black spirit ginseng grows here, so if you have the ability, try to pick one." Yang Yunmeng snorted coldly, her sword continuously releasing sword energy directed at Hong Tianyi. Her eyes were resolute, showing no fear of the threat from her opponent. Yang Lingchen lay hidden among the bushes, and upon hearing the words black spirit ginseng, his heart surged with excitement. However, when he assessed the strength of the two fighters, he felt a sense of frustration. This opportunity was not easy to seize. Yang Lingchen could tell that both of them were at the king realm, and not just any king realm. With his current strength, trying to take advantage of them was simply wishful thinking. Chapter 98. Battling Two Kings. However, Yang Lingchen could not bear to give up because the black spirit ginseng was too tempting. If he could obtain it, he was confident he could directly break through to the Spirit Sea realm. Just thinking about the benefits of such a breakthrough made his heart race. This meant greater strength, higher status, and more opportunities. Yang Lingchen focused intently on the battle, not blinking, afraid of missing any crucial moment. Excitingly, the black spirit ginseng remained intact on the cliff, and his current position was not far from it. This undoubtedly gave him great hope and motivation. Fortune favors the bold. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Lingchen ultimately made the decision to try to take advantage of the situation. After all, such opportunities are rare. If successful, it would be a significant turning point in his life. As for how to seize this opportunity, it was contingent on the two of them severely injuring each other before he would choose to act. Yang Lingchen was well aware of the consequences of acting recklessly. A slight misstep could lead to irreparable doom. He lay hidden among the bushes, holding his breath and suppressing his aura to the utmost limit. His heart raced violently, a mix of tension and excitement. He knew that even the slightest noise could expose him and ruin everything. The battle between Hong Tianyi and Ouyang Yunming had escalated to a fever pitch. Both were top-tier experts of the younger generation from the southern wilderness, and neither had gained the upper hand, continuously unleashing their signature moves. Each strike was filled with immense power and exquisite skill, dazzling to behold. Boom. After a fierce exchange, both Hong Tianyi and Ouyang Yunming were sent flying. In midair, Hong Tianyi spat out several mouthfuls of blood, creating a tragic arc as it flew through the air, before his body crashed to the ground like a kite with a severed string, creating a large crater and sending dust flying. Ouyang Yunming was not any better off. She was heavily injured from the blast. Her clothes were torn, revealing bloodstains on her fair skin, her face as pale as paper. At this moment, neither Ouyang Yunming nor Hong Tianyi dared to make a reckless move, both staring intently at each other. Their eyes were filled with vigilance and killing intent, both knowing that a momentary lapse could allow the other to seize the opportunity for a fatal strike. Meanwhile, Yang Lingchen, hidden in the bushes, felt his heart racing even faster, as if it might leap out of his throat. However, he did not dare to make any movement. He could not be sure whether the two had truly lost their combat effectiveness, if they still had even a fraction of their strength left. Rushing out would be akin to seeking death. About 15 minutes later, Hong Tianyi and Ouyang Yunming remained stationary, staring at each other with increasingly pale faces, clearly both severely injured and unwilling to act rashly. Damn it, I can't just wait any longer. If they recover, then it's completely hopeless. With that thought, Yang Lingchen stopped hesitating and immediately utilized the phantom body technique, quickly charging toward the black spirit ginseng. His figure was ghostly, instantly appearing before the black spirit ginseng. Swish! Yang Lingchen yanked the black spirit ginseng from the cliff and directly tossed it into the Haotian jade space. His movements were seamless, without any hesitation. Such audacity, seeking death. Just as Yang Lingchen prepared to escape, Hong Tianyi and Ouyang Yunming suddenly erupted, one from the left and one from the right, attacking Yang Lingchen. Their speed was incredibly fast, whipping up a gust of wind. What the hell? Weren't they injured? How can they be so fierce? Faced with the assault of the two top-tier experts, Yang Lingchen unleashed the god-slaying sword technique, meeting the two head-on. His sword carved a cold light through the air, the sword energy radiating outward. In such a situation, Yang Lingchen could only choose to fight back, as both had already sustained injuries, meaning there was still a chance in a direct confrontation. Bang! The powerful forces collided, creating a tremendous sound. Facing the assault of the two powerful figures, Yang Lingchen was forced to retreat repeatedly. With each step back, deep footprints were left behind. Damn it, this isn't working. I have to take one of them down first. In the face of such a passive situation, Yang Lingchen steeled himself and charged straight at Hong Tianyi. At that moment, he unleashed all his skills, the god-slaying sword technique, the lifeless sword energy, the fairy-scattering flowers, and the soul-devouring slash. All powerful techniques were unleashed toward Hong Tianyi, each strike containing his anger and determination. Even as Ouyang Yunming attacked furiously from behind, Yang Lingchen paid her no mind, focusing solely on Hong Tianyi, as if he wanted to vent all his fury on him. Already heavily injured, Hong Tianyi found himself taking blow after blow from Yang Lingchen's reckless assault, worsening his injuries. His wounds bled profusely, and his breath grew weaker. Little bastard, why are you always targeting me? At that moment, Hong Tianyi was extremely frustrated, being beaten mercilessly by Yang Lingchen. It would be a lie to say he wasn't annoyed. Because you look ugly, so I want to kill you. What are you going to do about it? Yang Lingchen continued to attack Hong Tianyi fiercely, his voice filled with mockery and disdain. Uffed. Hearing Yang Lingchen's words, Hong Tianyi spat out a mouthful of blood in anger, his eyes venomously fixed on Yang Lingchen. "You little bastard, you're dead for sure. One day, I will tear you to pieces." With that, Hong Tianyi turned and fled in panic, knowing his injuries had reached a critical point. If he continued, he would be in danger of losing his life. His figure vanished in the distance, leaving chaos in his wake. Bang! Just as Hong Tianyi fled, Yang Lingchen was sent flying by a palm strike from Yang Yunming, crashing heavily against the cliff wall. The wall instantly cracked, and debris fell in a shower. Puff! After Yang Lingchen spat out a mouthful of blood, he staggered back a few steps, his gaze firmly fixed on Yang Yunming. At this moment, he was already at the end of his strength, but his eyes were still filled with determination and resilience. Yang Lingchen's combat power had dwindled to nearly 1/10, and he had no idea how much strength his opponent had left. But he knew he could not back down, could not give up. "Little thief, hand over the Wuling ginseng, and I will spare your life." Yang Yunming struggled to approach Yang Lingchen. Her condition was not much better than Hong Tianyi's before. Her steps were unsteady, and every movement seemed laborious. "Heaven and earth treasures belong to the capable. The Wuling ginseng is in my hands. If you have the ability, come and take it," Yang Lingchen said coldly, forcing himself to remain calm. Despite his battered body, his aura remained undiminished. "Bastard, die?" Yang Yunming could no longer contain herself and directly slashed her sword at Yang Lingchen. The sword came with a sharp whistle, seemingly intending to split Yang Lingchen in half. Faced with Yunming's attack, Yang Lingchen could not sit idly by. He unleashed the last of his mystical energy and swung his immortal demon sword to meet it. Clang, clang, clang. At that moment, their weapons clashed violently, sparks flying. Each strike was nearly lethal, and neither was willing to yield. With every collision, powerful shockwaves rippled through the air, as if it were being torn apart. In the blink of an eye, dozens of strikes passed. Ding! At this time, their weapons clashed again, creating a dazzling spark. And both Yang Lingchen and Yang Yunming's swords were knocked from their hands, spinning through the air before embedding into the ground. "Bastard, die? Die, you old hag." Who's afraid of whom? After losing their weapons, the two continued in a grappling mode, exchanging blows that landed hard, each one using all their strength. Bang, bang, bang. The scene was extremely brutal. Their bodies were covered in bruises and wounds, blood staining their clothes. In the end, Yang Yunming's superior strength prevailed as she pinned Yang Lingchen to the ground, her hands tightly gripping his neck. Her eyes were filled with rage and murderous intent. Woo-woo. With Yang Yunming's grip suffocating him, Yang Lingchen struggled frantically. His hands desperately clawed at her fingers, but it was in vain. He was close to suffocation. Yet her delicate hands were like iron, firmly clutching his throat. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pry them apart. Just as Yang Lingchen was about to lose consciousness, a sudden idea struck him, and he transformed his hands into claws, reaching for her vital points. Caught off guard, Yang Yunming instantly panicked and released her grip on Yang Lingchen's neck. A blush of anger and embarrassment crept onto her face. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Lingchen kicked her away and flipped over to pin her down. "Lecher, I will kill you," Yang Yunming shouted, her face flushed with anger. At that moment she was completely enraged. Her eyes seemed to spit fire. "Die, old hag, whose killing whom is still uncertain," Yang Lingchen snorted coldly, showing no fear on his face. At this moment, he was also completely consumed by bloodlust. The two began to wrestle fiercely. If the rural uncles and aunts saw them, they would definitely burst into laughter. Because their fighting style resembled that of shrews or rogues, it could be described as completely unstructured. After all, they were already exhausted and could only rely on their instincts to fight. They rolled on the ground, tearing at each other, their hair disheveled and their clothes torn. After a long while, the two were entangled tightly together, both expending all their strength. Even so, they still clutched each other's necks, unwilling to let go. "Stupid woman, if this continues, we will both perish. How about this? I'll give you a portion of the Wuling ginseng," Yang Lingchen said with great difficulty. His voice was hoarse, laced with despair. "No way, I want at least 80 of it. Otherwise, neither of us will live," Yang Yunming retorted angrily, her voice filled with determination. "3 portions. I'll give you a maximum of 3, Yang Lingchen said firmly, his eyes wide open, trying to make himself appear more imposing. 7 portions, this is my last concession." Yang Yunming refused to back down. Her eyes were filled with stubbornness. "For portions, I'll give you a maximum of 4. If you keep whining, I'll fight you to the death," Yang Lingchen roared. His breathing had become rapid. 6 portions, this is my bottom line, Yang Yunming said coldly, her face drenched in sweat. 5 portions, you old hag, don't go too far, Yang Lingchen yelled, his body trembling slightly. Deal. Yang Yunming gritted her teeth. She knew that if they continued to hold out, it would be bad for both. All right, you let go first, Yang Lingchen said through gritted teeth, struggling to speak. You let go first, Yang Yunming replied coldly. How about we let go together? Yang Lingchen suggested. Fine, Yang Yunming nodded. The two slowly released their grips and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Chapter 99. The first layer of the Spirit Sea Realm next. Under the sharp gaze of Yang Yunming, Yang Lingchen, though nervous, cautiously took out the Wuling ginseng from the mysterious Haotian jade space. His eyes were filled with hesitation, as if he were engaged in a fierce internal struggle. After a moment, Yang Lingchen finally gritted his teeth and, with great reluctance, split the incredibly precious Wuling ginseng in half, forcefully tossing one half to Yang Yunming. At that moment, Yang Yunming inadvertently caught sight of the unique identity token at Yang Lingchen's waist. A cold smile crept onto her lips, and she said icily, "Little thief, you are a disciple of the Xianjian sect? What does it matter to you whether I am a disciple of the Xianjian sect? If you keep pestering me, be careful, I'll take care of you." Yang Lingchen shot back bravely, filled with anxiety and unease. After saying that, he dared not linger any longer, swiftly vanishing into the dense forest. "Little thief, wait!" Yang Yunming shouted angrily at Yang Lingchen's retreating figure, her eyes blazing with fury. She found it hard to accept that as a powerful figure of the king's realm, she had been bullied by a small fry of the spirit profound realm. Not only had she lost half of the precious Wuling ginseng, but she had also been taken advantage of. This unprecedented humiliation was unbearable for her. Yang Lingchen raced away, not daring to take a moment's rest, until he confirmed that the surroundings were safe, and then stealthily entered the mysterious Haotian jade space. At this moment, Yang Lingchen's cultivation level had reached the peak of the 8th layer of the spirit profound realm, and he was only one crucial step away from breaking through to the 9th layer. He secretly planned to first break through to the 9th layer of the spirit profound realm, and then, with the aid of the half-Wuling ginseng, to make a leap into the spirit sea realm. With the formidable combat power he exhibited, as long as he successfully broke through to the spirit sea realm, he would undoubtedly be invincible within the same realm. As he activated the Haotian art, the rich spiritual energy in the Haotian jade space surged toward him like a tide. Yang Lingchen focused entirely on guiding the spiritual energy to impact the bottleneck of his cultivation. After repeated efforts, Yang Lingchen finally broke through the seemingly solid threshold of the 9th layer of the spirit profound realm. Boom, boom, boom. Powerful forces surged within him as he successfully stepped into the 9th layer of the spirit profound realm. However, he did not stop because of this breakthrough. Instead, he took out half of a black spirit ginseng without hesitation and swallowed it in one gulp after taking a deep breath. As the black spirit ginseng entered his body, an incredibly pure and vast spiritual energy flooded through his meridians and limbs like a raging torrent. Fortunately, Yang Lingchen practiced a top-tier cultivation technique from the divine realm, which allowed him to efficiently guide and absorb this spiritual energy. Otherwise, such a large amount of pure spiritual energy would have been wasted. As the Haotian technique continued to operate, he quickly refined this pure spiritual energy. Boom, boom. Mid-stage of the 9th layer of the spirit profound realm, the powerful force continued to rise, and Yang Lingchen's aura grew stronger. Late stage of the 9th layer of the spirit profound realm. It seemed as if streams of air were swirling around his body, and his clothes rustled loudly. Peak of the 9th layer of the spirit profound realm. However, even after breaking through to the peak of the 9th layer of the spirit profound realm, Yang Lingchen's body was still filled with rich spiritual energy, like a volcano of spiritual energy ready to erupt. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Lingchen urged the Haotian technique to its limits, causing the profound energy within his meridians to operate at high speed, continuing to refine the remaining spiritual energy while mobilizing all the profound energy in his body, crazily charging toward the barrier of the spirit sea realm. Break, just break for me. Yang Lingchen closed his eyes tightly, furrowing his brow, and let out a low roar. Boom, rumble, rumble. The powerful force collided within him, impacting the bottleneck of his cultivation. First layer of the spirit sea realm. At this moment, Yang Lingchen finally succeeded in breaking through to the first layer of the spirit sea realm. He slowly opened his eyes, a confident light flickering in them as he felt the surging profound energy within him like a river. Regarding the upcoming life and death battle, Yang Lingchen had absolute confidence. With his current strength, he could basically crush the vast majority of geniuses of the same realm. Of course, he still needed to be cautious with a few top-tier geniuses. It was time to return. He had been out for 4 days, and there were still 3 days until the life and death battle. He had to arrive at the Xianjian sect before the 7th day. Yang Lingchen released his beast cart and hurried toward the Xianjian sect. On the way, he did not slack off at all, continuously practicing martial skills and body techniques in the Haotian Jade space, constantly improving his combat skills and adaptability. Lingxi Peak. The main hall of the Peak Master. Yang Yun, dressed in a green long skirt, sat high in the main seat like a noble and cold queen. At this moment, her stunningly beautiful eyes revealed a hint of icy chill that sent shivers down one's spine. Yan, no matter what method you use, even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, find this person for me. Yang Yun's voice was cold and emotionless as she handed over Yang Lingchen's portrait. This person seems a bit familiar. Chen Yuyan frowned and carefully examined the portrait in her hand, filled with confusion in her eyes. Have you seen him? Where have you seen him? Yang Yun asked eagerly, her gaze fixed on Chen Yuyan, anticipating her answer. I remember now, Peak Master. This kid is the male disciple we just accepted at Lingxi Peak. I remember I personally brought him to Lingxi Peak. Chen Yuyan said, her face showing a look of realization. Are you sure he is our disciple at Lingxi Peak? Yang Yun asked urgently again, her voice tinged with disbelief. I'm sure. It's this kid. I thought he looked quite good, so I accepted him at Lingxi Peak as a sparring partner and let him do some odd jobs. Chen Yuyan replied confidently. Good, very good. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yang Yun's mouth, a smile that sent chills down one's spine. Peak Master, what rule did this kid break? Should I expel him from the Xianjian sect? Chen Yuyan asked cautiously, secretly speculating what serious mistake Yang Lingchen had made. You go bring him here, and remember, don't let him escape, and don't say it's me who wants to see him. Yang Yun coldly instructed, her eyes flashing with dangerous light. Yes, Peak Master. Chen Yuyan bowed and retreated. At this moment, she was incredibly curious about how Yang Lingchen had offended the Peak Master, causing the usually calm and composed Peak Master to show such a flustered expression. Damn rogue, little thief, I want to tear you apart. Yang Yun roared angrily in her heart. No, just killing him would be too cheap for him. She bit her silver teeth and continued to ponder. I need to think carefully about how to deal with this little thief. Yang Yun's stunning eyes turned as various punishment methods kept appearing in her mind. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and on the eve of the life and death battle, Yang Lingchen finally arrived at the Xianjian sect after great hardships. He arrived at the task hall and submitted the 2 difficult tasks he had just completed. Good kid, your name is Yang Lingchen, right? Elder Ling Yunlong of the task hall patted Yang Lingchen on the shoulder, a kind smile on his face. Disciple Yang Lingchen, greetings, Elder Ling. Yang Lingchen respectfully cupped his fists and bowed, his attitude very humble. Huh, when did you break through to the spirit sea realm? Ling Yunlong showed a shocked expression, his eyes filled with disbelief. It should be noted that just 6 days ago, Yang Lingchen was still at the 8th layer of the spirit profound realm, and now, after only 6 days, he had broken through to the spirit sea realm, which even the well-informed Ling Yunlong found astonishing. I encountered a rare spiritual fruit while on a mission in the Tsunyan mountain range, so I broke through. Yang Lingchen smiled and explained casually. Breaking through is good. By the way, tomorrow is your life and death battle with Wang Qinyu. Are you confident? Ling Yunlong asked with concern, his eyes filled with anticipation. You can only know after the fight. Yang Lingchen showed a confident smile, his gaze firm and fearless. I have high hopes for you, and look forward to your performance tomorrow. Ling Yunlong laughed heartily, feeling very pleased with Yang Lingchen's confidence. After chatting with Ling Yunlong for a while longer, Yang Lingchen left the task hall and headed toward Lingxi Peak. Yang Lingchen. Just as he returned to his residence at Lingxi Peak, he heard Chen Yuyan's voice from outside. Greetings, Elder Chen. Yang Lingchen quickly cupped his fists and bowed. Come with me. After Chen Yuyan finished speaking, she turned and walked toward the peak. Yes, Elder Chen. Yang Lingchen responded, although filled with doubts. He did not dare to defy her and quickly followed. Passing through a picturesque mountain path, under Chen Yuyan's lead, Yang Lingchen arrived at an ancient-style great hall. Entering the Peak Master's great hall, When he saw the person seated in the main seat of the hall, Yang Lingchen's heart trembled, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. And his expression darkened, looking as miserable as a frostbitten eggplant. Peak Master, Yang Lingchen has been brought here. Chen Yuyan bowed and saluted. What the hell? This dead which is really the Peak Master of Lingxi Peak. This is a disaster. Yang Lingchen was greatly shocked, his mind racing as he secretly calculated how to escape this tricky situation. Chapter 100 I Can Detoxify. Disciple Yang Lingchen, greetings to the Peak Master. Yang Lingchen forced himself to remain calm, squeezing out a flattering smile on his face as he quickly bowed and said, May the Peak Master share in the blessings of the immortals, live as long as the heavens, and remain youthful forever. When did this guy become so sweet-tongued? Chen Yuyan thought to herself, looking at Yang Lingchen with a puzzled expression, trying to find clues from his face. Yuyan, you go outside and guard. No one is allowed to enter, Yang Yun said coldly, her tone carrying an unyielding authority. Yes, Peak Master. Although Chen Yuyan was filled with doubts, she did not dare to disobey Yang Yun's orders and respectfully replied. She glanced at Yang Lingchen in confusion before slowly bowing and retreating outside. Peak Master, what do you want to do? Yang Lingchen looked at Yang Yun, who was slowly approaching him, and said with a trembling voice, Don't do anything reckless. I will call for help. Yang Lingchen involuntarily took a few steps back, filled with fear. Bang! Yang Yun's delicate fist, accompanied by a sharp wind, struck Yang Lingchen's face directly. His originally handsome face was instantly swollen. Ah! Yang Lingchen let out a painful scream. Peak Master, can you please calm down? He spoke with a trembling voice, the vast difference in strength leaving him no room to fight back. The higher one's cultivation level, the greater the disparity in strength, especially at the King Realm. Theoretically, even 10 first-layer King Realm individuals could not defeat a second-layer King Realm expert. The gap was even more pronounced when Yang Lingchen faced Yang Yun, who was at the 6th layer of the King Realm. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Yang Yun had completely cast aside her usual pure and graceful image, appearing as an enraged goddess, swinging her fists as she rained down blows on Yang Lingchen. Ah! Ah! Yang Lingchen's screams echoed in the hall. Although Yang Yun did not use much mystic power, her punches landed with force, causing Yang Lingchen to wail in agony. Outside the Peak Master's hall, Chen Yuyan wore a puzzled expression, her brows furrowed. She could not understand how this guy, who had only just arrived at Lingxi Peak, had managed to provoke the Peak Master to such an extent that she would fly into a rage. Damn scoundrel! I will kick you to death. After a furious beating, Yang Yun showed no signs of stopping and lifted her skirt to deliver another vicious kick at Yang Lingchen. Faced with this situation, Yang Lingchen could only hunch over, using his right hand to protect his groin and his left hand to desperately shield his face. Even so, he was still beaten to a pulp, his face a mess. An hour later, apart from his groin, almost every part of Yang Lingchen's body had been beaten, leaving no intact spots. What about the half-root of the black spirit ginseng? Yang Yun stopped her actions and asked coldly. I ate it, Yang Lingchen managed to say, his mouth now crooked from the beating, making him difficult to understand. Do you know how important that black spirit ginseng is to me? Yang Yun glared angrily and shouted. Are you trying to use it to resolve the 9 profound poison in your body? Yang Lingchen said irritably, despite being beaten badly. A hint of stubbornness remained in his eyes. How do you know? Yang Yun suddenly exploded, grabbing Yang Lingchen by the throat, a glint of killing intent flashing in her eyes. I can detoxify it. Yang Lingchen struggled to squeeze out these words, his face turning red from the chokehold, nearly gasping for breath. You can detoxify? Yang Yun's eyes flashed coldly as she continued. Are you sure you are not just trying to fool me? Of course I can detoxify, but you need to apologize to me for your actions today. Although Yang Lingchen was in great pain, he still said weakly. Yang Yun glanced at Yang Lingchen, then rolled up her sleeves and sneered. Are you sure you want me to apologize? Forget about the apology. I am a man of 7 feet, too lazy to argue with a wicked woman like you. As for detoxifying you, it will be a piece of cake for me. Yang Lingchen gritted his teeth and spoke through the pain. After saying that, he took out a healing pill from his bosom and forced himself to swallow it, as he still had a life-and-death battle waiting for him tomorrow. Then treat me now. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you dare to play tricks on me, you will die a miserable death. Yang Yun released her grip and said coldly, Extend your hand. I need to check the toxins in your body. Then I can treat you accordingly. Yang Lingchen said seriously, trying to adjust his breathing. Humph. Yang Lingchen snorted coldly and then extended her flawless white hand. That hand was extraordinarily beautiful, more flawless than the first snow and more lustrous than divine jade. As if a fairy had reached out from a dream. Yang Lingchen instinctively held his breath. He never expected that a woman's hand could be so breathtakingly beautiful. His own hand hesitated in midair, feeling somewhat afraid to approach, fearing he might desecrate such beauty. What are you still dawdling for? Yang Lingchen shot him an annoyed look. Oh. Yang Lingchen quickly came to his senses and placed his hand on hers, immediately feeling a silky sensation that touched his heart. Yang Lingchen hurriedly calmed the turmoil in his heart and activated his mystic power to begin the detection. During this time, he occasionally frowned and shook his head, his expression very serious. A quarter of an hour later, Yang Lingchen finally stopped the detection. Little thief, did you find anything? Yang Lingchen asked eagerly, her eyes full of anticipation. You are afflicted with the 9 profound poison, and it has been nearly 3 years, right? Yang Lingchen said in a low voice. That's right. It seems you really have some skills. Yang Lingchen nodded slightly and replied. In the past year, every time there is a full moon, you experience unbearable pain in your abdomen, right? Yang Lingchen continued, his gaze fixed firmly on Yang Lingchen. That's correct. Yang Lingchen answered, a hint of pain appearing on her face. During the last attack, it lasted the whole night, and you almost couldn't hold on, right? Yang Lingchen continued. How do you know all this so clearly? Yang Lingchen asked in surprise. Tonight is the full moon. So you wanted to use the black spirit ginseng to suppress the severe poison in your body, Yang Lingchen said in a deep voice, his eyes filled with confidence. Everything you said is correct, but after saying so much, can you actually detoxify me? Yang Lingchen looked at Yang Lingchen expectantly, her eyes filled with desire. I can. But from now on, you need to protect me at the immortal sword sect, and you will owe me a favor, Yang Lingchen said seriously, his gaze resolute. All right. I promise you, as long as you can detoxify the 9 profound poison in my body, in the future at the immortal sword sect, whoever dares to provoke you, I will tear them apart. Yang Lingchen promised without hesitation. And you can't hit me again. Yang Lingchen suddenly thought of this point and quickly added. Okay, I promise you. Yang Lingchen replied. Then let's find a quiet place, and I will detoxify you first, Yang Lingchen said, feeling secretly pleased. The 9 profound poison was said to be incurable in the Tianwu continent, but to Yang Lingchen, it was just child's play. The reason Yang Lingchen could detoxify, it was mainly due to inheriting Ling Xueqing's memories, as Ling Yanyun was a top-tier alchemist in the divine realm, and his medical skills were absolutely superb. A mere 9 profound poison was naturally no challenge for him. Follow me. After Yang Lingchen finished speaking, she led Yang Lingchen towards the back courtyard of the Peak Master's main hall. Before long, the two arrived at a hidden secret chamber. Is this quiet enough? Yang Lingchen said. Not bad. Yang Lingchen nodded and looked around. What do I need to do next? Yang Lingchen asked, her eyes showing a hint of nervousness. Take off your clothes and lie flat on the stone bed, Yang Lingchen said seriously, trying hard to make his expression look solemn. You little thief, are you playing me? Do you believe I can kill you? Yang Lingchen shouted angrily, her face instantly turning cold as ice, her eyes filled with killing intent. Peak Master, you misunderstand. I'm going to give you acupuncture. How can I see your meridians if you're still dressed? Yang Lingchen said helplessly, feigning an innocent look, while secretly delighted in his heart. Thinking, you little vixen, you made me look like this, and now you still won't obediently strip for me? Yang Lingchen felt a surge of satisfaction. However, what Yang Lingchen said was also true. For an ordinary person to resolve the 9 profound poison, it was indeed necessary to undress for acupuncture. Otherwise, even a slight mistake could lead to unimaginable consequences. But with Yang Lingchen's medical skills, there was no need to undress for acupuncture, even with his eyes closed. He could find the meridians. The reason Yang Lingchen said to undress for acupuncture was purely for revenge, as this wicked woman had beaten him up to look like a pig's head.